That is true. It's not an AM stream unless I'm late. I also have to lag a little bit too. Which I am lagging a little bit. Trying to see if I had anything open on the side. I just closed out my torrents. I completely forgot about that. I don't think I have any updates. I hope I don't. It was just a blip. Oh, you know. You know. I have a lot of things. Oh, wow. That thing's catching up. What the fuck? Okay, big ups the fucking chatbot catching up. It literally just scurried real hard there. I don't know, my Chrome has been like, you know, I actually have not opened up Chrome today. Or rather, I'm not going to utilize Chrome. But yeah, Chrome has been weird. Firefox has been weird too, to be fair. I think we have a crap ton that I have to go through, which is good. It's actually really fucking good. And I wanted to make sure that I gave Snooze some time. He's currently, Detractor Beam's currently on. They currently have guests over there. They're doing field trips. Big ups featuring Shroom and Alt from that being said. My God, they got a whole bunch of people over there. I bet you they're having fun. Oh man, we're over here. I don't imagine we're having fun. It could be fun. It could be considered fun. It's also up in the air what it could or could not be. For that one person who always wonders what it is that I have a pre-stream song of, like, I have collections of songs. Like that one was a chill hop version, not a chill hop version, it is a chill version of a Final Fantasy XI song. That's Revolved, the chill remix. It's pretty good. Let's see who's currently in here. Who do I have to acknowledge? Fucking betcha I have to acknowledge a fuck ton of people. All right, who the fuck are in here? We have Apache Goatee, Artemi Baraka, Brock, Barry Lyndon, Cerulean 86, Chalky Milk, C, Sizzy Mac, Coyote Briggs, Crackerjack, Cruxel, Demater, Dennis S, DJ Runo, Dorzak Zitro, Dogmatic 1651, Dwight Race, Fade5 Fona, Game Master 2035, Groovy Bones, Hermit, Icebread, JC200X, hello JC, Kiki Mora, Latrap Khan, Ludwig World Order, the Ludwig World Order. Whoa, I should do a shout out. You know what? No, Vikes!
Vikes 1011 cheer 50 big ups. Another day, another Twitch scam, another intro scam.
You know
this
what?
Streamer has changed. I'm not mad. I'm disappointed.
Okay, well, as long as you're not mad. I'm catching up, dude. Let me see. Can I do a shout out? Can I do a clip shout out and will it play without dying? It may.
Oh.
What are we playing? Looks like a Star Wars game. Thanks, Ludwig. I was watching your stream earlier. In the middle of work. Bless you. Bless you.
Pardon me.
Big ups to Commodore, McDougal, Metal Force, Miss Shark, Neza Prime, Palm Primus, Psycho Weasel, Pull Me Finger, Queen of Games, Quiet Curse, Raid Sage, Rebsy, Renee Saurus, SG Card, Shion Yorigami, Shiok, Shinza Kuroi, Sir Toastman, Soga. Your guys, if you try to do the sound effects, I have it off. I see Shinza Kuroi and Sarah. Sir Toastman, Soga, Steve B, Suburban High, Tim Snake, Tyrone's friend Jerome, Veteran Snow, Vicious, Wardog Leader, William the Alchemist. Hey, it's William the Alchemist. Zambi Tipper, Zerglu, big ups to Revy, Hate Army, Seal, Mallow is my best friend, Red Animator, Queen of Games. I'm looking up, I'm scrolling up, McDougal. I don't know if I said McDougal, Joe Blah. Neza Prime, Soga, Arcadius, Ray Sage, Guac Lord, Chalky, Barry Lyndon, anybody else I missed? I missed somebody. I know I missed somebody. Okay. I just come to expect it at this point. But yeah, we're scamming you. Unfortunately, we are not doing a Twitch stream today. We are currently on the hunt for catching up the DSP stuff. While he's on his day off and while I'm on my day off. Well, I don't have a day off. Today's not my day off. I work today, but it's my day off from him existing, which means it's a day off for me or something like that. I don't know. Don't think about it. The more you think about it, the more it makes less sense or something like that. Yeah, 2 shout outs. That's 2 for the price of 1. Yeah, time catch up. We're just catching up a little bit. Not a whole lot, but a little bit. Right. We are here. The question is whether or not it's going to pick up. It is going to pick up on the chat. Great. So I don't have to worry about that. I was so worried. I was like, geez, is that going to actually work? It actually worked. The map looks Zeus. It does look Zeus. We got to figure out what it means. Oh, scream. Hello, Pirate King. Not a whole lot means 6 hours. I actually cannot go that long. I mean, I could. Okay, let me rephrase that. I could go that long. I shouldn't go that long. So I probably won't go that long. But what if I did? What if I actually did? Could you imagine that? I got my spoon? No. I'm still waiting for it in the mail. It has not been sent. Eventually it will be sent. But, you know, until then, I'm kind of going without, right? Yeah, it's an Ann style short stream. Thank you for the cheese. I appreciate it. I don't want the overlights, I guess. I don't need that. I can keep that on the background. So where did we leave off? I had to like go over my notes of what I covered the last time on Dragon Ball Z. Wait, that wasn't that one. It was the other one. No, not that one. Oh my gosh. Thing. Suggestion box, Spider 12 comment rant, cancel Khet co-op, MISC Leftovers. We had some stuff. Oh yeah, that's right. Dragon's Dogma and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth or Resurrection. Yeah, Resurrection. It's on hold. June the King talk. Yeah, I guess I did talk about that, huh? I talked about it a little bit. The Taiga segment. What a lame thing. He just keeps adding onto the list every fucking day. He really does. But I feel like he's been doing a lot, and at the same time, he hasn't been doing anything. Should I go over the Fallout stuff now? I feel like it's pertinent to talk about the Fallout stuff now, and then I guess work my way backwards. I'm going through the list to see what I need to cover right now. We probably want to go through these. I do want to see this. So apparently DSP has been adding some new intros. Some intro style video situation type deals. I don't know what to think about them, but apparently they're all they're not like unique. They're actually just pulled from assets that exist out there. Let's see if we can pull up some examples here really quick. We got Fallout 4 starts early. We have what the fuck was that? So it's just a short journey through the desert as the intro. Today's show starts now. That's pretty good. All right, what do we have at the Fightcade is canceled event? We have this thing. Oof. So he forgot to do. Wait, so in this one, oh, that must have been like the pre-thing before he does the thing, huh? All right, what do we have on Fightcade is coming? Look at this. Fightcade is canceled. Well, Fightcade is coming. Oh, we have Okay, I will say this. If you're going to have it looping, you could have this. Like, this is basically one of my fucking pre-stream starters. The weird... It's not a waterfall, but it's like the water rapids. I mean, maybe it is a waterfall, but... I don't know. This is kind of lame. I mean, it's fine. It's just... I don't know. There's no cohesion in any of it, but I shouldn't say that because it's not like I have a lot of cohesion. But apparently he's just lifting stuff that's kind of for free. There are free assets out there that you can just take and you kind of recolor it and just do whatever. So it's not like these are groundbreaking or new anything, but apparently that's the thing that you got to look forward to. I guess on the plus side, if this is all for free, you don't have to worry about somebody coming by and striking it. But on the downside, it's just, I don't know what the identity is. I really don't. He should have just had a thing with a beach. Could you imagine that? The fact that he calls it a show is insanity to me. It's a, yeah. I'll say this. I feel like this is my favorite one.
On the stream. Bet y'all wanted something robust.
If you wanted to just have DSP in a nutshell, he's basically a desert. It's just devoid of content. There's no moisture anywhere. It's just dry content. Because he would go on to talk for an hour and 30 minutes. An hour and 30 minutes of him wiggling around and pretending we're doing something cool and positive and whatnot. You know, he probably got a lot of money out of this. Pointing everywhere. He's doing like little crip walks and shit. People can still strike it, just won't stick, obviously. That is true. I don't know. I feel like he could have just done so much more. You know what? I didn't even realize it. I've never seen this background before, or maybe if I have, I've tuned it out. I didn't remember it being this. I didn't remember the background being this. Scut, Phil, Jack DeCock, Buttface McGee, Fred Fucks, and Jasper. Wow, that's definitely something. I don't know how to feel about any of that, but it's definitely something. Okay, let's we can check that off on the recap list. Things that are being done. It's that and this. The weird intros. I don't know why we're doing those. What other cool shit we had? We had the DSPs claim to have started shit. You know, I feel like I should listen to this. But that's just gonna piss me off. Maybe I should listen to what he talked about for Fallout. So that way it can segue in pretty good. Harold Halibut and Street Fighter 6. April 16th. Was this the 16th? It was not. Wait, holy shit. Yeah, Fallout 4. Fightcade. You know what? Those will be good things to listen to. Those will definitely be good things to listen to. I want to hear DSP's take on Fallout. Oh, but you know what? Before I get here, I should probably criticize the pre-stream. Because while we are criticizing the openings and the weird fucking things, there was something that I did forget to cover last time, which was the reviews of podcasts. Video game lolcow fails epically at podcasting. Who are these podcasts? Apparently it's a group that I guess they look at other podcasts. I'm not surprised that a group like this exists. They definitely do content, and it's not like they don't have views. They definitely have views. But I'm kind of curious because this was listed as a thing that I should watch, which is criticism of DSP's podcast thing. So let's check this out.
He's had quite a run, a lot of ups and downs. We're not going to tackle the entire story today, obviously.
Very, very meta.
But I wanted to start with this podcast that he's
new
doing.
Secretary outfit, especially
this level 1
specifically
podcast.
Fat Cat.
And the podcast starts off kind of weird because he does like this Hail Hitler thing.
Oh God! Wait, what? Oh, these guys. Oh no.
He's 8-bitted out
Oh,
in
no.
front of the video
Oh,
motion
no.
thing that's going on.
Yeah.
Oh,
And he does this.
God.
Which is
Wow.
Yeah.
odd because the guy was literally kicked off of Twitch for saying things that were derogatory about Jews.
Now, that is incorrect. But at the same time, he did get kicked off of a platform. Yeah, you know what? Let him roll.
But it's not,
Well, then
it's
not
on
that
brand.
odd.
Well, because I mean, he's trying to change his ways, but yeah, I guess that's on.
Yeah, it was Blip,
brand
not
for him.
Twitch, but you know.
The
do
people have
that.
spoken, Karl.
Yeah, fair enough. So, what is your experience, Andy? I'll ask you with Dark Side Phil. Are you familiar with this character?
No, not at all. My experience with him was being bored to tears.
Okay.
I mentioned this to
And
that being
Lucy,
said, but they ignored
what do you know
me.
about Dark Side Phil? I know that you're pretty
you
good
know
with
what?
the low caliber.
You gotta thank Cerulean, because Cerulean did give me like a whole here's what you missed during your vacation shit, and they did mention this, and it's kind of funny that his podcast was mentioned here. That was a different hateful slur.
Yeah,
It's kinda
so I
wild that there's so
started
many,
watching
right?
his podcast, listening to his podcast, and I was like, this is the most boring thing that I've ever heard. I
Sure.
did not realize that it was DSP. And I
Oh, no.
finally figured it out because like 4 months ago, Turkey Tom posted one of these like YouTube documentaries about him explaining how he's a lol cow, and I fell asleep during it because even his lol cowness is boring.
Yeah,
So this should be really telling. I hate that I'm pausing them, but I do have to make sure that I'm doing my due diligence of reviewing somebody else's review and making sure that I'm weighing in as well. DSP has been like extra boring as of late, like really hyper aggressively boring. So I've had no interest in covering a lot of his shenanigans. Even when he was doing the Fightcade setup, I was actually kind of hyped. It was like, oh my God, we're going to see DSP set up Fightcade. And sure as shit, he canceled it. I was like, no, I don't want to sit there for a Q&A. I don't care if he's browsing fucking Game Pass. It was going to be nonsense. But it's so funny knowing that just normal people, and I got to call them normal people because these are just, I got to assume that these people, they might be into politics, or at least from what I can tell. They're aware of the online sphere. They are aware of certain people that are there. But it's not like these people are in the know of every single thing that's going on. They probably dip their fingers into a lot of different things. And if they're willing to say that DSP's podcast is boring, that should really tell him something. If he ever takes this criticism to heart. DSP, your podcasts suck.
he's definitely lost the viewership he once had. There was a time when he had a lot of people watching his channel and he was doing very well. In 2010, he got laid off from his job and just became a full-time streamer and was making money doing that. And now he's doing the thing that pisses a lot of people off, and that's constantly begging for money.
Yeah.
And that's really annoying to people. But I want to point out some things he does right at the get-go. I just checked out the most recent episode. I got a couple things here that I wanted to play for you, because he starts out by talking about things that aren't going to happen, but they might. So I sped this up at 2x so that we could get through it once he gets into it. Basically what he's saying is, because he's always talking about a schedule on this show. It's nonstop. We got this coming up. We got that coming up.
I'm so glad that somebody else is noticing it. And I know people complain about this in his suggestion box, in his comments, in his chat. But one of the biggest problems that DSP has is, like, if you listen to his podcast, there's just so much schedule segment. It's filler. It's hyper filler.
This thing, then that thing. You can stick around for this thing and watch that thing. And so he's concerned about his internet going down.
What?
And rightfully so, because he wouldn't be able to keep up with that schedule.
And here's the very good news. This is it. I will not be missing, hopefully, fingers crossed, knock on wood, arms and fingers and toes, you know, all curled together. Hopefully I won't be missing any more streams this month, and we should be into a full-on normal streaming schedule moving forward.
In November?
As long as things don't go wrong. And what I mean by that is...
November.
I was notified this morning by my internet company that they are this week performing a long-term maintenance on the business level internet that I have. And that even though they are not expecting any outages, they do have scheduled times when the internet will be down overnight.
Oh
So, for example,
my
last
God, even
night,
I want to skip
when I
him.
was getting ready to go to sleep, we were actually turning on music.
I'm skipping him. This is me skipping him. They're skipping him.
Basically, that was twice the speed of what it actually was. He starts off his show.
Basically, that was 4 times the speed of their 2 times the speed of what he was listening to.
It's explaining that the internet might go down, but probably not, because the company said that it wouldn't.
16 years, you say?
Yeah, I know. And this is how he starts off the show. Like, this is not compelling content, sir.
No.
Get into it. What are we talking about today?
Khet is more
So another
compelling.
incident of outsiders seeing the obvious.
Cat was very tolerant of that whole soliloquy that just
used to it.
happened.
Yeah, the
It's
cat's
kind of like
beaten down.
I hate to bring them up, but it's kind of like when what is it, Steel Toe Morning Show picked DSP up, and they were like doing the point at this guy, laugh at him, he's such a weirdo and shit. But I mean, those guys were kind of, I don't know, they were normies, but they were also kind of weird too. So I don't know. I'm reserving judgment on these guys. They look normal, but you never know. People can be weird.
Down at this point. Lucy, what'd you pick up on from this show?
Well, so I heard a lot of the, begging for money. I heard a lot of annoyances, but I checked out an episode where he was celebrating his birthday.
Oh, yeah, he had
Holy
his big birthday
shit.
weekend.
Yeah.
And I guess that's a big deal to him.
So he streamed for like the entire thing, which is the saddest birthday that I could possibly imagine.
Oh, I don't know. I bet he's pretty excited about it.
He was very excited about it. So we're going to be checking out the conclusion of his celebration, for which he is
great.
obviously
I
going to need
mean,
some cake.
I don't know.
or
I'll
a
check them out
brownie.
later. But
So what a heck of a
whatever.
day. I think a little bit for everyone. Gameplay, reacting,
I want to fucking fast forward this
vlogging.
now.
This is the finale. What I'm going to do right now is have a brownie that my wife made.
2 times and
But I don't think that the frosting solidified yet. Basically, it's a chocolate brownie with a peanut butter frosting and crushed peanuts on top. And it looks good, smells great, but definitely the frosting is gooey.
So not only is he complaining about people not giving him money, but he's complaining about the lovely brownie that his wife made
Yeah, what
him.
the fuck?
Yeah.
I wanted to eat it now. It's not ready now.
Where's the candle,
problem?
bitch?
Yeah, right?
He is really, really obsessed with the frosting not being to his liking. But in clip 2, we'll see that it's fine.
Like, you can tell it needs to be in the fridge more to solidify more.
yeah, they definitely see what the
So
BS is.
it's fine, because
They
what
can
happened is
see
of course she
past
frosted it when it was out of the oven, so it's probably too warm to solidify yet, and it just hasn't sat
It's
in
a
the
weird thing. You know, I actually kind of am on their side with this. He really did harp a little bit too much on this presentation shit. Like, I mean, it could have been a sloppy mess. People would have made fun of it being a sloppy mess, but at the end of the day, it's whether or not he likes it. So it's kind of a moot point for him to even talk at length about this. Like, cares? But this is kind of one of DSP's MOs. He has a tendency to over talk on a thing that he really shouldn't, and he should just shut the fuck up and leave it alone. And he'll end up regretting it at some point.
fridge long enough.
You think
know.
I'm a terror?
So she's just off camera and she's like, oh, jeez.
I can't figure out if he's more mad at his wife or how time works. Like,
Right.
he hates everything. So in clip 3, I just want him to shut up about the frosting already.
The frosting didn't solidify, like I said.
No, Jesus.
It's fucking
It was very
amateur
gooey
hour
frosting.
upstairs, I
Yeah,
guess.
Another
paper
birthday
plate's
ruined.
a classic. I think he
You need times to
put some
harden it. When the harden
pushback
is going to be
about
perfect.
it.
I've had brownies just like this before.
You know, I don't even think he actually knows, like, when he says all of this shit. I mean, he probably thinks this is commentary. It's like active commentary on the thing he's eating. But maybe he doesn't realize that this comes off as him nitpicking a thing that his wife made. Maybe he doesn't connect the two. He doesn't put like 2 and 2 together. He's like, maybe just accept it and just be like, this was very nice. I'm so glad that she made this. This tastes great. Like, if he just did that, I don't think any of us would have gave as much shit.
The
We would
brownie
have been
part
like,
just amazing.
oh, he's faking it.
It's nice. It's moist.
But,
Chocolatey.
Gotta
But
do all
definitely
that
the
in
peanut butter
beginning.
frosting needs more time to cool, but it will. It's in the fridge right now.
All right.
She's already packed her shit and gone.
He really doesn't know.
Yeah, he does
doesn't-
a
he
lot
doesn't
of
think
food
it.
stuff.
Fucking hot dog off the grill before it's ready. It's
right.
gotta be in the fridge for a little while
Yeah.
before you eat it. You're just eating shit before it's ready to be eaten, then complaining that it's not good enough.
Yeah.
What a dick.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's pissed off because his wife didn't make the brownies until after they were done with dinner. Why didn't you make the brownies before dinner?
I have to eat this on my show.
This is a show about video games, right?
This is a show about video games. but
About internet connections and brownies.
he tries to do a
Yeah.
lot of different things. He's
They can
constantly
see it.
throwing shit at the wall to see what will
can
stick.
see it.
So since you played that, I'll play you this. He recently, this is from 3 days ago, was enjoying some Korean barbecue. And I wanted to share that with us. It's not even mukbang. It's like a food review thing.
To start, I'm going to try the spicy barbecue pork up here.
Man, I wonder if they're going to say something about the macaroni salad.
Look at that.
Looks terrible.
Look at that piece.
Looks like very cheap food.
Looks good.
No. He's eating with a plastic fork.
It looks like a fish lure.
Fish lure.
Very tender.
Oh, God. Yeah.
It has both a savoriness and a sweetness to it, but now the spice hits. Ooh.
Oh, whoa. Wasn't ready for that. Whoa.
Now the spice hits after the fact.
This is not content. I'm sorry.
No, this is dinner.
This is not you eating shitty takeout food is never content for anyone. Oh, the pork is delicious. Great. Gives a fuck.
I will fight them on this. There are some people that actually legitimately consider this as content. Now, is it good content? No, it's not. Not to the common person and not to somebody who's going to identify themselves as being a quote unquote gamer. I think most people who are here to tune in for Phil and for DSP gaming are probably going to be tuning in to see some gaming. It's nice to have like a sit down segment, but I feel like this is completely out of place. I don't even know who ever convinced Phil that it was a great idea to just eat in front of the camera. But he may have convinced himself that people just legitimately like to see that, when in reality, it's a lot more people making fun of the fact that he's eating in front of camera, if you kind of understand what I mean by that. I don't know if it was OIC. It was somebody that convinced him on this. Like, that's the reason why we have the whole DSP Tries It series. Maybe it was funny at some point, but like, I don't know. I think back to that one time that DSP ate pizza. It's a DSP pizza, Papa John's pizza. I think back to this, and all I can think about is like that one time that he gave a weird baby face and he had to try ranch. And it's like, does this even look coherent? Like, actually just examine the room for a second. Like, I'm being nitpicky. I'm being an asshole about this, but like, actually think about what you're viewing right here. You're seeing some dude, there's a fan here, a phone, it's just a hodgepodge of shit. We have the game peripherals, we got fucking a mic here, you got crap over here. Dude, it's a mess. It's an absolute mess, and it hasn't gotten any better over the years. It really hasn't. But he's convinced himself like shit like this is content for people. I mean, it is for some people. It's just not the people he thinks it's for. It's not for his fans. This is like for the trolls. DSP eating fucking Korean, I don't even remember what this was. It was like Hawaiian barbecue or something. Maybe it wasn't, but it might as well have been. Him eating Hawaiian barbecue in front of people, this was not content. This was not good content. And it definitely wasn't content for his fans, not his actual fans.
Fuck. But I want to know, why is he wearing the shirt that he's wearing in the episode that I watched, the most recent episode? Because as somebody pointed out in their subreddit, the buttons are on the right side, but the sizes must come in women's sizes. Because this does not look like a shirt that a man would wear. But he explains it.
That's actually particularly why I'm dressed how I'm dressed, even though it is going to be a little warmer today with partial sun outside. I'm wearing shorts and this nice new tropical style shirt because when I play multiplayer games, typically I get like my adrenaline pumping when I'm playing them, and it heats me up, and I'm like, you know what? Today I'd rather be cool for multiplayer, so that's why I'm actually wearing this.
What a loser.
You ever pick out your outfit based on what kind of video game you're going to be playing that day?
The thing is that that's not even new. You can go back to old DSP back in like 2018, 2019, 2020. DSP would sit there and he'd wear the Mario shirt. He would wear the Sonic shirt. He would wear the TF2 shirt and shit. He would wear all sorts of stuff. He would have a special wrestling shirt whenever he would play wrestling. So it's not new. He just changed to a different style of clothing, which I still will give Phil props for actually wearing. Like, okay, I know people are going to shit on him. And I know that he thinks that everybody just shits on him constantly for what he wears. But technically, he has slightly improved on what he wears compared to a year ago. Because a year ago, we were walking around and we were just wearing like frumpy t-shirts that have been there since 2005. Now, have they improved? Marginally, but we still have them running around in fucking pajamas and shit, and that shit kind of needs to go. It's also kind of wild too that within the last 6 months, I think he's like thrown out a new dozen shirts and shit. It's not like he got 1 or 2 of these. Gamer shirts are in your 30s alone is pretty cringe. I mean, you can get away with it, but like DSP was wearing very old shirts. They were very worn in. This is the same guy who bragged about finding like a decade-old pair of underwear in his closet, and he was bragging about how he can wear them and how the current underwear he was wearing was full of holes. I don't go to this guy for fashion, but I kind of wish that he didn't look like a bum every time I would tune into him. So I will say that Phil in his Hawaiian shirts is technically an upgrade. It's just marginal at best. Marginal. I will give him that. I'm not going to take that away from him. Before this, we had like that weird Italian pizza shirt that looked like it was coated in what do you call it? It's like nicotine. You know how nicotine like gets into the walls and shit, and it turns that dingy yellow color from a white color? It's like that. He had so many shirts that were like that. Like, you know, they've seen and smelled some things.
Well, we got Pac-Man 4-player today.
It is
I feel bad enough
LTG.
just playing video games and wasting time doing it, let alone getting all pumped up and sweaty over it.
God.
Get the fuck
Yeah,
out.
that's
Playing
right.
Red
The
Dead
old
Redemption today.
Blanca
That's why I'm wearing
shirt.
this cowboy hat. Nobody cares.
Andy, anything that you picked up on that you want to play from this show?
In my clip one, I guess Star Wars Battlefront had come out unexpectedly, and he's going to put you in
Wonder
the
if they're
experience
gonna
of Star Wars.
pick out
It's going to be like a Skywalker
a
Ranch,
Nazi hat.
Industrial Light and Magic,
It would be wild
blow
if
your
they
mind
found
description
it.
of what this
Actually
game
kinda
was like when it
curious.
came out.
Basically, it was
I don't
really
think they have. Watched a lot
really
of
well
stuff.
like
What the fuck?
let me put it this way, it was dropped on everyone without real build up, but when it did drop, it was a few weeks ago when it was announced, right, like a month ago, everyone was like, oh my god, so excited.
Compelling stuff.
So one of the issues, the reason why this guy has so many detractors in the world, and it's a very active subreddit, I'll tell you. One of the reasons is that he's not good at video games. So when he plays video games, he plays them poorly. And he's not good at analyzing and reviewing them either. Like, all the people who are into video games are like, this guy's an idiot, doesn't know what he's talking about. There's actually a series of videos called This Is How You Don't Play. And this guy made this video showing Darkside Phil playing a video game very poorly and made fun of him. It's like, this is how you don't play this game. And it caught on so much that he created an entire series around it. And it's got hundreds of thousands of subscribers.
What a great idea.
Yeah, just people goofing on how he sucks at video games. But
That's good.
I want to focus on his podcasting because that's what I do. That's my area of expertise. And I will tell you, when I'm starting off a show,
I want to focus
you want to
on
be
the
high
podcast,
energy.
too.
You want to be having fun. You know, unless it's a serious topic. There's no serious topics on this show, except for
I will say this, you don't necessarily have to be high energy or anything, and DSP tries to be high energy when he comes in, but his high energy is just he's ready to shit on somebody if he has a story ready to go. To be fair, yeah, rip the subreddit. I mean, there'll be another iteration of the subreddit at some point. It always comes back in some way, and to be fair, anybody who is aware of the subreddit and how slow they are on the uptake and how bad they are with misinformation, they're not generally the most informed bunch of people. So I don't really put a whole lot of stock in anything that kind of circulates in a Reddit. It's generally trash. Yeah, subreddit is always trash, yeah. What do I think about Phil trying on to ditch doing the tips goal? Hat, vest, glasses, not wanting to put them on. Wait, so are you saying that there's been an instance where he's saying he's just trying to outright get rid of it? Or are you saying when he's hitting the goals and he doesn't actually do what he needs to do? Because there have been times where he'll hit the goal and he'll just forget to put them on, or he'll just outright hold, you know, them hostage until he decides it's an adequate time to put them on, which is kind of lame. I've seen it happen before, in like whenever he's playing fighting games, and he'll get so caught up in it he doesn't even put a pull, or if he does a pull, it'll go for 30 to 40 minutes on a time, or at a time. Which it really doesn't need to. You can settle the poll out in 2 minutes if you really wanted to. I think it's fucking lame. I think that it's disrespectful to his fans, especially the ones who were bothering to give him money to hit that goal in the first place. And I think he knows that's really shitty to do towards the fans, but I don't think he gives a shit about it, which kind of fucking sucks, but that's kind of part of his MO. So I don't know. It really does suck. He's slowly phasing the rewards out. I don't think he can phase the rewards out, because part of what makes the rewards even exist is the fact that they're getting something out of it. Like, I know how lame that sounds, because I mean, what do you really get out of DSP wearing glasses? But if you just gave him $50 and just nothing happens, what the fuck is the point of giving him $50? Like, when you actually think about it, he barely gives you a thank you. He plays a little animation by hand now, which doesn't even call you out by name. And even if you like the animation, like, I don't know, at that point you're just giving to give, and you just fall into the situation of being like 1 Minute Man who just gave him, you know, $20, $25 every single day just to exist, which is kind of lame. I think he knows he can't get rid of the goals, but he also knows how lame the goals are, and he wants to swap them out. But at this point, he's kind of, he knew what he was, well, he didn't know what he was doing, but back when the vest streak was going on, he effectively made it where giving him tip money would equate to, this is towards a vest, this is a piece of clothing. He made so many celebrations. We literally had, what was it, the Vestival. Look, we had this thing. Did he forget that this was a... Oh, God. That was... I forgot. That's... Memology. Really? I guess it does make sense. Whatever. Here you go. I keep forgetting that DSP's own video doesn't show up in time. Everybody else kind of trumps him.
October 30th, 2011. So people were like, what is with this vest? You guys don't have it? I'll go look very quickly. It was right there in the closet. I've never worn this. It's in the closet. Me in this video from October 2011.
Like,
is probably
he
the last
really
time I
was...
wore this vest. 9 years
He
that
really
vest
was
sat in my
absorbed
closet
with all of
for
this.
now it's been worn.
When you actually think about it.
Weatherproof brand, that's the name of it. Turn on the fan because the sun came out outside, so I don't want to get too hot.
He was all about putting on this goddamn thing. He made it his fucking identity. How many hats has this dude bought? How many vests has this dude bought? He tried doing ties for $200.
And by the way, Zug,
remember when he brought out fucking jeans and he just sat them down on his couch on his arm for $200? He had the double vests. Remember when double vests were a thing? He would change vests at a certain amount? It's super lame. It's actually super lame. How would you have an entire fucking event over people giving you money to put on an article of clothing? But he's defined himself as this. He's literally, it's tied to the hip now. How did he do it before? He doesn't even remember how he did it before. He'd have to go and look back at his old streams to see how people gave him money. Back then, they were a lot more willing to like part with their money. But this is what you got. The vest streak, the Vestival. He was celebrating it. Look at this. Whoa. Vest streak 50. It's a celebration. Wow.
50. So by the way, that means that later this week or like next weekend.
And it would keep going, and it would keep going, and it would keep going, and it would keep going. It was the lamest thing. But he really did attach this to his entire persona for the last 5 years. Like, legitimately, For the last 4 to 5 years, DSP has just been known as the whore that would be paid money to put on clothes. And now what is he going to do? Is he going to drop it? Well, what the fuck are people even going to give him money for? People don't even give him money for the gameplay anymore. They don't have tip wars and shit. What the fuck are they going to do? A tip war to see who's going to be on there? The most recent? How does that working out for him right now? He doesn't have that shit anymore with bits. The vest is a symbol. It truly was a symbol. It was a symbol of shit to come. He literally ruined his own content by wearing clothes and stressing how important it was to wear a fucking vest and then soon to be a fucking hat. And now he wants to move off of that. Okay, sure, whatever.
We're getting arrested, which we'll get into.
Sure.
But there's no serious
That makes
topics.
sense.
So you want to make sure people are having fun, and you don't want to remind them of everything that's weighing on them and all the problems they have in the world.
With all of that being said, I hope that you are all in a good mood and ready to chill with me here on DSP Gaming today. And if not, if something's bugging you, if you're under the weather, if you're bothered mentally by something, hopefully this show will put a smile back on your face and or entertain you or distract you in some way from the bad stuff and hopefully get you back on track. If it doesn't, well, I tried.
Could you imagine reminding people? Like, I realized that like work is hard. You have a family member who's sick, and you know there's death recently in your family. That was pretty brutal, right? Also, that girl broke up with you. You'll never talk to her again. But hey, we're having fun today, guys. Let's enjoy it. Let's jump on the and don't remind people of this shit. Don't bring it up. It's a bad idea.
It really
That
wants
just
to
means that he's thinking
self-fulfilled
about that shit.
kind of
Yes.
nonsense.
His life
when you
is
think about
crushing
it.
him.
Yeah.
He
But he
filed for
knows.
bankruptcy in 2020.
He knows.
And
he did it
that's
on
why he's
purpose.
this e-beggar now, because he's literally, and look, we've all seen the e-beggars of the world out there. We've all seen the steel toes and things, and it's like, it's kind of embarrassing.
Oh shit, yo, they called out Steel Toe? Okay. Based? I'm gonna subscribe to them.
But when he's on there going, guys, I need to pay my electric bill tomorrow.
Based.
Whoa.
You're like, whoa,
I'll take
Listen,
it.
Mr. Beggar, when someone gives you a brownie, just fucking eat it.
Yeah, right. Yes, the guy gets a fucking brownie and he's mad about the frosting. It's like, dude, you can't pay your electric bill. Your priorities are all out of whack.
Sell
my
that brownie.
Yeah. So this guy also is delusional. Like I said, he started like in 2008. He claims that he invented YouTube Shorts and TikTok.
Oh.
He claims that he invented game reviews and playthroughs. He thinks he was the first one to ever play a video game on the internet and then people would watch him play.
You know what? That's a good segue. That's an actual great you know what? Thank you, Karl. Is his name Karl Hamburger? Big up's Karl Hamburger. Now you're making me a little hungry. This is a great segue. So I can watch DSP state how he started YouTube Shorts and co-op gameplay before they existed. Oh my, holy crap. Oh man. Okay, this is no.
100% before they ever dropped the bombs, and they refused. 100%.
Oh no. I don't want to listen to all that. Where's the we gotta get the raw. Let's listen to these. Hopefully these are in time sections.
If you're wondering why it sounds like there's an echo of audio, it's because there are. So this is Resident Evil 5's first DLC. It was called Lost in Nightmares. It was a co-op DLC you could play with someone over the internet. And John, my friend at the time, came over and we did this co-op. He had a TV next to me sitting down, and I was at the main TV sitting down, and we were two completely separate setups hooked up over the internet, syncing and playing with each other through this DLC. Kind of unprecedented at the time. People were not doing this kind of co-op almost 15 years ago. It didn't exist on the internet. So we actually, in some ways, were innovative.
What? This style of co-op wasn't... He knows LAN parties existed back then, right? I know it's not even equivalent, but it's somewhat equivalent. I'm almost... Yeah, Rooster Teeth does come to mind. I'm trying to think of like when they were doing their gameplays and shit, but you know, I like to think way back in the day when I used to watch, like, through GOM, I would watch StarCraft matches and shit. And they were effectively doing LAN games and they were filming them. This wasn't a new thing. Oh, okay. All right, whatever.
Creators of co-op back in the day, you wouldn't find many videos like this
Co-op
at
on YouTube?
all. It would mostly be just one person playing with AI. But we did a real co-op with two people.
I don't think it was
very, very rare to see that.
innovative.
Later on, when we did things like this, we actually filmed two perspectives, and I would actually edit in his perspective into the corner of the screen for true picture-in-picture, so you could see two different perspectives at once. Okay, so it's just funny because our co-op stuff was very innovative and basically inspired a ton of other people to do co-op things like this, but no one ever admits it. We absolutely did. You could find big YouTubers watching this stuff, leaving comments on the videos and shit, and then years later they're doing it, right?
Wow. He really did have a big head on him, huh? Oh, this was during the oh, this was DSP during his birthday event, wasn't it? I think. I actually didn't even watch any of this. What the? I just literally skipped to him eating some fucking brownies.
But it is what it is. It's, you know, I'm not looking for credit. It's not like someone give me a cookie and saying, oh yeah, I watched a DSP video and got an idea is going to help me or anything. But it's just funny that people want to like forget that I exist. But abso-freaking-lutely.
And he really wants that
This is one of the oldest of this style co-op playthroughs ever on YouTube.
Fucking etched on his fucking tombstone. This dude literally wants it on his tombstone. I invented co-op. What other things did he invent?
But if you do the bad side, you do all that stuff. And there's two completely different endings of the game based on the choices you make during the course of the game. Now you might say, wait a minute, 1.4 million views from this playthrough. Why is the video only a minute long? Because back then I did highlights. I didn't do full playthroughs at all. What? So this game, I was only doing highlights of the gameplay. And so this was just one of the highlighted parts I decided to record. What I would do is I would just record snippets and someone...
This is... Oh my god. The baloney out of this. The baloney. I did snippets? Bruh, your entire channel was fucking snippets. Minus the fact that they had like a hard limit of how long you could have a video. Like, is he really pretending that he just did a little snippet just for a snippet? As if he's creating a whole genre? This dude literally got paid in views. Actually, factually got paid in views. Of course he would divide this shit up. I guarantee you the reason why it's part 3 and why it's like this one particular scene is because that way he could maximize it and then just go on to the next thing. He's pretending like he didn't do that shit. That's literally his whole MO. Yeah, when he invented mukbangs. Motherfucker.
Be good and some would suck. What? So I would just keep the ones that I thought were good and I would upload those. I figured people don't want to see the entire game. They just want to see the best parts. So I would actually make these highlights and only upload these 1 minute. Funny part enough, it's a YouTube short.
He says it with the utmost seriousness. This dude, dead ass, looks at the fucking camera, gives this fucking view right here. It's like, I invented YouTube shorts. This is a YouTube short. Buddy, if I'm not mistaken, one of the earliest fucking videos to be up on YouTube is quite literally a minute long fucking short about like the people who were like starting YouTube out at the zoo filming a fucking elephant. Wasn't like that the thing? So if you want to be real specific, technically a YouTube short would have been those guys fucking 18 odd years ago. Yeah, me at the zoo. It literally was the me at the zoo. It literally is the first short.
All right, so here we are in front of the elephant.
This is literally the first short. It's 19 seconds. You can't get any more shorter than that. If you want to be honest, if you want to be real honest, these guys made the very first fucking short. So don't do this.
Before there were YouTube shorts, before there was TikTok, I was making shorts. You know, the entire premise of entire businesses now. I came up with that.
I came up with that. And then he has this shit-eating grin. Look at this. He's so happy with what he said. Look at this. He's so convinced. He's so convinced. He's giving you that shit-eating grin. I came up with this. Me. Me. I did this.
I'm not the only person who was doing it. A lot of people were doing these little clips back then, but I was one of them doing a little. And then people asked me to do the whole game, and I said, "Oh, you want me to play the whole game?
Yeah.
Oh, okay." And then I started doing full playthroughs. But this was my original idea: was that I was just going to do highlights, and then it became full playthroughs when people asked for it.
Face when the gaslight hits you just right. Yeah. All right, what other things did he fucking try to gaslight me into?
I stopped playing it day one. I never got past the first few hours. It was such a piece of shit
this one?
at launch.
Is this one gonna also fucking piss me off?
So anyway,
probably.
all right, that's good. So now, anyone who says Phil never innovated anything, you could refer them to these videos and say, well, actually, look, he did one of the first biggest co-ops ever on YouTube, and probably everyone copied him. Oh, look, he actually did video essays 8 years.
Remember, we literally saw this clip and he was like, I don't need fucking recognition. I'm not looking for a cookie or anything. And then over here, he's literally asking for the whole fucking tray of cookies. And he's like, where the fuck is my Wikipedia article? Why aren't they writing about me in history books and textbooks and shit?
Let's fucking go.
He's literally asking for a whole tray of cookies.
Aim.
Fucking
ago, that got 1 million views, and now everyone does them. There you go. Let's see what's next.
My God.
I'm going to be the Harlequin.
Man, what was this one?
With a few other sides, so that was delicious. And then after that, we jumped into reacting. For about an hour and a half, I reacted to about 9 or 10 of my most popular videos of all time. And as I'm doing this reacting, we realize a major pattern, okay? First of all, that the YouTube algorithm is kind of random, because the parts that got the most popular weren't necessarily more entertaining than any other parts of the playthrough. It was just YouTube picked at those parts as...
How does he know? How does he know? DSP has never watched his entire playthrough from start to finish and was like, this was all entertaining, or this wasn't entertaining. He always just swears up and down that this was good content or whatever. But you've seen whenever he's like been given a video of himself to react to and how he has a propensity to kind of skip through all the boring parts. He used to do that back when he was like originally doing the DSP reaction, where he reacted to his own videos like fucking 4 or 5 years ago. He would skip through it because he knew everything was boring. He didn't even do I guarantee you 100%, 1,000,000%, this dude did not go through like the top 20 videos that he was popular with. I guarantee you he picked half of those and it was like, yeah, this wasn't that great. Speaking of the algorithm, just like, oh, I will talk about that. I will talk about that, Hate Army. It's a very specific thing. I actually can discuss a little bit about SEO stuff and how he may or may not hit things and how he kind of fucked up.
The algorithm to be popular, but also a lot of trends. For example, did you know that over 15 years ago, I did a online co-op before anyone else is doing it, and it was almost like very innovative to the point where it inspired other people? I know for a fact it did because people have told me over the years it did. Me and John Rambo doing Rise of Nightmares DLC for Resident Evil 5 was one of the first major co-op playthroughs like that on YouTube, and it got millions of views.
He doesn't want credit, but this dude right here is quite literally saying, how come people didn't give me credit? And he wants all the brownie points for a thing that he thinks that he fucking innovated. Well, he innovated it so well, he ended up dumping his fucking co-op partner and he never did it ever again. And whenever anybody says, go call up fucking John and apologize and make amends, he fucking sits there and he pretends that it's John's fault and he needs to call. It's kind of wild that we're currently talking about the triumphs of our past, even though we did nothing to capitalize on these things. Absolutely nothing. If he did, he would be a co-op guy today, but he's not. This dude is a fucking washed up nobody that exists on the corner of the internet where people fucking take pot shots at him because it's so easy to do. He outlasts everybody because, I mean, really, what does he have to do other than just get like fucking 12.5 people to really buy in and give him money, and then he can kind of just subsist off of it. He has a whole library of shit. Guarantee you, there will come a day. I'm feeling it. There's gonna come a day in the next like fucking 5 years or so. YouTube is gonna change fundamentally because it needs to turn a fucking profit. It can't sit here and just waste money for years and years and years. And at some point, Phil might find himself demonetized. And what is he gonna do at that point? He's not big enough to make enough of a stink to get his money back. If it ends up being demonetized and he can't make money off of his 15 plus years of legacy content, then I don't know, he's gonna be up fucking shit creek. So he needs to be really careful about this shit because he didn't aspire to do anything with all of these innovations, and he really isn't doing anything now. He's not innovating now. He's not entertaining anybody now. Case in point, a lot of these things don't entertain anybody other than fucking trolls. If you're lucky.
Okay. In addition, when I first started on YouTube, did you know I didn't do playthroughs? I did clips. I did like minute-long to 2-minute-long clips, just highlights of gameplay, which now you would call a YouTube short or a TikTok highlight. I was doing that at first, but then people actually asked me to go more in-depth and do full raw playthroughs, so I did. But
what a wild thing to claim. He has no idea what TikTok is. I don't think this dude's ever watched a TikTok video. I don't think this dude's ever navigated on his phone to TikTok, which is good. I mean, I don't fucking do, but like, what a thing to claim. What a fucking thing to claim. But big ups, I guess. That's DSP and his take on fucking whatever the hell that was, on being relevant and inventing like most of the internet or something.
A video game on the internet.
It's hilarious.
He's nuts.
It's like, what's his name's dad from Stern, inventing the...
Oh, yeah, Sal Governelli's dad invented toppings on pizza.
Right.
He claims. It's like, I was the first person to put not just cheese, but other shit, too.
After his parents go. It depends. If you want to really think about it, because I've said it before that I honestly, earnestly think that DSP's waiting for inheritance of some sort, just assuming that he gets 100% of it. If one of them goes and the other one lives for the next 10 years, that inheritance is worthless. Potentially worthless. Which is a terrible way to think about it, but let's be fair for a second. If his parents continue to live, shit's gonna get harder and harder. And even if he got inheritance, that's not gonna carry him to retirement. At least not nowadays. So he needs to be really careful on how he's thinking about the future, because I don't think this dude thinks about the future at all. He's like an animal. He kind of lives in the moment.
Question mark.
Probably not. So this is some fun stuff. There's a bunch of YouTube channels devoted to this guy. One of them is called DSP Tries It, Memology 101. And I guess, you know, that recent Dan Snyder doc came out. It's not really Dan Snyder, but Nickelodeon specifically. Quiet on Set, I think it's called. And so people have been sending him videos about that.
I think I'll
nonstop.
listen to this last thing
and he's not understanding why that is. So this is him addressing, like, guys, I'm into video games. I don't care about salute your shorts. Like, he's trying to explain. He doesn't understand why this is happening to him.
And right now, one of the big talks is that there's a show on Netflix, I think it is. I don't actually know what it's on. No, it's on Max, correct? It's on Max. And it's a documentary about how, sadly, it seems like a lot of the kids were mistreated or put into really uncomfortable adult situations they should not have been in while on these sitcoms, and it's all being exposed now years and years later. Okay, so we already watched a video about this a week or two ago, and I told everyone I'm not interested in it. You know, I wasn't around for that era. I don't know any of these kids. I don't know anything about it. It's sad that it happened.
I wasn't around for any of that era. I mean, I can see if the argument is like he didn't watch the shows, but he did exist. Like, it's not like he skipped through time. Such a weird way of wording that.
This is something that commonly probably happens in Hollywood all the time, and now it's good that it's coming to light.
Yeah, what's during the 90s?
I just don't care about it because I'm not interested. I have no involvement in it. I don't even know anything about it. Someone submitted an ultra clip this week. Oh, here's Dan Schneider's apology for the I don't care. I literally don't care. It has nothing to do with me. I have nothing to add or comment because I'm not involved in it. I don't even know.
Dude, are you kidding me? I don't watch the DSP react shit. I really don't. So when DSP is given a video, like, DSP is not involved with K-pop drama or dancing. He's not involved with mukbangs. He doesn't go to these places and eat these foods. There's a lot of things he's not involved with. But, like, was he worried about that hitting too close to home? What on earth?
Max 1011 cheered 50
what kind of
big
response
ups.
is this?
I wasn't around for World War II. I can't watch a documentary on it. His logic is literally so brain dead, it's astonishing.
You can have an opinion on these things, and I think when people pay $20 a month to have an ultra clip submitted, I think they're kind of entitled to maybe getting a reaction out of you. And if your reaction is, well, I don't really understand the situation, you should just describe it as, I don't understand the situation. But to come off and say, I have nothing to do with it, it has nothing to do with me, that comes off as so defensive that I don't understand the purpose of this. Other than maybe he thinks it's attributed to him or something. Yeah, this is the dude that literally reacted to 9/11. He wasn't there. He wasn't at the fucking World Trade Center. So, it had nothing to do with him, but he could react to that.
Anything about it. So why you would submit this video, I have no idea. We're going to watch it for like a minute, and then I'm going to move on. Because I already said I'm not interested in the idea. I don't know anything about it. But then you submit it as an ultra thing. It's like, oh, we'll watch the video anyway. Okay, you ready? Here we go. Here it is.
Bro. It was literally a pertinent thing. When this was, I don't know how many weeks ago this was. This is literally when it was a pertinent thing. People were reacting to it because the documentary just came out. So yeah, maybe people just wanted your 2 cents on a thing that just came out. It's not that complicated.
Okay, so then he puts out this video. You heard that whole build-up where he's going, you guys keep submitting this shit. I already looked at it. I don't care. I don't know what kind of take am I going to have on this stuff. I don't know anything about it. And then we find out the reason why people are all submitting this to him.
Uh-oh.
Hey, it's Boogie. I played Tebow on Nickelodeon's iCarly. I got a chance to watch the Quiet on Set program, and I reached out to Dan to see if it was something that he'd be willing to discuss.
I'm okay.
So it turns out Darkside Phil and Dan look identical.
No, I didn't see this.
So everyone's just calling him a pedophile. And he's not in on the joke. He's like, hey, you keep sending me this shit. I didn't watch those shows. I don't get it. I'm
not on trial here.
So listen to Phil get very upset about this.
Really appreciate you reaching out and giving me the opportunity to talk to you about what we saw over the last 2 nights.
No.
Okay. That's enough. Like, really, I don't know anything else about it. I'm not gonna watch the show.
Wow.
I don't care about the show. I have no interest in the show. I was an adult when those children's shows were on. I don't need to know anything else about this. Let's move on. Please don't submit more videos about this.
All right. You hear that, everyone? No more videos.
Wow.
He's such a salty little bitch.
I know.
He really is. Yeah.
In Dan's defense, at least he doesn't have a whiny voice like Phil.
Yeah. He sounds like, I think Christian pointed out in the chat here, he sounds like Ben Shapiro. If Ben Shapiro played video games.
Let's not start making fun of people's voices, okay?
Yeah, right. That's a good point.
I'm sorry, man.
Us in glass houses over here.
No.
That's a very good point. All right, Lucy, what else did you pick up on from this show?
Well, you mentioned that he was eating his barbecue beef, whatever the fuck it was with a fork.
It was pork.
All right, I wasn't,
I kind of want to move on from this, but it was a really, really good take. I don't want to like review their entire review of things, but big ups. I did not know these guys existed until just now. The Who Are These podcasts? A decent review on DSP being weird. It's not even their like most viewed thing too. So DSP can't even make the argument like they did it just to fuck with him or whatever. Like they've covered other people apparently, and they're definitely had more views from other people too. So that kind of shows you how irrelevant Phil is. But I don't know, maybe he'll one day figure it out. Somebody will send a clip about the show and he'll react about them reacting to him reacting to shit. Yeah, they did it for the views or something. More entertaining than I thought it would be. Yeah, that was actually a hell of a lot more entertaining than I thought it would be. I actually have not watched, I will say this, I have been on quite the hiatus of DSP content as of late. I think I may have, within the last 2 weeks, watched a total of maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours worth of pre-stream nonsense collectively over the last 2 weeks. Some of which with last week's recap, and then some of which just passively in the Discord, and I don't know, he's been so boring I've kind of tuned out. So it is kind of funny to see some of the shit after the fact, because like people were telling me, what is it, the other night when DSP canceled the Fightcade shit, that apparently it turned out pretty funny, even though he apparently it made a little bit of money, and that was because he did a whole lot of ranting on the trolls, which seems to be kind of his MO over the last week and a half, 2 weeks. I don't even know if this is because of the June the King stuff. I don't know if stuff's happening behind the scenes. I don't know if this has anything to do with his wife. But it's kind of wild how he's just been kind of going off the rails a little bit more lately than maybe the last couple of months. But I still hold true that most of his gameplay has been utter shit, and it's not really been worth watching. So you can't convince me to go and restream most of his content. That's just not good, man. It's just not good. But I will go ahead and link them in the description to check them out. The Who Are These podcasts? Pretty cool people. I would agree they're pretty cool people, at least from what I saw. I'm gonna have to take a look because they probably review a lot of other different kind of podcasts that might be interesting. I'm always you know, like a Shane Dawson thing. I don't care about Shane Dawson, but that might be interesting to watch kind of shit. I don't know. People are hopped up on drugs or, you know, true crime and nonsense like that. Maybe call-in shows. You never know what's on here, so you can probably find something. They have their own locale. Okay, fair enough. They find out about Planet Jeff. I'm not aware. The Fightcade canceled stream is a top 10 freakout. See, that's hard to... I know there are a lot of people that are like, this is one of the best things yet. It's so hard to pin that to a thing because there are a lot of things that happen within the DSP verse that could be like, this is the best thing ever. This is the best, you know, whatever. I don't know. Without having seen it, I can't say that for sure. But from what I heard, it was more of the same of the bitching, and the money just didn't help him at all. Which is whatever. Prevailing theory is that 1 Minute Man is playing Jeff. Jeff got doxxed last week around the same time 1 Minute Man. Oh, okay, fair enough. That would be interesting. But from what I heard about 1 Minute Man, which I'll kind of touch on a little bit. So yeah, I can go through that as well to see who supposedly is Planet Jeff, you know, blah, blah, blah. 1 Minute Man, from what I understand, I think it was on Monday is when he stopped. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. I think it was Monday is when he stopped tipping. Now, it's not the first time that 1 Minute Man has not been present. But I've been hesitant to jump the gun at all of even mentioning anything about 1 Minute Man because it's so whatever. Like, he comes, he goes, and DSP has always gotten the money anyway, and realistically, until DSP suffers some kind of weird freak out, it's kind of a moot point. And at some point, somebody's gonna say something about it. If supposing 1 Minute Man is truly gone, which I don't put a whole lot of stock into it. It's funny if that's the case, but I'm not. But let's pretend that this is the case. 1 Minute Man is completely gone. He's never coming back, whatever. Then at some point, DSP is either going to say, well, it doesn't matter. 1 Minute Man it's his prerogative and he'll play it off, and then that will bubble, or it will bubble and it'll boil over once somebody prompts him, and then he'll give like a weird, none of your business, blah, blah, blah. You shouldn't be worried about other people, fucking giving you money and shit. And, at the end of the day, it's like, it's bound to happen. Not everybody is going to stick around for DSP content. Not even detractors stick around forever for DSP style content. They fuck off at some point. But, it is what it is. Like, yeah, exactly. You never find out if one of them ever died. If they died suspiciously, you would just never hear a thing. Shane Dawson podcast I'm thinking of is the one where he talks about he thinks oh, wow. That, I mean, if 1 Minute Man is completely gone, DSP is going to have a new dent. Yes and no. 1 Minute Man has been around for like the better part of 5 to 6 years. He's been around during Twitch, during the highs. I think even before, what was it? The King Tut guy was around. And he has occasionally given, and he used to be part of a group that would kind of circulate and just give DSP like $21 and just kind of make him feel good during the night streams and shit. And he did talk back in the day too. I believed he did talk on Twitch. There's no records of him talking on YouTube, but I mean, if you ever wanted to, you could always use the chat logs. You could always use this. This does catalog for the most part any messages that are going on. If you need this, feel free to check it out if you haven't already bookmarked it. But you can find via username. This is how most people were able to tell when Kagome had changed their name to Fox Mulder. And you can kind of track them to see, what they're doing now, blah, blah, blah. But through that, I mean, 1 Minute Man never talked. So it is what it is. I mean, it's an alias regardless. But yeah, it's whatever. Like, if he's gone, he's gone. Yeah, somebody's probably going to take his place, but I think at some point that's going to boil over too. And I don't want to say you're maybe going to get it tomorrow, but if he's not there tomorrow, you're going to have that propensity for somebody asking those questions. And the further it goes along, the worse it's going to get. So it is what it is. I don't know. I'm kind of waiting on it. I'll take a look at the 1 Minute Man possibility here in a sec. What was the next thing that I was going to talk about? What I put as the intros, we did look. Podcast reviewed, we did. The Fallout TV show. I did want to talk about that. What did I have left on that list? I like bouncing back and forth. I have a lot of different things that I wanted to kind of talk about. I didn't have it in a particular order, so I kind of just wing it, if you will. Let's see. We did this. Elden Ring. Oh yeah, that's right. I can at least take a look at this. So I wasn't aware of this, but DSP during God, was it here? No, this is where he's announcing it. There's a fire alarm inspection, and then for some reason he leaves it in a video. Where the hell is this though? Did he even? I guess he didn't.
Omen monsters, we killed them, and then people were like, "Well, there's not a lot." Here's the thing. Here's what happened. I got interrupted. I was interrupted because a couple times a year, it's required that where I live, we have an alarm test because I live in a private community, and the homes are triplexes, which means it's basically 3 homes connected to one building. Okay, because the 3 homes are connected by law, it's required that you have an alarm that connects all 3 buildings. So let's say a fire started next door, I know because my alarm would go off, and I know get the hell out of the house to call the fire department. Okay, so we needed to test this alarm, which is fine. Obviously, that's a good thing. I want it. That's very good for my family. But they said they were coming at 2:30. So I said, all right, I'll have everything set up. So at 2:30, we'll just take a break. I'll pause the recording. And I'll tell everyone on stream, guys, I got to go for like 10-15 minutes for this test because the test is very fast. And I'll be right back. So 2:25 comes. I say, okay, guys, I'll be back. Go downstairs. I open the garage. I'm looking all around. They're not here. Okay.
I wonder if I can find.
So I start doing stuff around the house. I'm taking out the trash. I'm cleaning the house. I'm doing chores. 4:45. They're not here. Okay. So I'm walking all around, looking around. It's almost 3 o'clock. They're still not here. I'm like, dude, this is bullshit. Over half an hour now. I gotta wait. They finally showed up, and when they showed up, they were fast. But it's like, it just sucks because this shit always has to happen in the middle of my stream. And, I got to be here for it. I'm the owner of the house. I'm responsible for having all this testing go through and everything. By the way, it's very loud. Like, when it goes off, it's a huge piercing shriek that...
Wow. Guys, I didn't know if you fucking knew this or anything, but apparently, sources have told me fire alarms are loud. No fucking shit.
Kills your ears. So there was no way I was going to be able to stream when it was going on anyway. It's just like very, very annoying.
What did he actually think?
So finally, they finished, and I came back to stream, and essentially I had lost an hour of gameplay. All right, it is.
Let's take a look at that. I do have the April 5th Raw restream. When did he fuck off? Give me the real question. The real question right here. Oh god. Am I gonna be able to fucking skip around with this? I only needed to just check to see the dead air segment. Maybe I should have downloaded this ahead of time.
How weird that he wasn't there before.
I just have to find a portion of the stream where he's just not there.
Hit him once or twice.
Yeah, this is one of these instances where Ann should have downloaded this stream ahead of time. I can do that, but I feel like it would be kind of stupid to do it now. When did he do it? Was it like here, perhaps? Oh. Is it here? Oh, I guess it was here. Here at the end. Yeah. So I guess you just have nothing.
Okay.
Oh, that was a large chunk. All that? God damn. Yeah, that was like 40 fucking minutes. Kind of fucks off right around here at the 3:40 mark. Man's internet's a detractor. A part of it's Odyssey. I don't think you can. You can't set the whatchamacallit. I can't set the quality for this, so I don't know what it's trying to load, and I don't know how it loads what it loads. I can download these, and it doesn't really take any amount of time whatsoever. But something about Odyssey, it's a little weird, a little weird. But yeah, he just kind of fucks off, and he just doesn't come back for a long period of time. Everybody kind of just sits there waiting for almost a fucking 45 minutes. He couldn't put on BGM or nothing. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you would want to put on BGM. Because if it was his BGM, I think everybody would have been suffering the entire time. Let's be fair. How dare those alarm testers show up late? It's not like DSP is late every day. I feel like this could have been planned out a lot better. Maybe he could have started the stream early. Hell, if he wanted to, he could have just done the gameplay and then did the pre-stream stuff after the fact. I don't know. This seems like it's a problem based on the fact that he doesn't really work around things that are convenient for people during a normal workday. Like, let's be real. It's a fucking alarm test. It's gonna happen in the middle of the day. It's not like you can come super early in the morning or super late at night. They're gonna go around normal business hours, so suck it up and just deal with it, you know? It's not that big of a deal.
But it is. So I continued, and we didn't have much time, and I got asked by the chat, well, did you fight Moog? And I'm like, well, Moog is in the Blood Palace. Like,
I don't really care about this part. I will say this, I did tune in for a little bit of his current shit for Elden Ring. And now, as I understand for Elden Ring, all we had to do was just, you know, get to like the last boss, right? That's all we had to do. But on episode 57, we're already fighting Radagon. So, you know, if we're already beating Radagon, like, what's the purpose of this? Isn't this to get ready for the DLC? We didn't even have to do this for the DLC. And then he's doing more shit afterwards. He's like doing that fucking fireworm.
Alrighty.
I don't know what the hell this thing is. Like, it's a fucking fire snake leviathan worm thing. This thing. We're doing a fucking serpent.
Oh no, he's the wrong one.
We're doing this. And then we're doing other nonsense. And I'm just thinking to myself,
All right,
like, what is the purpose of this? Who does this serve?
A good start to the...
Don't say to me. What are we doing?
Boys. Now, how do I get this?
We're climbing up the goddamn tree? No. I guess we're getting ready for Millennia or whatever. All we had to do was get to the Moog. That's it. He can't leave his door open. Doesn't he live in a gated community? Those places usually have CCTV. If a neighbor goes in and steals something, they'll be recorded. Yeah, yes and no. Record is earlier in the game. Oh, this seems like this is completely unnecessary. We're playing Elden Ring, just to play Elden Ring at this point. Like, you don't have to do any of these things. He could just put it down. But I think at this point he has another stream of this scheduled, if I'm not mistaken. Man, another crab's treasure. Fallout. Oh, hey, no, there you go, the Halig tree. So we're doing this for Millennia at this point. Whatever. I think that's a really dumb idea. I think this is a pointless thing. He doesn't have to do it, but we're gonna do it, I suppose. I do have to talk about briefly his game choice. So Stellar Blade, if I'm not mistaken, comes out tonight, right? Like, I'm almost positive comes out tonight. And tomorrow we're stuck with another crab's treasure. Now, one in chat if you've even seen the trailer for another crab's treasure. 2 in chat if you have no idea what the fuck this game is. I'm actually kind of curious. I want to see how many people actually know what this game is. Arcadius knows. A couple of 1s. A lot of 2s. You even played the demo. Okay, so there's a good mix, a Dingus style game. Okay, so there's about half and half. Maybe there's a few people that haven't seen it. We're gonna check out the trailer, another crab's treasure. Now, I'm not okay. I'm gonna preface this. I'm not gonna shit on this game because it is an indie game, and it can be good, but I don't understand why we're picking this game specifically, because this doesn't seem like it's hard to say. It doesn't seem like a DSP game. Like, I don't understand. We don't play knockoff Souls-like games. Like, we literally made it a point that we don't play knockoff Souls-like games. But we're, 8 months later, we're now playing supposedly a knockoff Souls game. But this is the trailer. At least this is the trailer for the game. I'm hoping we get some gameplay. Oh, we do.
Recently had my shell taken away.
Holy shit. The world's crabbiest Souls-like.
If you can go get that treasure there, John, I'll gladly trade your shell for it.
I'm gonna find that treasure! Oh yeah, I also wanted to mention the crazy murderous crabs outside trying
to... Begone, little hermit. I tire of you.
Yes, ma'am!
done?
I've been working my butt off trying to get my old life back!
That treasure's as good as mine.
It would appear the hunt is on, I say.
Yeah, I don't want to shit on this game, but like, it's an indie game, and it's not something that I think DSP is. I don't know what DSP saw in it that really is appealing to him. I truly don't know, but I don't think this does not instill, you know, there's got to be some gameplay, right? I just want some gameplay, no commentary, no nothing. No commentary. I want to look at just a little snippet of gameplay. What does it look like to play this game? I mean, it's like an action platformer game. Kind of. You go around, you fight enemies with a fork, and you stagger them and shit. It definitely looks like something. I don't know, like I get Bikini Bottom vibes out of this. I don't know if anybody else gets those kind of vibes, but that's how I see it. And again, this can be a fine game. I don't see how DSP picked this over Stellar Blade. Oh, that's a little bit upsetting. Guess that guy's not that good. Yeah, yeah, this feels like Jellyfish Fields, and we're looking at a SpongeBob game of some sort, you know? Again, not to poo-poo on the game, because, I mean, the game looks like it can be fun. I don't see how we picked this game over literally anything else. But, I mean, Phil is Phil, and I gotta give him props. He's decided that doing this is the thing that he should be doing now, and we do have to give props to him. I mean, you know, he picked a game. I don't know if he specifically picked it. I get SpongeBob mixed with the Little Mermaid. Yeah, I can see that. Simple answer, Stellar Blade has boobs, a game doesn't. I mean, I know that's the reason why, part of the reason why he's avoiding it, but it's such a childish reason to avoid it. I mean, if he's going to cover it, more power to him, but if he's just going to drop it after a stream, it seems like this might not have been a thing we should do in the first place. And I have a feeling that this will probably exist for maybe 2 streams if we're lucky. But I don't know. I feel like this is just a waste of everybody's time and effort. Again, this is part the reason why I'm not interested in restreaming a lot of what DSP does nowadays. He just doesn't have anything going on. The closest he has is Elden Ring, and with his busted build that he has, it doesn't matter what he changes to, it's just whatever, man. He's over leveled and he's done with the portion he needed to do. By the time the DLC comes out, I don't even think anybody's gonna care. And my last one stream, you never know. But yeah, like, I mean, it looks like an alright game. Like, again, I'm not gonna crap on it because it's like nothing about that is telling me, oh, it's a bad game. It's just like it just doesn't seem like it's a Phil game, but who knows? Phil games could be literally anything. This dude loves fucking Unga Bunga food game, whatever the fuck it was called. All I ever remember is the 50-bit bitch night that we had where he was like screaming about it, and I had that game, whatever the game was. Bugsnax, thank you. Lucky Line, thank you. I try to tune out that game existed, because it kind of existed, but I felt like it was like an early demo for PlayStation 5. It felt like it was anyway. Whatever. Can't wait to see you play it on Friday. Brian Larson 2194. You too, Mr. DSP. I gotta be careful with some of these people, man. I had looked at one of DSP's comments in one of his videos. I think it was for his Fallout, not his Fallout show, but like his recent video that he put out that he's kind of bragging about, which it doesn't matter at this point because it's kind of like fallen out of trending. It really has fallen out of trending. Like it's only built up 300 additional views since I started the stream, which is still pretty good, but it's not viral like he thinks. I mean, if he thinks it's viral, that's kind of lame. But I remember looking at this guy. Now I will say this, this is like, I was checking to see which one of these were cosplaying and LARPing as real and honest fans, and I look at Cotton Dot Picker Porter, and then I look at the name, and I kind of think about it for a minute, and I'm like, well, you know, it makes sense, I suppose. It really does make sense. But he's convinced himself that they're real and honest people that comment under these things, so I don't know. Maybe somebody really liked it or something. That's what it is. Now, to be fair, that is the name of a country. Name of a country. Just saying. Right, it's Nigeria. Thank you, Lucky Limes. Thank you. Thank you. What was I gonna look at next? What was the recap? So we did these. Remaster. Wow, why his Fallout remaster is awesome. I don't actually want to listen to this portion. Thank you. DSP meme from Meow Blocked. What's this thing? Yeah. What a weird, strange little man. Just kind of chilling out, hanging, doing some stuff. DSP owns all the trolls like Piece of Peace who stalk him in Street Fighter 6. Oh, it's a tweet. Oh, thank God it's a tweet. All right, it's not a long one. All right, here we go. I likely beat my haters on the regular, considering we now know. They swap names to keep getting games. Just going to block them from now on. Prestreamer always tells DSP to hang himself, and yet he consistently loses to DSP when stream sniping, despite watching hundreds of hours of his gameplay. I know Dent Boxer is a little slow on the uptake, but it's okay because we have to forgive him. There are a lot of people in there that are mouth droolers, so unfortunately Bent Boxer the mouth drooler is just a little slow, so you kind of have to really kind of lay it on him that a person who's never played Street Fighter has technically, I think, has a winning record against DSP in all the matches that he's had against him, which really does say something for a semi-professional that went on to get 4th place at some Evo a long time ago that nobody remembers. It's because they're a scrub Bent Boxer. For reals, though, I have no idea who you're talking about. I don't follow it. I would argue that it was a Balrog player in versions of Street Fighter or Super Turbo who was the best I faced. Was it Evil AJ? Whomever they were, getting down mid-level strats that work online. No, giving these idiots attention is exact opposite of how I want to operate my business. This is why they all demand viewer night, because they just want to flood the room. That's actually kind of lame. Oh shit, hey, look at that. It's peace. I mean, yeah, but don't think about that too much. If you think about Peace doing well, you have to come to the conclusion that DSP is just making shit up on the regular, which, I mean, he has the habit of telling fantastical stories. That's basically his MO. But I get it. DSP is wanting to punish his fans by not having a viewer night, which is kind of lame because he's basically saying that the people who get punished consistently are his fans. It's a weird thing. What a very weird thing. So I did a post about it. Where was it? I gotta remember I'm on my sock on this one. One of the things I had pointed out was DSP minus the fact that he kind of punishes his fans. Those who are legitimate fans of DSP, every broken promise, every time he gets angry that nobody's watching, every time there's patterns of no interactions, every time he blames a game for failing, it's always your fault, he'll hate all of you. And it is true, DSP, whenever he makes these weird rants about how he cannot do a thing, it's always at the detriment of the fans. It's always the fans are gonna suffer for shit, which is really fucking lame. It's really fucking lame. But I also posted up this, like, DSP is trying to convince you that, you know, trolls have canceled all these special events, but when you think about it, when DSP promised to do, remember when at the end of Minecraft he was like, we're gonna have a final stream of Minecraft where I'll let people join my world and they can explore it and blah 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 blah, and he didn't do that. Remember when he was gonna do multiplayer Halo and he didn't do that. Remember at the end of Animal Crossing when he said he was going to visit other people's islands and he didn't do that. Remember when he was going to do Street Fighter lobbies and he really didn't do that, and multiplayer Call of Duty and he didn't do that. And remember when he was going to do fucking Fall Guy community nights and he didn't do that. And remember when people asked him about Mario Kart when it was still pertinent and he really didn't want to do that. Dude hates his fucking fans. He hates them. Every time he sits there and he promises a thing, it never comes through because he doesn't want to do anything for his fans. Fuck the fans. And the fans are the ones who are always going to suffer for this shit because who else is going to suffer, right? The trolls don't get anything out of him not visiting an island. Yeah, he could visit an island that'll make fun of his fucking fat face or something. But on the flip side, he could visit an island from a dedicated fan that just wants to show off his shit. So, wow, pretty cool. Yeah, he's a lifelong bullshitter. He truly is. They keep supporting him, so I don't have to any sympathy. It is true. If you're willing to support DSP
Queen
with all of
Nevinia
this
just
shit,
picked up arms as the new
of all of this
recruit
shit
in
that
the
he
hate
does to you
army style
guys,
situation type deal.
you know what? You kind of
Aim,
deserve him.
aim,
You really
aim.
do. So I have waning sympathy. But you know, I still want to mention it if I can. June the King announced a documentary, Saturday Prestream troll rant, getting in front of the June the King doc. I don't remember us going over that. I do remember, well, I didn't look at it, but we had him with a fucking controller.
That sucks. So that USB cable's just destroyed. I gotta order new ones. I'm trying to think, is there anything else I need to order?
So when he ordered this controller, oh my gosh, does that do that if I boost the sound? Are you kidding me? Oh, it does.
That sucks. So that
No
USB
way.
cable's just
Okay, I
destroyed.
can't boost
gotta
the
order
sound.
new ones.
I gotta leave it
I'm
be.
trying to think, is there anything else I need to order? I only have the one. This controller is my second one that I bought. The one that I had that was a launch controller for PS5, the entire left thumbstick melted.
The entire left thumbstick melted. Now, I know there have been complaints with the new PS5 controller where the controller sticks, the rubber isn't the best and they have a tendency to kind of get a little sticky, but to say that it melted, really, that's really saying something.
I don't know why. It just became goo. I didn't do anything to it. I didn't get it
goo.
like grossly dirty. It just melted by itself. This one didn't do that.
He doesn't know
So I
what's
think
on
they
his hands.
manufactured my launch PS5 pad.
You got him to show
This
it?
is the only one I have
Yeah,
now.
fair enough. Did he
maybe
show it
I'll
on
have
a
to
full
look
screen? That's a
into,
real question.
Getting
Bill
another
left
one.
it in
Maybe
his
I'll have to
office
order
out in
some
the sun.
USB cables and a new
I mean,
PS5 controller.
You can leave it out in the sun, but there are really simple things that you can do for these. If his complaint is the rubberized cap at the end of his PlayStation 5 controller is sticky, one of the simplest solutions is just to have a replacement rubber cap. I have like a whole little cup full of these, and I can swap them out for my Switch controllers. I can swap them out for my PS2, PS3 controllers. I can swap them out for anything. I got all sorts of little designs for them too, like little cat paws and little fucking little symbols and shit. They're nothing. They cost like fucking $4 for like a pack of 10. So if he's really worried about it and it's just the cap, he could clean it off and just put one of those on. It'll save you money, I suppose. But I don't know. He's being weird about this.
Just to be safe.
To be fair, his office is like hot as fuck.
I wonder how much
complain.
they cost now. I'm just curious, like how much PS5 controllers cost now.
I don't see how the heat's doing it.
I haven't ordered one. I haven't got one in years.
I feel like the oil does it, but you can clean these things. Like all it takes is like a little bit of. You could do a Clorox wipe. You could do probably like Windex on a fucking paper towel. You don't have to do a whole lot for this.
Oh my god!
Now the real question:
still $70.
The real question is, he ordered this. Did he order this through Amazon or did he order this through DoorDash?
Because
apparently somebody was telling me he got it the same night.
Oh my god, dude!
I can see him ordering it through DoorDash. Like, he found out you can get shit. Amazon?
Why is it so expensive?
That's insane.
They do have some cool colors. Like they have silver. I don't want the camo. They have galactic purple, like a weird purple.
Galactic purple.
Cosmic
I wonder
red,
if that's what it's called.
and all black. Oh, they have a starlight
All for the marketing
blue.
scheme. He's literally looking at those swatches right now. Yeah, that's right. He does live next to a center. That's why I was a little confused. Like, wow, he got it literally like within hours. But yeah, $70 is.
But man, they're fucking expensive as shit.
Me, like, he didn't even have to do this. This is a minor inconvenience. But he does kind of fuck around with these controllers a lot, so that's what it is. Hey, 1 minute.
Oh my god, they have Nova Pink and Volcanic
Nova
Red. So they have
Pink.
different reds. There's Volcanic Red.
Oh my god. I'm not gonna listen to this dude fucking call out colors of the rainbow and shit. That's fucking lame. So apparently he got a new controller. And that was all during the unrecorded shit. So boring footage missed during the unrecorded segment. Great. A picture of DSP's controller covered in slime. Let's see. All right. Really? The fuck? Yeah, it's just worn down. All you gotta do is just wipe it off. Were you? Oh man, I don't know how you were. Hey, look at that, squeeze banana. I don't know how you're fucking around with your controller that much where you're doing all that. Yeah, just clean them out. That's not that hard. I cannot believe that a controller is going to waste because he doesn't regularly clean his shit. He didn't clean this shit, and he couldn't just get a thumb cap to put on that. What a waste of money. And you know, it's not just $70. That would have been like 84 plus tax or 84 after tax, because you know it's a lot. You know it's a lot. Or so you can replace the thumb cap. Yeah, it costs nothing, man. It literally costs nothing. DSP will give no attention to trolls 6 hours later. Oh yeah. Got a thing.
I just saw, listen to this. There was a tweet made about a day ago on Twitter, and I didn't even know it existed. And then all of a sudden it showed up in my timeline as I was looking at Fallout stuff. Someone, I don't know who they are, they made a tweet and they were like, so Bethesda undid the lore of Fallout New Vegas for their new show, which by the way, they didn't. It's obvious the person didn't even watch the fucking show.
Yeah,
they said they undid the lore of Fallout New Vegas for their new show. Yeah, and this is an awful thing they did, but the show's ultra popular. So Bethesda is like the DSP of gaming because they just keep making the worst possible decisions, yet they continue to exist and be successful.
Why is he taking offense to that? DSP has admitted that he's made really, really horrible decisions. Even recently, he's made horrible decisions.
Jolly Green was hoping to see a funny picture
and he's
of
bragged
Dave,
about
but instead
existing
got
longer than
smelly
other
old Joe
people.
lady. Oh ho ho ho.
Thank you for the YouTube sub. Appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not a bad thing. He does exist.
Like, this is what this guy tweeted. And his tweet has over 10,000 retweets.
Whoa.
Or was it likes? It was either retweets or likes. I'm not shitting you. That was the win.
Okay, and then 6 hours later.
You realize I don't see any Twitter comments, right? Twitter is in a situation where I only can see comments from people who like are approved users, and no one can respond to me either. Like, if they do, I still don't see it. I don't see any of it. I don't have to ever read anyone's dumb comment. Ever. I don't ever see that. There's entire giant viral negative things about me. I've never seen one of them. I don't bother with it because I'm not a moron. I don't waste time on Twitter, a bunch of idiots being toxically stupid to myself and others. I just ignore all that shit. So I never get to see it ever. I never see it. So any moron who ever tweets that, I've never seen it once.
He really just... He has selective memory, man. He really does. You could tell him one thing and it happened, and then literally the same shirt later, it's untrue and it didn't happen. It's the same shirt. It's literally the same day, the same shirt. DSP can't even argue that. What a guy. What a fucking guy. He hates anyone who loves or enjoys the series, and his mind immediately goes to the fanboys. Dude's a contrarian. He, for the most part, he's a contrarian, but he likes to do this thing where if people are saying one thing in his feed, he needs to say the complete opposite. It's a travesty or whatever. I don't fucking know. As long as the pay pigs believe him, I suppose. Yeah, I guess so. They must have selective memory as well. The tweet that apparently triggered DSP was this tweet right here. It's saved. Big ups. I think this was saved on the Discord, which is nice. It was from Kami Attrition. In case you had any doubts, yes, actually retcon New Vegas. Bethesda is the DSP of game studios. Somehow, some way, despite making the dumbest decisions, they just keep going. Which, you can argue that. I mean, Bethesda has had a terrible track record of decision making, at least within the last decade alone. Their games haven't been the best, and DSP knows that, and he's shit on them. But they continue to make bad decisions, and there are some people who are like, well, the new Fallout show isn't that bad, and I'm not going to be here to argue that. There are some people that really love the lore, and they hate that the lore got rewritten and now it's canon for whatever the hell is going on for certain events happening and not happening. Above my head, I don't keep up with Fallout at all, but I can see how people would be pissed off. If you kind of have an established timeline, you kind of don't want to fuck around with it. And if you are going to fuck around with it, maybe you kind of want to make a disclaimer. I don't fucking know. Morrowind's the last good Bethesda game. Morrowind's the game that I remember spending hours and hours when I was house sitting for a friend playing. That shit was pretty cool. I was watching StarCraft at the time, Korean StarCraft. I was playing multiple hours. I would go to take a quick nap as I would set my guy swimming at a wall so you get athletics. It was pretty good. It was definitely the shit. Bethesda hates New Vegas and Fallout 1 and 2. Apparently so. DSP meme from Shinko. Let's take a look at this. What was this? Oh my god. AI is insane. AI is actually insane. Oh my god. AI has lost the fucking plot. Big up Shinko. Thank you for the shitpost. DSP calling people mouth droolers. Oh yeah, that's right. This I am aware of. Just a collage.
Post up my schedule. I need to be able to read important things. I can't have my feed filled up with a bunch of fucking mouth droolers. Which is exactly what would happen every time he tweeted me. It's hilarious because this moronic idiot, this mouth drooler, clipped a moment out of context on my stream, acting as if it's something that's real. Veritoto cheered again. He said, you rejected the King of Hate army. What about the DSP mouth droolers? No, because my viewers are not mouth droolers. I'm not that kind of content creator. You guys know what I mean. Here, shout out to all the idiots watching the stupid dumb fuck restreamers tonight. Brainless twits, mouth droolers, the followers, the sheep, the cud chewers.
Yeah, I guess he doesn't know that there's a search engine that lets you literally look up anytime DSP has ever said a word or a phrase. But I guess he doesn't see mouth drooler as derogatory, but you can call somebody a dent, which is a effectively the same thing. If somebody's a mouth drooler, that means their intelligence is to a degree in which they are sitting there mouth agape drooling because they are not really functioning. But if a dent is somebody who has a dent on their head, is that better or worse? I don't know. It's whatever you want to think and whatever DSP wants to think, I suppose. Head chewers are base as fuck. They're something. It's kind of wild too. Yeah, he does chew his fingers a lot. This dude has... I hated this because I saw a video. I hate it. I hate it because I can see it in my head. But I saw a video recently and it was like the effects of chewing on one's fingernails and hangnails and people getting terrible infections from it to the point where they had to potentially lose a finger, if not a hand, due to those infections. And it was very disgusting and I hated it. But I think about it now and I've never chewed my fingernails, but now I'm like extra paranoid watching him chew his fingernails because of seeing that. Yeah, so it really is a case. It's like I don't know if it was like it felt like it was like one of those like animated things and it like told stories about whatever. I saw it on my feed. I was like, okay, let's listen to this. I don't know why the fuck I clicked on it. And I was disgusted from it. And I just keep thinking back, it's like, I don't ever want to chew my nails. I would rather just take some clippers or something or some nippers and kindly tweeze whatever it is. But the reason being is because your mouth is full of germs, you're putting it up there and you're peeling and germs are getting into your bloodstream and you don't really know whether or not it's infected, but it could potentially get infected. It's kind of a bad place for it to get infected by the finger, so it's kind of one of those things where you got to be really careful about it. It was gross. I don't know. It was really gross. Nail clippers, la-ti-da, king and look, I need nail clippers. Don't tell me everybody bites their nails. I gotta do it with nail clippers. I gotta get another pair, to be honest. I'm missing my last pair. I think I may have left it when I was overseas. I think that's what happened. I always keep a pair on me all the time. I probably brought it and I forgot to bring it back. But yeah, human mouths, no thank you. Controller meme? Controller meme? What's a controller meme? God damn it, Meow Blocked. You make funny shit. Noise to it, but you don't have to. You just gotta know it's there, you know? Oh man. I'm calling for a cat. Num 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 num. He wasn't making any sound in a lot of the section. Also, I forgot I made that. Yeah, it's a good fucking thing. Big ups. That was that's pretty good. And we have the soy side fill. Where's this one? Oh, that's pretty good. I like this. I like this a lot. Soy side fill. You know what? I feel like I can use this. We're gonna save this. We might be able to use this image the next time I need to make a fucking thumbnail. He's just having fun. All right, what happened on Sunday? Agent Prop. Oh yeah, that's right. So for those of you who don't know, a new website was launched. It was Goutopia.net, founded by Agent Proper. This was due to, I'm aware of a little bit of it. I gotta be careful because I do actually have an account. I don't want to give it away because I don't know. I made a account name that I thought was funny enough, and it's like, oh, it's not gonna be Ant. So I don't want to spoil. We did make an account. Let's see, let's paste up on Chrome. There you go. You can sign up here. Sign up today. You too can be part of Goutopia. It's a regular standard forum situation type deal. It's pretty good. But I think this has a lot to do with the schism that happened regarding the farms. I think there was a little bit of a situation. Noel is does not take too kindly to the DSP section of the farms, and there was a lot of splits and breaks. Proper has kind of wanted to make a part of an area where people could go and hang out and talk and forum style situation type deal. So if you're interested in it, I would highly recommend it. You can register if you want. If you don't want to, you don't have to. You could peruse it if you want. It should be fine. Was the cancer in Russia? I don't know. Oh, concert? I don't fucking know. I think you're talking about the cancer. It could have been in Russia. Could have been. Since we're watching shitposts, here's one of mine. Let's take a look at this shitpost really quick. 1 hour of ding dong with random what the fuck? Okay.
Dong 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 dong. Dong 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 dong.
What the fuck?
Dong 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 dong. Dong 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 dong.
This is great.
Dong 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 dong.
It's like one of those things you could have like playing at like 1% as like your BGM. Why does it look like there's a fly going around? I see this and I keep thinking there's like a fly on my screen. It's actually just part of his recording. You can just have that like in the background at like 5% and just could be going. Was he doing a bit? Was he doing it like a Street Fighter bit? Oh my god. This is, I hate this. I hate this and I love it at the same time. Big ups. Thank you, Hate Harmy, for the dong dong ding dong 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 aru. We hate elephants and elephant style situation type deal. If you haven't checked it out, you should check it out here. I may or may not download this and have it as a loading Prestream screen. Maybe. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do with that. But big ups. Gonna be a new song. Well, it's already a song. Yeah, it's a BGM. You could literally be playing Fightcade right now, and that could be your BGM. It's just
dong dong dong.
You can just have it like in the background like this. I'm gonna have it just back there right now. All right, what else do we have? Agent Proper launches the DSP forums. DSP takes on ghost jobs. Wait, what? Oh, his take on ghost jobs. Okay. Yeah, okay, this is clips.
This exists because over the years
Okay, calm down, DSP. Jesus Christ.
She's gone through different jobs and looked for better jobs. This exists because over the years that Khet has been in Washington and she's gone through different jobs and looked for better jobs and stuff. There's been times when, you know, she's applying for different jobs, going to interviews and stuff. And I can tell you a few years ago, there was a situation. There's actually two situations that happened. Here's the first. So she's looking for positions that, you know, she would be qualified for, interested in. And she sees a job posting at a local Best Buy store.
You could make so many comments about Khet looking for positions. I'm not gonna make those jokes, but I'm thinking about them.
Okay, online. So she applies for it. Okay, interview. Come in for the interview at a certain day. She goes to the store for the interview. First of all, no one can even find the manager who's responsible for interviews. Why? Because these stores don't have hiring managers. They just have managers that are expected to perform interviews who aren't trained for it. So they can't even find the guy who's supposed to be doing the interview. But you told me to come to the store at this time for an interview. How is the person who's supposed to be interviewing me not here or ready for it?
You know what I just realized? This is a replay of DSP and like, I don't know. Yeah, this is his Nightbot was just, what happened? Where is his chat? Did Nightbot take over? Nobody was talking.
It doesn't make sense.
Holy crap.
So she sits around for a very long time.
Upwards
of an hour. Finally,
there you go. Somebody's talking.
This manager appears who's going to interview her. She gets into the interview, and the first question, all right, that's asked is
why do you think
so what job did you apply for? Wait, what? You're the interviewing manager. You're supposed to be interviewing me for the position. You're asking me what job I applied for? What?
Does he not know that? How does he think this works? Okay, I understand when you have big companies and you have like an in-house HR and or like talent acquisition or something, right? You have talent acquisition, they go through, they help with the hiring and everything, right? But if you're gonna find a position at a Best Buy or something, like you're gonna talk to the floor manager. There isn't a special HR guy, it's a floor manager. And if you've submitted a fucking interview or a resume, it's going to be online. He may not have it, or if he has it, he may have multiple interviews coming in that day. Why is this such a big deal? Is he this, like, this is not a thing you should complain about. This right here, the first two things, the manager being busy and the manager not knowing who's coming in and wanting to make sure that they know who they're interviewing are not the first two things you should be complaining about. It's standard shit. This is not stuff you normally, I mean, maybe if you were sitting there for 30 minutes, but not like this.
What am I doing here? So she tells, I applied for this position. Oh, I don't have any jobs in that position open.
Okay.
What? This is not a made-up story. This literally happened to my wife. And she's like, why? I don't understand. It was on the site. I applied for it.
Yeah,
well, I don't know about
online.
that, but we don't have that job. If you want, you could this exam.
So it was probably for
I don't
like
know
a cashier.
about that, but we don't have that job. If you want, you could maybe apply for this job, and I could interview for that now. And she's like, no. Why would I do that? Why? What are you talking about? So the entire thing was a complete waste of her time. She went home completely deflated, thinking that she was going to get a job interview for a job she wanted. And
let's be real. I don't think Khet has ever gone home deflated in the last 3.5, 4 years. Kind of the reason we haven't seen her. She's quite inflated, if you know what I mean.
And that's how she got treated. That's the American job market. Like, no exaggeration. There was another job she applied for. It was supposed to be for a position. I believe I want to say it was like at a hotel, and it was supposed to be like front desk. So she applies for this hotel position at the front desk. She goes for the interview, and they say, so just so you know, that's actually not really the job. Okay, the job is you're going to be driving a hotel shuttle back and forth from the airport.
That's not bad.
What? The job position I applied for was front desk. Well, that's really not it. You will be driving a shuttle. Why am I here? It didn't make any sense. And the way that the interviewer kind of pushed it was, well, yeah, 90% of the time you'll be driving the shuttle, but you may be at the front desk at some points if there's no one to drive around. So, but you'll be driving the shuttle. But
so it's a multi-position job.
So this is how these employers in the U.S. are now treating jobs. They basically don't care about the employees. All they care about is getting a big.
Oh, God damn it!
So this is how these employers in the U.S. are now treating jobs. They basically don't care about the employees. All they care about is getting a big well of information from people, right? And then they lie to get your information, and then they try to basically fool you into a job. Like, for example, what if you're desperate for a job, right? And so you applied at the hotel for front desk, you get into the interview, and they say,
where did he come up with this? They fool you into a job?
It's for the shuttle. Well, I'm desperate for a job. I might as well take it. But you didn't want that job. What if you're not even good at fucking driving? Right? Now you take the job. Or the Best Buy job. For example, I believe What it was, she was applying for, like, you know, someone working on the floor, maybe in electronics. And they said, well, no, you're going to be a cell phone specialist and only sell cell phones. Well, she doesn't have interest in that. She doesn't know about cell phones that much. She doesn't care for that. What? Why would she want to work that job? And by the way, isn't it funny, if the job posting is for one job, but you go in, but the actual opening's for another, why is that? Probably because no one wants that job for good reason.
That's not always the case. It could just be that the job is vacant. Oh God, that has so many things that you could just dissect. But that's such a wild thing for him to jump to, because if there's a job vacancy, it just means that the position is not filled. It could mean that, I mean, you could make a speculation on turnover rate if they're always hiring for this one position. You can make that speculation, but this is a non-thing. What the fuck? One thing leads to another. Next thing you know, and you're in an empty room on a couch, taking off your clothes. Prove how much you want the job. I will say this. She was confused on what position she wanted. She was trying to find a position. She was in that empty room and that couch, and she was looking for the correct position. She didn't know.
And what's funny is now there's websites you can go to online that talk about certain job positions, people who've had them, and after they leave the position, they go online to talk about that job and what it entails. And you'll see people with horror.
Is DSP trying to describe Glassdoor reviews? That's what it's called.
Stories, yeah. So they say it's a cell phone job, but man, it's high pressure. You got to sell cell phones. If you don't, you get yelled at. It's commission based. You don't get a lot of money unless you're constantly selling. They literally tell you to attach things to every sale, and if you don't, basically you get in trouble for it, or you get make like no money. So essentially, just lie to the customer and tell the customer they need something that they don't need, so that you'll make a sale, a tack on sale. So basically, it's junk jobs, right? It's junk jobs where it's just mistreat people, lie to people, just make sales. Who wants those, right?
DSP used to work for a bank where he sold fucking loans to families that couldn't afford them. He sold junk loans. That was one of his jobs. What are we complaining about? That's not a job she should take. That's the job she was gonna get. What are we complaining about here? I get it. I can see his complaint, which is you don't want to work for Best Buy because Best Buy is going to have you doing upselling, but that's kind of their job. When you actually think about it, when somebody is a floor person, what the fuck are they supposed to be doing? If somebody is working at if somebody is working at a fucking electronics anything, and they're asking for whatever, they're asking for whatever that you're currently in there for, you're going to try and upsell them for something that they may not need. That's how you're going to make your percentage. That literally is how it works. You're not a fucking cashier. Your job isn't just to be an information booth. That shit went away with the advent of mobile phones with a good connection to the internet. Nobody needs to have like an encyclopedia of all of these fucking electronic devices. You can just Google it. So what he's asking for doesn't exist anymore. Wells Fargo has gotten into trouble many times for that stuff. So I'm trying to push a loan on a friend of mine in real time. I mean, DSP used to do it for a living. Story doesn't make sense. No, it doesn't. This is him just trying to complain about a theoretical thing that doesn't exist. And even if it did exist, he's complaining about a job that she didn't even get, that wasn't even there, which could be just an old job listing that hasn't been cleaned up on the website, which isn't even their fault. It would have been like whoever runs the site.
Hey, no one. That's why they lie to get you in the door for another position, and then they tell you the other jobs are unavailable.
Story.
This is what's going on right now in America. Another thing that he mentioned, a lot of the jobs, they look attractive. You apply, you just never hear back.
Line and sinker?
Because they're not actually real. They're jobs that maybe once a year they'll need someone new. So they'll, I have fucking all this information from all these years that I've accumulated, and then when it's convenient for me, now I'll draw upon it, and I'll give you another.
That is not how it works. That is literally not how it works. If a position opens, you don't just take an encyclopedia of everybody who's ever fucking applied for your position in a year. Those people could already have jobs at that point. That's not how it works. What the fuck?
Another example of that. Again, a few years ago, Khet applying around for jobs and stuff. She gets a phone call, I'm not shitting you, 9 months later from when she applied for a job. Are you interested in it? What are you talking about? I applied 9 months ago. Do you think I sat around and didn't work for 9 months? No, I got another job. Of course I'm not interested in it anymore, stupid. But this is what they do. They're posting up. Because here's how it used to be. It used to be to apply for a job, you had to physically go to the place.
Like, he knows that there are people. So, I hate that I'm describing this because everybody works for the most part. Most of you work. The super majority of you work. But, spoiler alert, when you go onto websites that you try to put your resume on, or you try to go onto these places that help you find a job, what ends up happening is your information will technically be sold in some capacity. And what'll end up happening is either job recruiters or spam or people who are phishing will end up calling on whether or not you want a job. That's how it works. It's just how it works. It's lame. That's why you generally try to go directly to whatever site you're going to apply. Because if you don't, then you can have situations like this where months later you'll be asked, well, are you looking for this job? Because what they're doing is they have your information on file that you once looked for hospitality, and they're just going to make up a position and then want you to come in for some nonsense.
Dublong Duval was hoping to see
Yeah,
a
it's
funny
all
picture of Dave, but
automated.
instead got smelly Ojo lady. Oh ho ho
Yeah,
ho.
it's cold calling, fake listings, cold callings. There's a whole bunch of this. I wonder if Khet fell into a trapping of this, and then he doesn't know anything about it. So it's like an old man. This is quite literally like listening to an old man who really doesn't know how like telemarketing works or anything like this. And he tells you about a story about like some man with an accent calling him about a package that's stuck in transit or something. And he's trying to convince you, and you know the answer, but he's trying to explain it to you how he really needs to fix this or something. That's how I feel when I listen to this.
You had to meet with the people who work there. You would take a physical application, you would fill it out, you would put it there physically. That's work, right? For you and for them. So basically, if they said, oh, we're hiring for an application, they're not going to lie. They actually are hiring, because why else would they want to have to be collecting paper applications and explaining how to fill it out and shit like that? That's work for them. So now, because everything's online and automated, there's no work for them. They can literally have these job postings up indefinitely and have your information sit in a fucking queue for 2-3 years and never touch it. And then when they need it, now it's convenient. Now I pull it out. And now because...
Does he think Best Buy goes into like a fucking queue of data? He used to work at Best Buy. He knows this is not how it works. But they don't have like a fucking manila folder where it's like every person that's ever fucking did a resume submission over the last year, and they pull it out and they find somebody and they cold call. That's generally not what happens. He's complaining about spam calling. That's what this is.
Everything is automated. There's no hiring managers at the store anymore responsible for the job hiring. Instead, they try to say, oh, by the way, someone applied for the job, so now you have to squeeze in an interview today. What are you talking about? I'm here for 10 hours today, and the 10 hours I'm here, I got this to do, and this to do.
How does he think? Does he honestly think that every store has a dedicated person just for hiring and HR within that store? Is he this deluded to think this is how it works? Shit hasn't been like that in over 20 years. You literally just get interviewed by whoever's running the place. I truly think that this guy has no idea how the real world works. And when he gets introduced to this concept, he does it from the lens of like a child. Like somebody who doesn't really know what's going on, but has to draw from experience from like what he saw on the playground. Or what he saw mommy and daddy doing.
Well, too bad. Now I'll just do the interview too. And by the way, they're coming in at 2 p.m. Be ready. Wait, what? So how am I supposed to do that? That's how it is in American jobs now. These retail jobs, restaurant jobs, hotel chains, they're all like that. There's no professionalism anymore. It's just treat it like everyone gets fucked around
professionalism.
and jerked around, including the employees there. Can you imagine how the manager feels? I have to do my normal managerial duties for the day. Oh, by the way, I also have to be a hiring manager today too, even though I have no training for it.
Bro,
what the fuck is that?
What kind of dude? I used to, as an assistant manager for a fast food place, I used to do resume like interviews and resume checks and hiring and firing. I used to do that. That's kind of like part of the thing of being in management. It's not that weird. DSP, it doesn't take a very specific skill set. You just need to know and recognize whether or not this person passes a background check and whether or not they're a fit. Can they work the hours that you need them to work? And I don't know, do they have transportation? What does he actually think? It's not like it's not like Khet is being interviewed for a technical position. She's not. She's going to be working on a floor to say, can you sell this or that? Can you work at a register? Literally, her working at a fucking hotel was going to be, can you work at a register? That's what he thought, and that's what she thought. Yeah, Khet did not fit. She doesn't fit a lot of these positions. But does he not realize this? He has to. This is impossible. 2 regards, 1 house. As a certified pharmacy tech, I wasn't even management and had to help with schedules, disciplinary actions, inventory management, hiring, onboarding. Yeah. And covering for those who quit. Yeah, that's a thing. Nobody pulls 3-year applications. Nobody. Those shits get discarded. It's amazing how fucking inept both of them are as adults. Whenever DSP has these segments, like when DSP went on, let me let him
That's
finish.
America, folks. That's when you go to the news and the news says, oh, all these jobs were created this month. No, they weren't. The news is lying. These jobs either don't exist or these flaky fuck jobs that no one wants. That's what they're reporting is the new jobs that are being created in our economy. It's bunk. Our country is not any better off than it was just a few years ago. It's bullshit. It's misreporting for political spin.
Misreport. Well, I will slightly agree with DSP in terms of how the job numbers are usually presented. They are misreported for political spin to make the current administration look better than they may or may not actually be. And I will say that the economy is not in a very healthy place right now. It's not wrong, but what he's complaining about is completely irrelevant to the thing that he's actually complaining about, which is Khet went in for 2 jobs, one of which was not available and the other of which was not the job that was listed. And that's probably due to whatever service that she used to find these positions in the first place. And I'm willing to bet that she didn't go directly to the sites that were associated with these companies, but rather through a hiring site like Indeed or something. Like, it probably was that. She's not going anywhere for something technical. She's going somewhere for very basic jobs. So him complaining about this is ridiculous. But what I was trying to say before he finished this rant was, when DSP goes on these weird fucking rants where he thinks he has a point, or he's like trying to say a gotcha or something, what it really does uncover is DSP's he doesn't really know when he's saying something stupid as shit. It's like when DSP went on a long rant about how he would hoard months of cat shit in his garage. It's like, you don't admit to the internet that you have a garage where one of your bins is full of cat shit months old. You don't say that, because if you say that, then it's like, then everybody's gonna know you're the weird guy that hoards cat shit. Like, why would you say that? When he makes stories up about how Khet is so inept that she is running around with a vacuum where it's not connected to the back and it's just spitting out dust everywhere, that only makes her to look like an idiot. And DSP is complacent on making her be an idiot. Like, all this did was show that she's an idiot because she doesn't know what she's looking for. And he's an idiot because he doesn't understand the entire process. You don't want to admit these things on the internet. Not in this capacity. I understand if it's like a funny story, but I mean, people are watching him. This is the same dude who like jacked off and like everybody fucking pointed it out. And he was like, I was just scratching my leg, and he admitted he jacked off later. There was a thing in the recap that I feel like that was kind of close to that, but I don't even want to look for it. We've seen so many instances of DSP like admitting to weird shit. And this is not the kind of shit that you want to admit to. 16 years in the house eroded his sense of how he comes off because he's not beholden to looking socially acceptable or normal. That is true. He only has to look acceptable to a bunch of people in his chat that happen to LARP and pretend to be fans. Like that one person that picks cotton, apparently. That's one of his fans. I don't know. He's really doesn't, he has a very distorted view of what is normal and what is abnormal. But kind of cool, I guess. DSP's take on police brutality, I don't know. DSP's hair. Any picture of DSP's hair is always a good picture of DSP's hair. Always looks like I'm looking at, you know, plucked chicken or something like that. It's always kind of rough. DSP rants at chat about Derek spam. What happened here?
Guys, stop fucking spamming chat with bullshit. I didn't see what people are saying. I'm not going to scroll up 40 pages to see it. If I see it, I'll take care of it. But stop fucking spamming chat with bullshit. If you're here to watch the stream, great, enjoy. If you're here to complain about other people and try to harass people and just cause problems, then get the fuck out. All right? Because I'm going to ban every single person in chat who complains. How about that? Then we don't have to hear any of it. We can just watch The Walking Dead and enjoy it together. How about that shit?
I guess it was during the Walking Dead playthrough. Or not playthrough, but him watching the playthrough. It doesn't surprise me that much. I believe Derek, what everybody was telling me was he's been spamming for the last week and a half, 2 weeks. I think he's gone now, or supposedly he's gone. But before he was going on a break or a trip, he was talking about how he was going to Singapore or Hong Kong or something. And he was saying over and over and over again, every stream, Phil, I'm going on vacation. Phil, I'm going to Hong Kong. I'll see you later, Phil. And I guess if you spam that enough times, it'll piss somebody off. But I mean, he has been kind of a nuisance. I mean, it is Derek. Derek is a fucking viral nuisance. Derek's just making the thumbnails. I don't think so. I don't believe so. What harm have I ever caused? The things I've said or done on stream. Wait. Yeah. You know what? Let's listen to this. Listen to this.
What's hilarious, Daxma says, harm is subjective. I think your trolls would say you've been harmful. Okay, how? What harm have I caused? Name one thing, one fucking thing that I have done in my content that has created long-lasting or significant harm to anyone. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even do that shit. I play video games all day, right? I'm accepting and open to everybody out there. I try not to do anything that's insulting or directly attacks anybody. Like, how could you even argue that in a rational mind? I'm not saying people don't say that. I'm saying that rational people know. People who aren't just out to be bullies on the internet know that I've never harmed anyone. That's not the kind of content I put out. You know what I'm saying?
I know what he's trying to argue here. He's basically saying that, hey, during my tenure at YouTube, when I make these videos, I'm not harming anybody. I'm not physically causing them harm. I'm not attacking anybody, but that's not entirely true. And he has a whole history to kind of say to the contrary of that. I can keep that away. I don't need that for right now. Where is... One thing to note when I just casually looked at his Twitter, which is kind of funny, hearing this segment, and you'll have to forgive the white screen, of course, because I did it under a, what do you call it? Incognitus, if you will. So you'll be blinded for a moment. But during his tenure of being on Twitter, he's had a lot of tweets where he sat and attacked people that he thought had wronged him. He had a whole segment of Pro Jared where he was like laughing at him, thinking that he had done something incorrect. He attacked Goutopia, and it was literally for a political take that Goutopia had regarding the election results. That was a bit of a shame, but he did all that. This one was a little weird. It was just talking about Biden, but I kind of find that a little bit funny. He wasn't really attacking or anything. He did try to use his influence on Twitter to attempt to bully Burger King into giving him a resolution regarding a fuck up on a franchise order. This could have easily been remedied if he just went back to the store, but instead he decided to make a post about a chicken sandwich just being a little sloppy. Which, again, this is... What were we doing here? We wanted Burger King corporate to fucking return his, like, call? That wasn't gonna happen. He sat there and he's shit multiple times on Neil Druckmann. Now, whether or not you're saying that Neil Druckmann has ever been affected, that can be up to debate. But he has attempted to attack Neil Druckmann for the pettiest shit. And I get it, if you didn't like Last of Us 2, but like, come on, man, it's kind of lame. Kind of fucking lame. But yeah, we kind of have a history. Hey, remember that when DSP used to post up his pulls that he would get from Dokkan Battle? Whoa, that's pretty cool. But yeah, he's taken liberty to really shit on people he does not like. Big ups Goutopia. Another one bites the dust. I never understood why he had to buck up his ass about me anyway, but good riddance. Yeah, basically wanted this guy unalived. Talking to Jeff Keighley, hating the game journos, which I do hate the game journos too, but you know. Another at Pro Jared because he really wants to jump in and hate on Pro Jared. You remember how he had a whole pre-stream dedicated to this guy? And he had a pin fucking tweet on his fucking Nightbot command and in his chat and shit? So many big shots and punched down at me over the years. It's time for your comeuppance. Can't wait to hear what you've been all up to. It will be oh so sweet. See you soon. Yeah, he was being a real dickhead about this. A right old dickhead. Look at that. He was shitting on Machinima. Man, we hate Machinima. Fuck Machinima. But you can construe this as saying, well, I've never done anything hurtful. But isn't it kind of hurtful that you're dancing on people's graves? Big ups fucking OPC. You went out of business. Karma's a bitch. Fuck you. You fucking Chinese part-using loser. Another one bites the dust. Fuck you, you fucking idiot. Wow. Man, this guy is not a negative person at all. He doesn't spread negativity. You remember how he was wishing Keen to just go away and fuck off? Stay gone, you fucking loser. You fucking gnome. God damn. Imagine that. Your wealth had no impact on your well-founded insecurities. DSP, by the way. DSP talking about other people's well-founded insecurities. Making fun of a guy who quite literally makes multiple millions of dollars more than DSP has ever made in this entire fucking career. I mean, you can hate the guy, but I mean, technically, he is more successful than DSP. Definitely affected more change. And look at that, when we were challenging Low Tier God, you remember how we had a whole fucking weird thing? We brought out Low Tier God out of nowhere and we started making fun of his fucking layout and whether or not he had a true amount of views and subscriptions. Remember that? And then we wanted to challenge him to like some Evo fights or whatever, so that way we could overtake Evo. We weren't bullying shit. We weren't making fun of shit. But he really did take that crispy comment to heart, and that's why he's dressed up the way he is. Hey, look at this. We were shitting on Game Grumps and Pro Jared at the same time. Wowie, wow, whoopsies. Holy shit. Yeah, dude is not a hateful person, but he has a tendency to really hate on people. And it may be justified, it may not be justified. Hey, that's pretty good. The one time I could find DSP made an apology. Public apology to Mega64 for the shit I said about them appearing on the Game Awards many years ago. I was a miserable piece of shit back then. It was actually one of those moronic statements I talk about regretting now that I matured up. Sorry, guys. It doesn't really tell you what he said, but he did apologize and he posted a GIF about it. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Oh. Just earlier that year, he was shitting on Goutopia. Womp. Womp, womp, womp. Oh, Jared, you had 8 days, more than a week, and this is what you had and your attorneys came up with? My scratching my leg excuse was better. I came up with that in 2 minutes, but I fessed up to my mistake the same day. Now it's your turn, bucko. God damn, this dude, he was a fucking pig in shit when he was doing this. Look, I found the very last Pro Jared fanboy, and he was fucking calling out people making fun of Pro Jared. Yeah, he never apologized to Pro Jared. Never apologized to him. He sure as shit stuck his nose out there, and he was really having a fun time on Twitter. So you can make this argument that DSP is never truly, like, actually in reality attack somebody and never cause any harm, but he has inadvertently caused harm. Now, whether or not he's made anything that was significant, it's up to be decided. But if you want to be real technical about it, DSP did technically harm Leanna. He did take away a woman who, at the time, had not even completed high school, off to a different state, halfway across the United States. Well, literally across the United States, away from her family, only to have her move in, become a live-in maid, not really commit to her, only that he could then break up with her and find somebody else a little newer, a little fatter, I suppose. But big up, she finally got her GED after she left DSP. It's kind of fucking lame though. Like, really fucking lame. He did technically harm her. You could probably say, I actually could probably definitely say. Now, some people would probably argue that maybe he's doing the same to Khet right now, fattening her up and making sure that she can't roll away at a timely, brisk pace. I don't know. Maybe if you believe he's a feeder, but I feel like he's doing no favors for her right now by basically coddling her and not creating an environment where she can improve herself or he can improve their current situation. It's just more of the begging and hopefully it works. Maybe. I don't know. A good enough degree. A GED, a good enough degree. He implied she was a gold digger too. What a classy fuck. Yeah, I mean, he implied a lot of different things. He was definitely soured. As years go by, the story sours more and more. Instead of it being mutual, it really was Leanna being at fault somehow. They had a miserable relationship for years and years. You have to believe so many stories, and it's hard to believe which story is truly the right one. And I'm not even going into the times where DSP would show people's, you know, IDs and say, go and harass this guy on his own fucking YouTube and his own content. He had a whole series dedicated to harassing people on Xbox for the fucking friend ridicule. But if you ignore that, the amount of times that he just looked at a fucking usernames that guys go and spam him nonsense and shit because he happened to win a match at fucking Street Fighter, like that happened. But DSP will say he caused no harm. I mean, yeah, technically he didn't murder nobody, hopefully. He didn't rob a bank, but he's kind of been a dick to people, and he really didn't need to be a dick to people. Maybe just don't be a dick to people and don't be a fucking hateful bastard, and maybe people wouldn't be constantly mad at you. I don't know. Don't think about it. Ghost jobs, racist commentary. Wait, Leftovers is racist commentary. What is this? Wait, what is DSP never changes? What is this one?
You shot him right in his ass.
See? Oh, there we go.
Wow.
Oh, let's do it.
DSP really never
God.
changes.
Oh God, it's a trap. Jesus Christ. Oh shit. You shot him right in his.
He really is just a spitting image of like his past self.
Right. No. Why would you?
Oh,
What are we
racist Kenny.
Bastard. Well, you're.
See?
You know. Oh.
You're urban, you racist.
You are not saying what I.
You racist.
Jesus, man, I'm from Florida. Crazy shit just comes out of my mouth sometimes. So
No, that that's what he's used as a descriptor for people before, right? He's literally called people urban before. That's like a thing. That's literally a thing. Whatever.
Damn it! Don't you know that we're really good for running from cops? We're not good at picking locks.
Wow.
Nice racism, yes. And pick a lock.
Wow. Oh well. Big ups racist Kenny, I suppose. That must have been a weird fucking playthrough to sit through. I wonder. Wait, is he doing another sit through of that playthrough? I hope not. I really kind of hope not, but I feel like he's going to. Like, that's an inevitability. What we got? Oh wow. Well, no. What? TWD season. The Walking Dead season 1, episode 3 and 4. DSP. I guess he's continuing with it. Not what I would do, but I guess he's really tired and bored of playing games, because why on earth would we play games anymore? We're not DSP gaming, we're DSP reacts. We react to shit, especially the times in which we play games. Doomer Ziggy post showing DSP received the Sonic statue from a fan. Oh yeah, this one isn't. It's important, but it's not that important.
You did it!
Holy crap, that's loud. Jeez. I guess if you've ever wanted to know where the statue came from, though, this is where it came from. Look at that. Ooh. Okay.
Absolutely, you can have my autograph. This is really cool, man.
It's cool. It was like back in the day when people would ask for DSP autographs.
Where would you like me to sign it?
And he autographed a gold fucking Nintendo cartridge, which he probably got from like one of these booths. I wonder who that guy is. I wonder if he's still a fan. I can imagine this could be like a Derek fan. Derek style fan. Maybe this guy too. I don't know. Maybe they grew up. Maybe they got jobs. Maybe they became truckers. You know what? I actually know. These guys grew up and they became shuttle bus drivers for like a hotel chain. Yeah, that's what happened. They became shuttle bus drivers.
Could be on DSP Gaming.
Is it Aryan Lord? I don't think that's Aryan Lord. I don't believe so.
Hell, look at this song. Sweet.
Want to see my dad? That's a woman. Nah. I don't know. You know what? Next. We're going to the next thing. Calls his haters antisocial losers, which is why he can't go to conventions. Okay.
Fucking zero conventions would ever want me as a guest. I'm too small time. I'm too negative, right? Like no one would want to be associated with a guy who gets
not gonna poll it.
Stalked,
Fuck
harassed,
We're not
trolls
polling
on the internet, right? No one. It sucks. So back then it was the opposite. Everyone liked me and my content. Now today, I have a small group of people who like my content and a large group of basically life losers who just want to crap on me constantly, and they would probably try to fuck with it. Like honestly, even if a convention were trying to have me in a positive light, you'd probably have a bunch of toxic shitheads who would try to go and ruin it, say fucked up awful things, you know, ruin it for everyone who's trying to be a positive person.
What does he think that like somebody's gonna do out in the wilds of Seattle? Does he think that somebody's gonna roll up and like go with a hard R? What does he think? I honestly think that he thinks that they're gonna roll up and they're gonna say, "So how's your fat bitchable wife, Khet?" And he'd probably take great offense to it. Like, what does he honestly think somebody's gonna say in like face to face? You're a fat fuck, you're a beggar, and your wife's fucking bloated as shit, dude. I don't know, that's what I would say. But they're not gonna be going up and doing Nazi salutes and fucking saying, "Have you seen Kyle?" or something. They're not gonna say the hard R. But maybe that's what he's implying. I don't know.
You know? Do I think that someone would try to attack me? No. No one's going to do that. These kind of people are antisocial losers. They sit in fucking their homes and do things behind their computer. They don't come out in person to do shit. All right? They don't. They're fucking idiots.
What a weird call to action. I mean, I guess if you want to believe, if it helps DSP hope and cope that in reality, people out there just don't do anything. They just sit around and just watch DSP all day. I mean, I guess if that will make you feel better, Phil, yes. Everybody just sits around and does nothing. We never step outside ever. We don't have jobs. We don't have lives. We don't go on vacations. We sit in an office for multiple hours, maybe 12 hours a day, and we watch you make content. That's what we do, Phil. That's literally our job. He doesn't really realize when he makes those arguments that he's kind of talking about himself in a weird way. DSP doesn't get out. He doesn't take a vacation. Bro, he just sits in his fucking office. His stinky, smelly office. Forever. Hoping that you're gonna, like, I don't know, gonna treat him cool or something. Sonic Statue. DSP rants about the new PS5 because it advertised that it will run 4K 120 FPS. What? And then it becomes a rant about Nintendo? What? How did this happen?
There was a YouTuber who made an entire video about it, apparently citing data leaks from Sony, and his video was stricken down by Sony on copyright grounds. Why would Sony strike down a video unless it actually is true information, right? Unless they just want no misinformation out there. But it sounds to me like if you're going to strike down a YouTube video covering this thing, it probably is real then, right? So, anyway, let's listen to this news story. Ready? Sony wants to have game developers create an exclusive graphics mode for the PS5 Pro. So, if you currently own an Xbox Series S or X, you may have noticed that certain games have this icon, like in the corner of the game art, and it'll say like optimized for Xbox Series S and X. And what that means is supposedly the game developer tweaked that game to run as well as possible on that console. In some cases, that particular version of the game will run at higher frame rate or more stable frame rate, have added features and things that other versions of the game don't have. Okay, so what Sony is saying is, hey, on the PS5 Pro, we want this special graphics mode very similar to that, to include 60 frames per second, upscaling to 4K using the PSSR technology, and ray tracing. The PS5 Pro will also have something that will be called an Ultra Boost mode for games that don't have these specific enhancements. And you're like, well, what is that? Well, they're basically pushing it as far as it can without having a specific mode just for PS5. So here's what's funny about that. Did you just hear what it said? I'm going to repeat that. Sony is requesting that game devs make a special mode for games running on their PS5 Pro console. That will be 60 frames per second, 4K resolution, and have ray tracing.
Get past the shit.
Wait a minute. Isn't that what it's supposed to have already on PS5?
I feel like he's been having the same argument since the PS3. I feel like we've been having the same argument since the PS3. But he's been complaining about how the consoles are never meeting the specs of being 1080p, 60 frames, or whatever, for years and years and years, and actually for decades now. When in reality, this is only a problem for the consoles. Now, granted, if all you have access to is a console, that it sucks and you want to have better, but like, this has been a thing. And DSP is a person that has access to things like PCs. If he's going to be complaining about the graphical fidelity and the performance of his consoles, he's just better off getting a PC at this point. There's literally no reason not to. Yeah, this is just buzzword spam.
Doesn't it say that on the box? Hold on a second.
Oh yeah. Is it going to fish the box out? Hey, look at that. He's wearing pants. He's wearing shorts. Wow. He is proud of this, huh?
Hold on.
He is actually proud of this. You're kidding me. So he has a trash mountain. And he's proud of what's going on right here. You are kidding me. He is no different than fucking Jordy right now. Didn't Jordy have a PS5 box sitting around? Remember when he got that and he was happy about it?
4K 120 HDR.
What does he think that means? Does he even know what any of that means? Can he tell you?
8K
4K
120 HDR.
What does that mean?
What the fuck?
What does that mean, Phil? I didn't say anything about 60 frames. It literally said nothing about 60 frames.
So, fucking get this thing.
Now we're struggling. Struggling to put the fucking piece of art behind the fuck or on top of the box.
So you're telling me that they sold that console?
Yeah, he doesn't know what 120 means. He doesn't know that it's its refresh rate. He doesn't know that it's running at 120 hertz. He doesn't know that. He just sees the number 120 and he just says it out loud and he can't tell you what it means.
Base PS5 on the premise that it would have all that stuff.
He doesn't need, he literally called it stuff. He just read out 8K and he's like, this is stuff.
It doesn't. Games don't render at 8K. Games don't render at 4K 120p. They don't run at 120 frames per second. Is there a single game that runs at 120 frames per second on base PS5? It says it on the box. I just read it, and it doesn't have it, right?
Oh, fuck
so
me.
Essentially what they're saying is, we want you to buy another PS5 to get what we said was in the last PS5. And we're requesting that game developers actually do it this time.
He literally, he feels like he sounds so smart.
Second, is there at 4K 120p? They don't
4K 120p. He literally just says words. He doesn't know what the words mean. He just says them. And then if you call him out on it, he'll be like, you know what I mean. But like, what if they didn't? What if they just read what you said in a transcript like this? What if I was super blind, man? I just read 8K games don't render at 4K 120p. I mean, I can render DSP in 120p. Well, close to 120p at 144p. Look, I'm rendering them at above 120p right now.
Run at 120 frames per second. Is there a single game that runs at 120 frames per second on base PS5? It says it on the box. I can't
even see the box anymore.
Read it, and it doesn't have it, right?
Oh, I read it. It doesn't have it.
Essentially what they're saying is, we want you to buy another PS5 to get what we said was in the last PS5.
Just like the last time he bought a PS4 Pro and a PS4, and the last time he got a PS3. He's just gonna upgrade it. He's always gonna upgrade these things. He's always upgraded these things. This is literally meaningless. He's gonna do it regardless.
And we're requesting that game developers actually do it this time.
So whose fault is it? Is he literally, does he even know what the argument is right now? He's arguing that the console is not powerful enough, but the game developers need to step up their game and make sure things are optimized for it. Weren't we poo-pooing on PC and how things aren't optimized for the PC? Didn't we have like a funny take for like Dragon's Dogma?
Like, am I the only one who like doesn't fall for this stuff? Maybe? Am I really? Am I the only one who sits here and I'm like,
is DSP the only one that doesn't fall for this? Remember how he was ready to get the PS4 Pro day one? Remember when he was so gung-ho about getting the PS5, but he was worried and he had to call Amazon at 7 in the fucking morning because he changed his payment method because originally it was on set to PayPal and he didn't have any money? DSP doesn't fall for this shit. He's literally the king of falling for the marketing scheme. This dude bought a new fucking controller because the last one was a little greasy and he didn't know how to clean it. This dude is like, this is the same dude who fucking rented a BMW not once but twice. What do you want me to do?
that doesn't sound right to me. We already paid for it.
What the
We
fuck,
already
man?
bought it. It says it on the fucking box.
We already bought it, by the way. Who is we?
You know what I mean?
didn't
Like,
buy it.
Again.
I didn't buy the fucking PS5. I still haven't bought the PS5. I'm not gonna buy the PS5. What do you mean we?
What's the saying? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me
PS3.
twice, shame on me.
PS4? PS4
I already
Pro?
bought your console, dude. You already lied. You know what I mean? You already lied. So now, buy
Do you even
another
have
console.
a fucking TV for
Who's
8K?
to say that these game developers, just because Sony's requesting it, That doesn't mean the game developers are going to do it. Game developers cannot get their games to run 60 frames on a current console at 1080p resolution. I'm going to repeat that. Game developers cannot get their games to run at 60 frames per second at only 1080p resolution.
Can he even name a game that falls into this category that he really wants at 60 frames? Because this is the same graphical snob that sits there and he talks about how things need to look pretty and they need to look great. And you can't even notice it because his capture card can't even capture it. But this dude wants everything pushed to the absolute limits. And then he's like, well, how come it's not running in 60 frames? I don't know. Maybe it's because you're not running it on a fucking beast of a PC. What a fucking lame thing. Like, I get it. Again, if you play on console games and that's your primary thing, this is kind of partly the fault of the developers, but it's also partly the fault of the consumers because we've been pushing and asking for more and more and more. If you're going to make something that's so demanding, yeah, it's going to be harder to optimize for this shit to make it run at these speeds. I don't know. I don't see it will. Thanks
on current consoles. What makes you think because you give them better hardware that they're going to do it?
WWE
Like,
Champions does not run in 60 frames.
it's not the hardware.
I'm telling you, it does
is not the fucking hardware. It's the game developers now that are the bottleneck.
It's not the hardware.
A technology is advanced.
The games are the bottleneck, by the way. The video games are the bottleneck. The hardware is not the bottleneck. The video games are the bottleneck. Really?
It's too fast, too quickly, too far. And we have technology that's way above what we need. What we need is more talent in the game development pool. And we need to have management in the game development pool that cares about the games running well and performing rather than pumping out an unfinished product for quick profits.
Dude. What on earth game are you asking for? If these games were properly optimized, they wouldn't look as beautiful as you claim every game needs to look. You would have a fucking game that rendered at like half the resolution, and that's how you would get the 60 frames. And then you would complain about it not looking pretty. Which is kind of lame. This is the dude who literally wants his cake and to eat it too.
We don't have that yet. So why are we making another console?
Should have just invested in
Who needs a new console? Nintendo. Why does Nintendo need a new console?
What the fuck? Where'd the Nintendo rant come from? Were we just complaining? We were literally complaining about Sony, by the way. We were literally complaining about Sony. And then all of a sudden, we literally put our sights down at Nintendo. Nintendo was sitting there. Nintendo was literally sitting there, minding its own business. It was walking home from a fucking party at 2 in the morning. All of a sudden, DSP pulled up, got out of his vehicle, took a piss in front of Nintendo, saw that Nintendo was looking at his dick, shot him. Shot Nintendo 6 times. And then got in the car and ran away, and then he got pulled over, and then he got put in jail. What the fuck? Why? Why do we hate Nintendo so much? We're dragging into an argument about fucking Sony.
Because the Switch is 2 generations behind
Slice
tech.
Boston Butt, very good.
That's who needs a new console. Sony does not need a new console. Xbox does not need a new console. There's nothing wrong with their existing consoles. The game devs haven't caught up to the capabilities yet. So we have to stop this fucking madness. This whole story, I'm reading this, I'm like, and there's people freaking out. This is great. I can't wait to buy a PS5 Pro. I'm gonna get this. Like, are you stupid? You already have the box that does it, and it doesn't do it because the game devs didn't make it yet. Why the fuck do you want another console? I mean, what the fuck?
What
is wrong with people? What is with this? We
grapes.
Absolutely must own every piece of technology, even if it doesn't do anything new. Every year I must go out and buy the new iPhone, despite the fact nothing new was added to it. I'm just an idiot.
This guy went out and bought PSVR, and it literally added nothing to his fucking gameplay, and he never got rid of it. This is the same dude who got a capture card for his 3DS and barely played any 3DS games. This dude got a PS4, he got a PS4 Pro, he got a fucking Xbox for him and his wife. This dude is insane. He's bought all sorts of peripherals and shit that he really didn't even need, and he did it anyway. And he wants to sit there and like, now he's attacking fucking Apple. But it's like, bro, I don't know. If it's your job to be a fucking content creator about video games, maybe it's in your best interest to get these things. Why are you complaining about this? Why are you actually complaining about this? He literally bought another fucking controller, and he didn't even need to buy another controller. This fucking bougie motherfucker. He sits there, he cries, he fucking caws about all sorts of nonsense. He's the ultimate consumer. He contributes to the landscape of modern gamer, and complaining about shit that contributes being a mindless consumer. Yeah. At the end of the day, he still has the mindset of consoles are the way to go. He's talking to PC gamers. Yeah, I understand. Again, like if you have, I have a Switch, man. I love my Switch to death. It is a great companion piece to my PC. I can play the games I want on my PC. I can play my Switch games. That's pretty cool. I got all my physical cartridges for everything. It is what it is. I loved my PS4. I don't play it that often. I didn't get a Pro. I didn't need it. I didn't want it. It is what it is. But Jesus Christ, this guy is such a weirdo about this. And now he's just attacking blindly because he just realized he made this argument about a thing that he adopted as like day one. He complained about, bitched and moaned. He was worried that the Amazon guy was not going to deliver his PS5. Gets it, barely plays it now, and now he's just having sour grapes over a thing that he can't even fucking do. Let's be fair. If he could play at 4K, you think he's going to be playing at 4K? He can't even stream at 4K. He could, but he doesn't. His capture card couldn't handle it. And I don't even think his TV can render it. So why are we even complaining about 4K, let alone 8K? We're literally complaining about poor optimization in video games. The long and short of it is, the hardware is just not good enough for the specs that he wants to have in these fucking games. If you want to have a Sekiro that looks beautiful, you can, but it's got to sacrifice somewhere. And maybe the frame rate is where it gets sacrificed for it to look pretty. I don't know.
I got to go buy the new console from fucking Nintendo. I got to buy the new controller. I got to buy the new... Stop. Your behaviors make this possible.
He literally bought a new controller, by the way. A new PS5 controller.
Your behaviors of spending on shit that you don't need, that doesn't do anything, make these companies pump out all this bullshit.
He was so ready to get this PS5 day one. He played the 2 fucking console exclusives for it, dropped it the moment he could for an Xbox. That way he could play Game Pass, the thing that like he needed to be convinced to fucking do for months and months and years and years. When he had the other Xbox for his fucking Xbox One. He finally adopts it, then he plays it for a little bit, and then he drops that too. God damn, this is the same dude, by the way, that got a whole new fucking fight stick just so he could play on his Xbox. Just so he could play on his fucking Xbox.
This console not only is not needed, it does absolutely nothing to help the games industry. You're not going to see revolutionary new performance of games on a PS5 Pro. No one's utilizing base PS5 yet. So stop asking for more and stop buying more. Your stupid actions directly finance more stupid actions from these game companies. You will never see a good-looking Pokemon until you stop buying the Pokemon that looks like shit.
Wow, that again came out of nowhere. I agree with that. I agree with that as well, but his arguments come from a really, really bad spot. It really does. But I mean, this is the same guy who bought like $100 plus edition for Hogwarts, didn't really utilize any of it. Bought a $100 edition for fucking Diablo 4, didn't really play any of it. He bought a $100 edition for Like a Dragon, barely touched the content that he got extra shit for. Bought a $100 plus edition for Mortal Kombat after he refunded Mortal Kombat being shit. Go figure, and he didn't do anything with that. This guy is the ultimate consumer, and he's telling you not to consume, by the way. I mean, I get it if he's doing it as a cautionary tale, but this dude literally falls for the trappings every single day. He bought in to Starfield when it was quote unquote free on Game Pass. He bought into it just so he could play it 2 days early, and he hated that fucking game. He hated it and delayed finishing it. What did I say for Mortal Kombat? Did I say Mortal Kombat 11 instead of 1? Am I stupid? I'm sorry if I said that. I was kind of going on a thing. I'm kind of like half here. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning, and I'm just looking at this dude licking his lips as he's sitting here and he's arguing about like not being a consumer. And I just keep thinking about it. It's like, this dude consumes, his wife consumes, man.
All right? You will not see companies stop trying to take advantage of consumers until the consumers get wise and stop taking advantage of.
He literally did buy 2 copies of Street Fighter 6. I completely forgot about that. What a consumer.
It's just, I can't believe it. I mean, I'm reading the story, and you can look in the comments, and everyone's, ha ha ha, this is great news. Like, ha ha ha, you're all fucking dumb. Every one of you.
Yeah, DSP is a smart one. That's smart water he's drinking, not dumb water. Imagine if he was drinking dumb bitch water.
See, this is the problem. Steak Sandwich says, well, it's their choice, it's their money. Yes, it's their choice, but you have to understand something, Steak Sandwich. Their choice is ruining the game industry for everyone.
Why I find that extra funny that he has to address. Okay, imagine you're just in a room, you don't even know who DSP is, and you just hear the words like somebody's on their phone. You have to understand, Steak Sandwich, like he's talking to a sandwich. Like, you know, like, listen to this. Just cover your eyes and just listen to this.
See, this is the problem. Steak Sandwich says, well, it's their choice, it's their money. Yes, it's their choice, but you have to understand something, Steak Sandwich.
Imagine a dude literally arguing with a steak sandwich. He's having like a robust argument with his steak sandwich. That's what I feel right now.
Their choice is ruining the game industry for everyone. There is a reason why it's taken so long to get GTA 6 and all the DLCs for GTA 5 were canceled. The people who sunk money into GTA Online for a decade. So you could say, oh, it's great, they can spend their money on whatever they want, but when it hurts everybody else, that's when there's a problem.
How does it hurt you not having fucking GTA 6? How is the consumer hurt by not having GTA 6 5 years earlier? Can somebody answer that for me? Because there's only one person that's hurt. It's a content creator. I get it if you're really excited about GTA 6, but are we really saying that somebody is actually in a bad way because they can't play the next GTA 6? He's advocating that you are hurt as a consumer because you cannot consume the newest thing because the newest thing isn't coming out fast enough. He wants to consume more. And he's mad that he cannot consume the thing because it hasn't been finished yet. Dude, this dude is like... What is it? Okay. Is Dingus here? I think Dingus is probably here somewhere. Dingus... What is that scene from Mario? It's like Paper Mario, right? And it's like Peach has to bake a cake, right? All right, it's like this, right? And DSP is this guy. So Sony's over, no, fucking what is it? Fucking Rockstar. They're in the kitchen, they're making the cake, right? They're making the cake and DSP's over here and he's really fucking hungry. And every time you're sitting here and you're baking the cake, DSP's out there, like over here, and he's impatiently waiting for that cake. It's not even in the oven yet. You're mixing the ingredients right now, and he's sitting there and he wants to fucking devour this cake. He wants to fucking annihilate this cake before it has even gotten into the oven. He's that hungry. Devour. So, like, why? Why are we being like this right now? Why are we being the hungry shy guy, the fat hungry shy guy? Looking for a cake that hasn't even entered the oven. You didn't even eat that cake. You didn't eat the previous cake. You're complaining about the cake that's being made. You didn't even eat the first cake. You ate like one slice and then you're hungry for the next one.
When the whole games industry gets pushed to a live service model and the only games we can get are $60 up front and then you have to continuously do microtransactions to get anything out of the game. oh, well, people could just do whatever what they want with their money. Yeah, but you fucked everyone over. Now we all have to play those shit games. There's nothing left.
Dude,
you understand?
He's literally playing a fucking indie game. That's literally on the next thing that he's going to be playing. It's a fucking indie game. Oh, and listen to this.
Oh, well, people could just do whatever what they want with their money. Yeah, but you fucked everyone over. Now we all have to play those shit games.
We all have to play those shit games. There are so many games out there to play. There are so many old games out there that you could play. So many new games, so many indie games you could play. He's complaining about the AAA sloppa that's being served to you on a fucking poo-poo platter. It's like, you gotta fucking eat this. It's not even good. I gotta wait for the good shit. And the good shit isn't even coming out until Rockstar gives me fucking GTA Suck My Dick 6. Like, man, doesn't this guy have like 3 games on the back order right now? He has Sea of Stars that currently isn't being played. It was a good game by his metric. He's not playing that. We still have Final Fantasy VII. We still have Dragon's Dogma, and this dude is complaining about a game that hasn't even come out yet. A game's not performing a certain way. Bro, he's not even finishing the games he's playing today. What are we doing?
There's nothing left. You understand? That is what I'm saying. People need to wise the fuck up.
Wise up.
They need to.
Shape
or else
up or
this
ship
industry will
out.
continue to go down the slippery slope it's going. You will have
Fucking
more
man.
shit games than other good games. You won't have the good games we used to have anymore. It's going to be all crap, man.
What good games is he looking for? The games that he picked within the last 3 months were bad games, according to him, because they ruined his business and they didn't work and nobody was having fun. But they were the games that people were looking forward to, right? What are the good games we're looking for? And this is kind of extra lame too, because this is the same guy who's complaining about fucking new games and shit. He's literally going back to Fallout 4. And he was happy about the turnout for Fallout 4. That's even a new game. That's an old game. You could make the argument that it has some kind of patch that made it like brand spanking new. But people aren't going to fucking care. It's still the same fucking game. I don't care if you're looking at fucking shit smeared across a screen at 60 frames per second. It's still fucking shit smeared across the screen. And you might like Fallout 4, but like, it's kind of proven his point that you don't even need the new games. Play the old fucking games. He had many rants about there not being games that everyone wants to talk about and plays like back in the day. He feels like he needs the hype AAA games. He does. He's always looking for a fucking hype AAA game. But then he's proven himself incorrect whenever he plays an indie game and it brings out just as many people or it makes just as much money. I don't remember Helldivers 2. Somebody can correct me, but I don't remember Helldivers 2 being a AAA fucking nonsense. I think AA at best. It's a good game. People had fun with it, and he had fun with it, supposedly. He's been proven time and time again that he's wrong, that you don't need AAA slop. But here he is, like, advocating for it. He's literally advocating for AAA slop that he wants right now, and it needs to run at 60 frames. Maybe the problem is you're enjoying too much AAA slop. Maybe you need to find something else. I don't know. Fuck it. Yeah, it's the same with Hades. Remember how he was adamant about not playing Hades, and he played it and he said it was one of the best games he ever played. Really shit on those people when you fucking banned them asking for Hades, huh?
It's just frustrating, you know? Anyway, that's my take. You can completely disagree with me, and that's fine.
Okay.
You know,
you can completely disagree with me. Remember, if you have an incorrect take like steak sandwich, you're part of the problem. You can disagree with me though, except for you, steak sandwich. Hopefully you get eaten. DSP. Okay, the Fallout review. I think we can end with this. The Fallout review. I'll end, and then there'll be an anecdote about his newest performance on his video. Let me make sure that I didn't miss anything. I don't think I missed anything. If I missed anything. I always have to triple check. I have like so many things open right now. So many things to show you. Oh, why do we still have this fucking window open? FO4 early, blah, blah, blah. Tons of fun. Nope, we don't need that. Get out of here. We don't need that. Did I do your pulls? I did pulls. I did my dailies. Most of my dailies. I'll finish the rest of them when I finish up here. Don't worry about it. Don't you worry about X. Let me worry about X or something. More ding. Oh no, I don't want to do more ding ding dong. I just closed it out. I had it right over there. I was like, yeah, I could play more ding ding dong. All right. Reviews Fallout TV show and no one cares. Video of chat. So what happened here?
Before they ever dropped the bombs, and they refused 100%.
This is how chat was moving when he was reviewing Fallout.
Better off. They wanted to be able to control humanity.
Boring.
So bought off the company that had Cold Fusion and hid it as a project for 1 million years, and then 200 years later, an Enclave scientist found that tech, reverse engineered it, and got Cold Fusion again.
Nobody really did care, huh?
So, Moldova, who looks like a villain the whole show, never wanted to do was save the wasteland. She wanted to get Cold Fusion.
David Vaginas has blessed me with another number to add to the subscriber hall of shame.
Empowering them and making them basically strong again. And she wanted to stop Vault Tech, and that's why she kidnapped
boring around here.
The show. So, a pretty interesting, crazy premise to the show.
Boring.
Lucy finds out that her dad is evil. The ghoul shows up.
Wow, nobody really did talk, huh?
Lucy and her dad and Moldova and who she is.
Jesus Christ!
And amongst all this chaos, okay?
Yeah, his chat definitely needed some live support. What the fuck? I didn't realize it was that dead.
Locked in and gets into a suit.
Again, I'm not even really that surprised. Wonders if Fallout is woke. All right, let's listen to this. I want to hear DSP's Fallout take.
Because people keep asking me this question. Is the Fallout TV show woke? All right? I'm going to answer that question for you. All right? The Fallout TV show manages to have representation of characters in it. And it does it in a way where those characters are represented as normal people. Allow me to explain what I mean, okay? Maximus is black. It doesn't matter that he's black. There's no plot thread that he's black. He's just black. And he's a strong, well-written character, well-acted. It's never mattering what his skin color be. You understand? Maximus has a friend in the Brotherhood, his fellow trainee, squire in training, who's trans. But the character is trans. It's not a plot point. You don't need to hear the origin story of the character of why they're trans, right? It's literally never brought up or addressed. They're just trans. It's...
Like post Fallout? What?
But the character
Pick
is
up the tractor beam. Welcome, guys.
Maximus has a friend in the Brotherhood, his fellow trainee, squire in training, who's trans. But the character is trans. It's not a plot point. You don't need to hear the origin story of the character of why they're trans, right? It's literally never brought up or addressed. They're just trans. It's not a big deal. The character is well written, well acted, just a part of the universe, just a normal person. And it's never really brought up as anything big. And because of that, it works.
I guess?
Okay? You can have this kind of representation
I don't know.
in any kind of a show, and as long as it's not brought up to be some major focus and plot point that everyone must now spend an entire segment or big chunk of an episode focused on, right? As long as it's just something natural in the universe, just like normal people, let's be honest.
Okay, I don't care if I get flack for this. I'm gonna say the thing that everybody's probably thinking right now. How is that natural in the universe? It's not a natural thing to occur in the universe.
Tim Snake is now lurking and following. Most delicious. A robust and flavorful follower.
Yeah, that was pretty good timing. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Like, I mean, it really sounds pretty dumb when you say it like that, you know?
Right now, around us, we have people who are straight and gay. We have people who are male, female, and trans. We have people who are black, white, Asian, every denomination.
Hey, you're trans. you're not a separate gender. Okay, the way it generally works, if you're trans, you're transitioning into the other gender. That's how it's supposed to work. Let him cook, bro. The roast is burned. I don't know what you're. What is he gonna cook?
We're all just normal, right? We don't make it some big song and fucking dance because they're different. So why do they have to kind of do this in games and in, you know, TV shows? I mean, in Last of Us 2, of course there has to be a plot point that someone doesn't like the gender they are, so now they've been completely, you know, excommunicated from the group, and the group want them dead. It's like, why? Why can't they just be a normal person, right? Why does the plot have to be that they're persecuted for being different? Haven't we seen that 5 zillion times? Isn't that tired at this point? In this show, they actually just have people of all representations in the show. No one cares.
What about the ghouls? Do we persecute the ghouls, or are we okay with them being part of society? I'm kind of curious. I just want to know where he stands and where the show stands with ghouls.
Because that's how it should be. Is it not that what we want is true acceptance? That everyone could just be themselves and be happy to be who they are, and it's not a big deal? And this show does exactly that. That's what we need more of. True representation, where people are just part of normal life, and it doesn't have to be sticking out like a sore thumb, shoved up your face. Oh my God, we have to have a fucking big elaborate backstory and sob story of this and that, of how they were mistreated. Just have them be a normal person, and no one will care. We'll all accept it all. It's fine. And this show did that. So who cares who was represented or what? It's not even a thing of contention. It's just naturally in there.
A week ago.
Good. Have more like that. I don't care. I don't give two shits. I've always said this. I don't care who the protagonist of a game is. Why do I care if you're male, female, somewhere in between, gay, straight, what you know, skin color, where you come from, what language you speak? Why the fuck would I care?
You do care, though. That's kind of the reason why you don't play Stellar Blade, and you didn't want to play the third entry for whatchamacallit, Bayonetta. If they were men, you wouldn't have a problem with this. But you clearly kind of care about a person's gender, and it does affect your everyday life, whether or not you're going to watch a show or whether or not you're going to play a game. That's kind of a thing. Well, what are we doing right now?
I don't care if you're purple with yellow polka dots on you. As long as you're a good, well-written character that has a plot arc that I like, character development, good story, good character beats, and that's all I care about.
I wonder whether or not the crab game is going to have a better story and better character beats than the game with a lady with a skin-tight suit that goes around chopping up mechs. I mean, they could probably both have the same beats or whatever, but come on, man.
I don't care about any of that other shit. Why should anybody? Anyone who hangs on that shit is an idiot.
Enjoy the
it's just such a
scene.
I
don't know
thing
which
to
scene
focus
that
on
is,
anymore.
but
You know what I mean?
Sounds good.
But as long as it's done right, and this show
There
does
were
it
dudes,
right,
he probably
I
loved
have
it.
zero complaints whatsoever about any representation in this show, because there is representation and it's done well. It's not obnoxious. So do more like that. Stop being obnoxious, and then maybe, just maybe, people won't care about the representation anymore.
I understand where he's getting at right now. His argument is like, dude, if you're going to insert characters or whatever, you can't be weird about it. It's got to flow naturally. And I get it. I'm completely in agreement with that. Not having watched the new fucking Fallout show, I can't really weigh in on it. But it's kind of wild how he's kind of harping about this. I feel like somebody asked him a question, or maybe it was like a talking point somebody had, and he must have read it, and he must have took great offense to it. I don't know if he can give an example. I don't think there's a modern example he could give. This is just weird from top to bottom.
The problem is you got the Neil Druckmanns of the world.
Wait, what? Where did that come from?
Okay? And the Neil Druckmanns of the world, sadly, want to make those things shoved in your face.
Why?
In fact, Neil
What are those
Druckmann wants
things?
to sell product to you as a basis because he has that kind of representation in his games and shows. He doesn't care about the quality. He just wants to have it in there and say, buy it because of it. And that's stupid.
Who sold the game? Okay, I don't even know which thing he's talking about because he hasn't defined the thing. But I'm assuming it's diversity. But somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. The Last of Us 2 was not sold specifically on diversity. I think the Last of Us 2 was sold specifically on maybe women empowerment? But I don't think diversity was the selling point specifically. Yeah, the first definitely not. I don't know exactly what they sold the second one on. I don't remember how they advertised it. Sold as Ellie continues the story. Yeah, that's how I remember. It was kind of like, it's the story of Ellie, and this is going to be a more centered around, I assume, probably predominantly more female empowered kind of thing. I thought this was coming around the time where like we were pushing shit like Tomb Raider, but Tomb Raider had to be less sexy and more strong female. And I think, what was the other game? The one that you hunt dinosaurs and shit? That game, the Dinosaur Hunter lady. Like, I thought it was all female empowerment, which it's fine, but like, I can't even remember what he's, yeah, Horizon, the Horizon game. At Turok. Wait, Turok had a female thing? I don't remember that. There was a thing that Neil told people to vote for Last of Us 2 for People's Choice Awards, stick it to the bigots or something. Yeah, but I think that was like already after the game came out, right? I understand if the game is not out yet and that's your selling point, but I don't think any of those games were specifically quote unquote DEI compliant kind of shit. I think it was just like that just happened to be the case, and I don't know, they kind of just after the fact.
That's dumb. He literally said during the sales of Last of Us 2, a sale of Last of Us 2 sticks it to the haters. It's like, that's not why people should buy your game, you fucking oaf.
Didn't DSP convince people that the reason why you should donate to the Vest goal was to stick it to the haters? And it was a symbol of success? And that's why you should give him money? I don't want to hear this guy, like, actually pick apart somebody else's argument when this dude literally had a festival where he talked about how the symbol of fucking success was a fucking piece of clothing that he would put on in his room when it was super hot, and it would showcase how flamboyant and weird he was. The same kind of shit that he would make fun of other people for like wearing a scarf indoors. This dude was wearing a vest indoors. Get out of here.
Stupid primitive ape. You should not be fucking saying shit.
Wait, what?
Last of Us 2, a sale of Last of Us 2 sticks it to the haters. It's like, that's not why people should buy your game, you fucking oaf. You stupid primitive ape.
I don't want that sound clip. DSP calling people stupid primitive apes. Hey, look at that. You can put that in a poster. Oh shit, it's like that one poster about We Can Do It or something like that. I don't know what it was. It was like the ladies who were working in industry when they were out to fucking fight war.
It's like, that's not why people should buy your game, you fucking oaf. You stupid primitive ape. You stupid primitive ape. You stupid primitive ape.
Oh yeah, Rosie the Riveter.
You should not be fucking saying shit like that to the public. It should be, buy my game because it's the best game out there. Buy my game because we put so much effort into it and it's the most accessible game ever made. Instead, buy my game because of representation. You're a jackass. And that's the person who sets the shit back. Really, someone like Druckmann sets shit
money,
back.
You stupid
the Fallout TV show
Give
advances things forward in the way it should be advanced. That's my take.
It advances things forward the way they should be advanced. Wow. Okay, well that was great. DSP says anyone making lore videos on Fallout is a loser. Okay. Oh, he's pretty happy on this one.
That's a good question. But I find it hilarious because I really feel like these YouTubers are freaking out because this is their livelihood. For how many years they've just been making Fallout lore videos. And now if you're telling me there's a new Fallout universe that erases all their lore and makes it irrelevant, it means everything they've done on the internet is worthless.
What?
Overnight because of this show. So
I don't think that's how it works. That's generally not how it works. Like, the lore can still exist. Even if there's a change in continuity, the lore can still exist.
So, lore error, not lore error. It's a show and a game are not the same. Doesn't matter what Todd Howard says. We know that he's a PR man, a front man who lies, you know?
Okay.
So we don't need to believe anything he says. I do feel like the show is well written and great. I like the lore of the show. I wouldn't mind if the lore of the show continued for 3, 4, 5 seasons. And then if they make a new Fallout game 10 years in the future, if they make it in line with the lore of the show and everything changes and it erases all the events of the previous games, so be it, right? Because really it's going to be popularity that determines it. It's not going to be a bunch of people on YouTube screaming about their lore videos. It's going to be who cares most in mainstream media about this show or about the games. And that's going to determine the choices they make, you know? So, oh my God, it couldn't have possibly happened like that because didn't you know that in 2271, there was a thing that happened with the NCR, the bombs couldn't have dropped. Shut up. No one cares. Really, no one cares. The show's great, and the lore of the show is excellent. And if it changes some of the lore of the games, that's fine. Oh well, maybe you should have done something different than make lore videos for the last 5 years, right? I don't know what else to say. It's just hilarious to see these people freaking out on Twitter and shit about it. Like, oh my God, the lore. Like, shut the fuck up.
It's wild because this dude, if you question his lore about him being a fucking content creator over the last 15 years, having no prowess in Street Fighter. If you literally question, like, DSP doesn't know how to play Street Fighter,
funny picture of
he'll be mad at you
got
for spreading this fucking bullshit, right?
Ho, ho, ho.
He'll be like, you're getting the lore wrong. Actually, in reality, I'm really great at Street Fighter. I place 4th place, you know, blah, 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 blah. He will get mad if people get the lore wrong about when he jerked off, his achievements in Street Fighter, how cool and popular he used to be back like 10, 15 years ago and shit. He'll get pissed off at that. But then when it comes to lore that is established over a video game, all of a sudden, well, it's fine. You can actually poo-poo on the lore. Fuck it. We don't even like the lore. The lore is stupid. And in reality, if you cared about the lore, you should have been doing something else for the last 10 years of your life. He says it so casually, but he doesn't understand what that implicates. Like, if the lore of, I don't know, if the lore of DSPs moving out to Seattle was he wanted to interact with other people and he wanted to make better content and shit, and the reality was changed because in reality he moved to get away from people who wanted to beat him up, he would be complaining about the lore is incorrect. And I know the true lore, and that's not the real lore. Like, don't... I get it. I get it when people have their fandoms and shit, and when lore gets erased. It kind of sucks. It really sucks. You don't want to change the story like that, but that's such a lame thing to say. That's such a lame and fucking selfish thing to say. Imagine 5th place at EVO, yeah. Imagine you just say, well, the lore has changed and DSP actually made it 5th place at EVO. He actually wasn't the #1 fucking top USA guy. And it was somebody else who was from the United States. Or maybe one of the Japanese was actually secretly an American. I don't know. But if you did that, he would be fucking flipping out and jumping up and down and screaming about how you can't change the lore and you guys are stupid and mouth droolers and you're actually just
you stupid primitive ape.
Primitive apes and shit. I don't know. Unga bunga.
Oh, let's see here.
Let's see here.
Which faction would I have gone with in the show?
I don't even want to hear fucking questions on that. But there you go. That was DSP talking about Fallout, which is kind of funny because right now Fallout is a very pertinent thing for DSP. The reason why it's pertinent is because the most latest and greatest video that DSP has put out on his channel was actually Fallout related. Did you know that? Did you know that Fallout is actually very popular right now? I don't know why, But he's telling us right now, my Fallout 4 playthrough. You know, I actually want to refresh this. How many likes did this get? Look at that, 20 whole likes. Pretty cool. My Fallout 4 playthrough is actually hitting the YouTube algorithm and getting some views. It's been years since this happened on DSP Gaming. Check out the start here, and it continues this weekend. Enjoy. YouTube link, blah, 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 blah. It's gotten a whopping 2,700 views. I think it was at 1,400 before that, so that's pretty good. The reason why he's up in arms right now is because, hey, look at this. DSP has 23,000 views. Let's refresh that. How many views we got going on? Oh, look at that. 23,000 views. He's popping off, man. Big Dick Brunel over here is currently swinging in the algorithm right now. 24 hours after release, he's gotten 24,000 fucking views on a video that is pretty mediocre. Now, I know some people are like, fake. This is fake engagement and whatnot. I would say, I propose to you this. It is real, and it's so real that so many people came to check it out that when they saw the possibility of part 2 after the stellar part 1, they said, nah, fuck it. I don't actually want to watch part 2 because part 1 was so crap. I went over to part 2 and it was crap. That's what I propose to you, dear viewer, that in reality, these metrics are correct. He is getting 24,000, but they may be only sticking around for a couple of seconds because they sure as shit didn't stick around for part 2. I'm just saying, when you have an attrition rate that's about 90% into part 2, when you're actually playing the game, and I'm saying actually play the game because if you saw anything of his part 1, it is character creation, menuing, looking at random shit. 30 minutes in, we're picking our stats and naming ourselves. 45 minutes in, we're in the bunker. We just got into the vault.
That's it.
Almost.
Whoa, we just got into the vault. We're talking, we're looking, we're talking. We're finally into picking our skills. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We're now picking our skills.
That's going to help. You need to have one or the other.
Whoa.
You either have to hack
There we go. And then I stopped it right here. You came in, you came in to watch some cool ass fucking Fallout 4. And you know what you're greeted with? An idiot savant that played for an hour and 11 minutes and 10 seconds where he got nothing done. Just to get to the vault. People checked out this video in droves. I believe that they did. He has it on his channel trailer. So if you go here and you watch for more than 5 seconds, it counts as a view. Unless you have an ad blocker or something to block it, then it's not going to count as a view. You'll check it out. You'll say, nope, it's not for me, fam. And then you don't deal with it at all. That's why I don't worry about DSP getting droves of fucking views from an interview from June or whoever. It doesn't matter, because if somebody goes to witness the content, somebody like those yokel locals that were reviewing his podcast, they're gonna say, wow, this content is shit. I'm not gonna stick around for it. I'm gonna mock it and I'm out. Because what are you here to watch? This?
Oh shit, we gotta get Idiot Savant. Yes. And Better Critical. Yeah, see, we need these. You can save a critical hit to be used in VATS when you want to use it.
This is what's
wow.
gonna happen.
That's super duper
This is
good.
what you're tuning into.
So yeah, we're gonna want to be doing some of these for sure.
These aren't even skills that he's currently picking right now. The skills that he needs are like up here, I believe. This is fucking trash. And then he finally plays the game and he gets out of the vault and he fucking hangs around here for a bit and does a quest or something. I don't fucking know. I didn't watch this. But I'm not gonna watch it because it's fucking shit. Look at how many comments aren't here. Nobody cares. Let's get 16K. It didn't happen. Yeah, the massive view drop off to part 2 is mighty hilarious. It is. It just showcases that people probably checked it out for a little bit, saw it was popping off, clicked on it, saw there was nothing, and clicked off of it. Nobody wants to go over. It's horrible attrition rate. It's not something that great. I will say this, for those of you who care about SEO scores and shit, something to kind of keep in mind. I can use the screenshot that I did. It's fine. It's still relevant. It's still pertinent. It still matters to somebody, I suppose. These were his scores that he got. No creator suggested. The tags are not that great. I don't suggest tags like this. I think DSP Gaming and Fallout 4 Playthru were strongest, which makes sense. DSP would be the third strongest as well. Most people don't search for the word 60 FPS. Most people don't search for the word by itself 2024. Most people looking for fill don't look for the word fill. It's a literal waste of a tag. Case in point, looking at the strength of his tags, Fallout 4 Playthru was the strongest. I did look at some of his contemporaries that came out with their own videos within the last 5 days or so, and they do a better job with the potential tags that could be showing up. I would highly recommend, if you're going to be tagging anything, you probably want to follow something like this, where you're hitting all of the darts on the dartboard, just shooting randomly, just toss out PC, PS5, say something about mods, say new update, review, whatever. You could be doing this. It'll hit the algorithm. DSP is basically triumphing over the fact that what really got him into the algorithm probably was going to be new, modern, paired with Fallout, and the words playthrough, Fallout 4, and April 2024, and then probably current gen and patch. Those are the things that really got him into it. Everything else at that point, not so much. Not so much. He's not really hitting those same peaks, and he's probably missed his opportunity. So don't be too surprised. I know people want to jump to the conclusion that it's bots. I don't think this is bots. This is not the work of bots. I think more than anything else, this is the work of DSP accidentally stumbling into a good, decently tagged video and a decently worded description, but at the end of the day, nobody wants to buy what he's selling. It is what it is. But he's super happy about it, and he'll make it a point in his pre-stream today. Today? Yeah, today. I kind of forgot that it's currently on Friday. And as a true believer, of course I'm a believer. I believe that there are a lot of people that came by to download it. I mean, case in point, you have 673 fucking downloads. Of course people came by to fucking download it. So he almost has a grand in fucking interactions just by downloads alone. Yeah, of course. The people who liked it didn't even stick around, man. Look at this, 38. Nobody even went over to part 2. And even if they did, they didn't even bother fucking downloading it. But he'll do the little brag and whatnot, which is kind of wild that he's bragging about it at all, because he had a whole segment that was like people caring about fucking Fallout and the lore and shit and getting all their views and everything. But here he is quite literally getting views from Fallout. He's celebrating and championing the thing that he kind of wished he had, and he was kind of jelly about. He got it, he did it, but he's not going to hold on to it. It's going to go the way of every other playthrough that he's ever done. The first like 2 days are usually the best days he's ever going to get, and after that it's just, you know, down to the terrible views we go. Maybe we'll get a grand after about a week or something. Even a Street Fighters doesn't pull in enough views. My God. That's what you're going to be looking at. So hopefully you're ready for that. Oh, look at that. Harry Halibut did pretty decent. And it also kind of went away too. Dislike as wild yet is. Yes, it is. Yeah, I guess the only thing that I missed, which I'm kind of debating on whether or not I wanted to cover, which was the Fightcade thing. Impromptu chill. This is what I was afraid of. When initially he sold this, he was like, I'm gonna do a Game Pass night, but obviously he wasn't gonna do a Game Pass night. He definitely didn't. Oh wow, nobody even really cared about him giving up Fightcade, huh?
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to something completely unplanned, and I'm not too happy about it, to be quite frank.
I hate this too. He's talking about how he wasn't happy about this. It took a pre-stream for him to finally be told, which was weird because he already had Fightcade installed, that his IP is there out in the wild if he potentially connects to somebody. But the same can be said for a lot of the other games he plays today. Whether or not it be, I believe Call of Duty has peer-to-peer. Tekken 8 had peer-to-peer. Street Fighter 6, I don't believe is peer-to-peer, but it might be. There's a lot of games that are peer-to-peer. So if somebody really wanted to steal his IP address and like get a hold of it and leak it, they definitely could. This isn't new. And the fact that it took him so many years to figure this out, as if it was some big revelation, that just showcases how ignorant he was in the first place. Basically, anyone with Wireshark and a bit of know-how could find it. Yeah, exactly. COD is peer-to-peer. That's what I understood as peer-to-peer. And I thought Street Fighter 6 was peer-to-peer as well. He'll need to get off a lot of games if he wants his IP to be safe. That's true. So when he was met with this, he was really, really angry about it. And then people gave him solutions. It was like, dude, just get a VPN, get a dynamic, set your IP address from static to dynamic, do this, that, and the third. There's a lot of things he could have done. It's not like Fightcade is not some kind of magical place, all right? I'm telling you this right now. As somebody who has already installed Fightcade and it took the better part of like fucking 5 minutes to do, this is not a fucking magical place, all right? You could go around, you can play fucking cyberbots and shit with people. Whoa. Oh shit, I'm not looking to play. I'm away. Thank you. Like, that's a thing. Could be here doing that. But he didn't want to, because in reality, he wanted any kind of excuse not to do it. He had so many fucking streams, pumping it and ready to dump it at the moment's notice. If he did a cursory read, he would have known about this. I was waiting for him to hit the audience with a Perry Caravello impossible. Yeah, that would have been pretty nice. A proxy service, fair enough. But I mean, he could have done anything. Man. So
it's actually Tuesday, the 23rd of April, 2024, and this is my typical late night stream where I would have something interesting for you, whether it be gameplay or a special event or something. Tonight, particularly, on deck, on schedule here, was something fresh and different and new. Something that people had literally requested from me, built up in hype for me for many, 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 many years. All right, tonight, what I was supposed to do...
Wait, built up in hype? He's talking about it as if it was like a Herculean effort for him to like go about installing Fightcade, by the way. He was obstinate the entire way through, and then all of a sudden he was like, yeah, I'll give it a shot. And then he shot it down.
I was supposed to check out something called Fightcade on PC. For those who don't know.
Oh. DSP is going to tell you, for those who don't know, by the way, even though everybody already knew this, and everybody gave solutions, he's going to tell you for the people who don't know.
Fightcade is a third party, not branded to any particular company or anything, application that runs on PC. And what it does is it combines emulator suites, so different versions of gaming emulators, with the online capabilities of the GGPO rollback netcode to create a product that allows you to match up with people from all over the globe and play games for free on your PC over the internet, particularly one-on-one fighting games from yesteryear that aren't really readily available to play in any modern capacity at all. For the most part, what Fightcade was originally designed to do was posterity, meaning allow people to access games that can no longer be actively played in arcades because they don't exist anymore, or on home consoles because there's just no ports that really are viable to play. In this case, I'm talking about the era of CPS 1, CPS 2 games, the CPS 3 games, such as the Street Fighter 3 series, etc. Those games particularly are what Fightcade was really designed to emulate. Now, for them to understand, there's been other things that have been added over the years.
Yeah, there's all sorts of games that have been added over the years for Fightcade. One of the games I was playing as of recent for Fightcade, what was it? It was a puzzle. It was the Puzzle Exchange. Yeah, we were playing this in the Discord when we were waiting for him to do the install. This game, it's pretty fun. Go around, you create yen, and you make it into bigger money yen pieces. That was pretty good. And you know another game that I like playing? Melty Blood. Melty Blood is on here. Hell yeah. Could have been playing that. But it's all for all sorts of games. Hell, Zombies Ate My Neighbors are on here too. Zombies Ate My Neighbors and what is it? It's Goemon. Goemon's on here. Look at this. You could play Ganbare Goemon. Whoa, this is a pretty cool game. And you can play with multiple players too. It's a 2-player game. You can do little arcade games on it too. Hell yeah. He missed out.
But this is like the way that people in the fighting game community play against each other to play old school fighting games. Particularly for me, I was stoked because my favorite fighting game of all time is Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo. There is currently no real active way to play that game on a console. The 2 versions that are readily available are the Street Fighter 38th Anniversary Collection, which is completely busted. There's no way to moderate and make it so that trolling doesn't happen, and people have found ways to break the game because it's just not a very good version. And the Capcom Fighting Collection, which actually doesn't run too poorly, but no one bought it. So because of that, there's no one playing this game in that collection.
Wow. You mean to tell me a game that nobody bought has nobody playing it? No way.
So really, if you own a console, you're boned. You can't play Super Turbo.
No, you can. You just can't play with other people because other people don't want to play with you.
Okay. Other games that I love, Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, versions of the Alpha series. Like, hell, I would play any of the 3 Alphas, although Alpha 2 is my favorite. I would play 1, 2, or 3. The Versus series of games. For example, X-Men versus Street Fighter or Marvel versus Capcom. I love those games. I was quite good at those games back in the day. I would be super happy to play those games with actual competition and people who know what they're doing and play them across the globe. That would be sweet. But
like, he's explaining all of these things where he could like play other people, other professionals who know what they're doing and everything on Fightcade and shit, right? And if they know what they're doing, they don't have to worry about people taking their IP address because they know what they're doing. So DSP is about to hit you with, in reality, it's because of all of these factors that are outside of my control about why I can't do the thing that everybody else is doing right now. Even though they're doing it, I can't do it because... Question mark?
Here's the deal. Years and years and years, people have asked me to do this, to play Fightcade. I never really had, in the last decade, the capability of doing so because I capture, stream, and do everything on one PC. I don't have a dual PC setup where I can run a game on one PC and then have that feed go into the other PC for capture and streaming. It's all...
I don't do that. Everything is done on one PC. What you see is what you get. I literally have 3 monitors and I capture everything on this one fucking PC and I stream on the PC as well. You don't need 2 PCs.
All on one PC.
And he has 2 PCs too, so that's a fucking lame excuse as well. He could be capturing the mini PC if he really wanted to. He could literally just bypass that stupid fucking capture card into the mini PC and he could capture what's happening on the mini PC. So this is a terrible excuse number 2.
Okay, so there was no way, excuse me, that I was going to be able to do Fightcade.
Yeah, he had a laptop too, and he has a second PC in his closet right now. So I don't want to hear any of these weird excuses. I needed a second PC. He had 3
until I had some kind of a solution for this. All right. So now I do. Last year, a viewer donated a mini PC, and we played a few things on it. Like I played Chrono Trigger on.
He literally played like 2 things on it. And one of them he barely even played. He kind of like half-assed it and just went away.
PC. We actually tried out like Phasmophobia during a Christmas holiday and stuff like that. We've done a few little things on it. But the whole idea was that eventually we were going to play Fightcade on there. That was the big epic thing. And I said, let's just find the time to do it. And now's the perfect time. We actually have 3 freaking weeks until there's major new releases that I'm interested in. So I'm like, oh, this would be perfect.
How is right now the perfect time? Is it because there's dead time? Remember, this dude has 3 games currently on the back burner that will not see the light of day because he's worried about it like burning out his fans as he starts another RPG. This dude is so wild. Fuck Sea of Stars, I guess. Fuck Final Fantasy VII.
For us to set it up, get it in a rotation, and be playing all these cool classic fighters and all this stuff. And that's what the purpose of tonight was supposed to be. Right now, we were supposed to set this up so that we could do it together and start playing, like pick games and stuff and start trying it out, right?
It's hard to include those.
So, no exaggeration. 10 years Since I lived in Washington, I've been streaming classic fighting games on console and been told, oh, Ultra Street Fighter 2, that's the wrong way to do it. It's crap. Street Fighter 30th Anniversary Collection, you're doing it the wrong way. It's crap. Oh, Capcom Fighting Collection, oh, that's crap. You're dodging the competition. You're not playing the good players. This is all your fault. All you need to do is play Fightcade.
Is he really about to, like, present this as if somehow or another this was a cleverly laid trap for the last 10 years? And that in reality, you guys were wrong the entire time, even though other people who are more notable and more professional than DSP play on Fightcade? LTG plays on Fightcade. Yes. Okay.
Okay. So now I have the capability to do it. And that was tonight. And then this morning on my Level 1 podcast in the morning, I'm discussing this with the crowd live, with the audience. You know, good crowd this morning, by the way. And I want to say thank you to anyone who was there, because there were some good Samaritans. Let me tell you, there were some good Samaritans there this morning. Holy moly.
There were some good Samaritans. This is the fucking bum who couldn't do 2 minutes of a fucking Google search to see how the connection is set up. Fightcade literally has a post from like 2018 indicating how the connection works and how your information is exposed. We have all of these solutions, and they're probably not good Samaritans. But the good Samaritans were the people who gave him an excuse not to play the game.
And I do want to say one thing before we actually even go much further. I got the weirdest message during the break.
Okay.
I got an email from someone who was like, I'm so upset with you because you attacked me today on the podcast and you insulted me and I want an apology. And I was like, I'm reading the message, right? And I'm looking.
Did we get
and I'm like,
sidetracked?
that literally didn't happen.
Did we
I think what
literally get
happened was
sidetracked?
someone was being very stupid in the chat at one point about like being a jerk to me. And I responded to them, but I didn't say a name. And someone else must have misconstrued it as I was singling them out in the chat. The thing is, this person was not moderated. I did not call them out by name. Somehow they 100% misunderstood.
I don't know why he's bringing this up. Maybe
who I was
they're
talking
in the
to.
chat, and that's why.
So I'm just
going
to say this to anyone who attends my content or my streams. This is
literally worthless. I don't know why on earth he went on that tangent.
General, just attacking people for no reason in my chat. They're always doing something stupid that allows me to then have to basically do something about it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, someone completely misunderstood or misconstrued what happened and took it as a personal insult. I mean, obviously, I apologize to whoever that person is if they actually thought I was insulting them. I wasn't talking to them at all. In fact, I don't even know what they said in chat because I was talking totally.
Dude, what does this have to do with the segment that you were talking about? This dude is like, oh my God. He needs to take some kind of medication to keep his mind focused on the thing that he was talking about, because he gets so distracted so easily. We're literally off the reservation. We went down the hill. We're playing in the creek right now.
To somebody else.
What the fuck?
But be careful. You got to be careful about this, guys. Here's why.
This is definitely.
I'm one person. You are many. Right? Right now we have a chat of hundreds of people. I
definitely somebody
do my best to talk with you and have conversation or whatever.
We wouldn't be doing
but
this.
I can't basically be perfect all the time and be clear exactly who I'm addressing. Right now, I'm talking to everyone generally, right? Don't take it to heart. If I say something on stream and you get upset, do you say that to me? Right?
Okay.
Fair enough? Okay. Now, getting back on subject. As we're doing the podcast this morning, the Level 1 podcast, a few good Samaritans actually came to the stream.
We got to the story.
Said,
thank God.
Hey,
it took
just
a
so
sip
you
to figure
know,
that out.
it sounds like no one has ever told you this before. But when you play Fightcade, your IP address gets exposed. Now, it took us about half an hour to hash this out. But
Dude. This is how it works for almost any kind of peer-to-peer game. This is just how it works, man. There are multiple ways in which this can be exposed. It's not new. This is not... Oh, God. This is not a new thing.
By the end of a half-an-hour segment on the podcast, we kind of figured out exactly how it all works.
We figured it out,
and
by
so
the way.
here's how Fightcade actually works.
They knew, and he
There's
could
a chat
have known.
room. No, your information does not get exposed in the chat room. Okay? There's like a client where you search for people, and all you see in the client where you search for people is a geolocation. So you'll see, oh, okay, this person's located in the USA. This person's located in the UK. This person is in, you know, Mexico or whatever, right? So you at least know what country they're in. But you don't see their IP address. However, from what I'm understanding, Fightcade is a free program, all right?
Yeah.
It's totally free. There is no paid version that's better, that has features. It's just something that everyone uses in the FGC for posterity to keep classic fighting games alive, which is to be well respected and regarded. Thank you to the people who make Fightcade for doing that. That's very nice of you to keep fighting games alive.
Dude, we fucking insulted Fightcade for years and years and years. We literally insulted Fightcade for years and years and years, and now we're sucking a digital dick. We don't even know whose digital dick we're sucking right now, but we're taking the full 6 inches right now, and we're filleting the balls. As we're sitting here staring up at the fucking corner demon. Maybe it's the corner demon's fucking dick and balls. I don't even fucking know. But goddamn. You want to give him a reach around while you're at it?
Normally wouldn't have any player base because there's nowhere to play them. All right, it'd be nice if we had perfect versions of these games on console. We do not. Correct? Anyway, apparently it's peer-to-peer.
Yeah.
What that means is there's no central server that you connect to.
Oh shit. Why did he think there was one? He knows the fucking netcode that's used for this. He literally talked about it in the beginning of this. Why would he think that they're connecting to a central server? That would make no sense. That would not be fucking feasible.
Instead, it's you are directly connecting to someone else.
Yeah.
And even though you can't actively see it yourself, yes, your IP address gets exposed when you
Yes.
connect to someone. Now you might
How it
say,
works.
well, why is this not a big deal for anyone? Well, because normally people don't have endless armies of complete mentally challenged weirdos on the internet.
Wow, mentally challenged? But dense is not a cool word, but we can say mentally challenged. Okay.
Chasing them around trying to ruin their business and their life, but I do.
Kind of cool.
Okay? It's sad. It's just a crazy hate mob of weird people that follow me around to try to do this stuff, but it's just present. So what happens is apparently you need to have third-party things going. So for example, it wouldn't be in Fightcade, but they could do something like use an IP sniffer, which is a third-party program you can get, and it can interact with Fightcade, and it can find out the IP address of the person that you've matched against to play. So it might not happen immediately, but within, you know, a session or two, there's definitely a chance that one of these trolls, okay, that they will do this, right? One of these trolls will eventually match with me, get my IP address, and there you go. In fact, Bonos Temo says, if you do a Google search for Fightcade security issues, the 6th result is an X post explaining everything about it. It is definitive on this issue. There's just a no-go here.
What?
So unless...
Dude, what do you mean it's a no-go? There's literally multiple ways around this. You could just get a VPN. It's literally nothing.
The makers of Fightcade work with some other method to hide someone's IP address in the app itself, which I don't think they're going to do. It's a free app, right? They're not, maybe if they were receiving payment for this app, they could develop something that makes it foolproof, much like when you're playing these games over a console through a GUI or its own matchmaking system where you have no access to the back-end data. But apparently you can do that just easily, just using an IP sniffer program. You can get the IP right.
He doesn't even know how this program works. He doesn't know how the program works. He doesn't know what the IP sniffer does. He doesn't know how anything of this works. He thinks the issue is like it's easily accessible from the front end. But like that's not how any of this works. The solution that he wants is then for them to have a server and everybody connects to that server, which is a complaint that he has today, because whenever people connect to the server, it could be laggy, and he would rather have a direct connection. Wait, oh my, he doesn't really understand any of this. He's just making this up as he goes along, and he's hoping to God that you're too stupid to like listen to any of this and be like, hey, wait a minute, this isn't how any of this works.
Out of Fightcade, you can get someone's IP. So why isn't it a big deal for anyone else? Because no one else gets harassed like me. Everyone else just plays casually for themselves.
Someone
Even a casual fighting game streamer,
you know,
you get a few hundred people on your stream or whatever, no one's going to dox you. But because I'm Darkside Phil, and people hate me for literally no good reason, they're just nuts.
I mean, yeah.
They will dox me. They will basically get my IP address, put it on the internet, and probably get a bunch of people to DDoS attack me.
Rephrase that. It's just as easy to get it from the back end than it is the front end. You still got to do a little tinkering to it. But at the end of the day, it's not like there's a button. It's not like there's a fucking button that says fucking reveal IP. Like, that's not going to be in here. If I go in here, I can't see any of their IP. That's just not how it works. Literally, that's not how it works. But he doesn't know that. He's just kind of winging it. And he's like, well, fuck it. Maybe that's how it works or something. I don't fucking know. Go figure it out.
Great, right?
Right?
Now, before we get ahead of ourselves, because all day people have been saying, use a VPN, 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 use a VPN.
Yes, we're gonna
we already addressed it on the podcast, but I'll readdress it now.
Okay. Why is this not a solution?
There are services out there, VPNs, that essentially spoof your location so that you look like you're somewhere else, so no one can actually find out your true IP address. Okay?
It's not exactly how
so
it
for
works,
example,
okay.
I could get one of these. I know there's a bunch of them. There's NordVPN, ExpressVPN. There's like a ton of them that are commercially used.
Yeah.
And you pay a subscription fee a month. And basically, when you go to do anything, before you actually get to the destination you want to go. So let's say, for example, I was going to stream on YouTube, but I wanted to protect my IP. Instead of connecting directly to YouTube and then streaming to YouTube, I would connect through this VPN first, then to YouTube, and YouTube would actually think that my broadcasting location was another country or another place. And apparently they have things all over the place. Like some of them are international, some of them have several things in the United States. But the one big problem with VPNs, okay,
what's the big
is
problem?
very, very simple. They add lag.
Who cares? Who cares? If you're connected, okay, number one, he lives in Seattle. So you already have a major hub literally in Seattle. The amount of lag that you're going to add is so minuscule just to get to a central fucking area that it's meaningless. It's literally meaningless. So what does it even matter? And if you want to be extra fucking tistic about this, DSP has always been worried on whether or not somebody's going to get his IP address and fuck with him, because it happened before, twice. So if this is something that can literally prevent shit from happening in the future on all things that he does, why wouldn't he get it? It's not a thing that's only going to be used once. It's going to be a service he would use for a lifetime, presumably, if he's going to keep streaming and shit. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? It's like a thing that he actually should consider. It's like a service that he needs to use.
Because you're not broadcasting from where you are.
Oh my!
You're going from somewhere
Christ.
else. So, for example, if I were to use a VPN to change my IP address, all right, so that I could play Fightcade and protect my IP. Number one, it's going to add input lag to the game.
How much?
In which case, why bother playing online if you're adding delay to make it lag? The other person won't have the lag, I will.
How do you know? How do you actually know that? What if they're using a VPN? There's like people like Justin Wong and shit that play on this, right? They're probably using a VPN. You literally cannot know this. And yeah, that's the thing. It just masks the IP. Oh my Christ. He is so fucking stupid with all of this. This is literally like one of the few services that he actually legitimately needs to consider for his business to protect his fucking identity and to make sure that he's not getting fucked with. And he just outright doesn't understand. And he just fuck it. It's just like him not knowing that your IP could be exposed. Somebody had to explain it to him. And if you had to explain it to him now that a VPN actually doesn't do the thing that he's saying it does, he's going to say no, wrong. And he's going to do it on the base of what? He didn't look it up. He didn't even look up that it was peer-to-peer in the first place. And your IP was there for people to potentially see. He didn't know that. It took somebody to tell him. So what? The same person that told him about the fucking the IP leak also has to tell him about the VPN? This dude just wants an easy way out because he really doesn't want to play Fightcade. Because if he played Fightcade, he'd expose himself to the rest of the world and say, yeah, in reality, I'm actually not as great as I think I am. And he couldn't even make the excuses like the netcode at that point because it's direct connection. It's literally direct connection at this point. This is such a fucking lame take.
Right? I'll have additional, and it's already rollback netcode. It's already rollback netcode where things are going to be going all over the place, teleporting. Now imagine that added with a VPN that's adding lag. Correct?
He's just making
and
up
as
scenarios.
much as people want to be
He's beating up the
really
straw man.
optimistic about this and say, well, you can get a VPN that maybe will broadcast out of Seattle or whatever. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's going to add lag enough that it's going to make it not viable. It's going to make it as laggy as it was on the console versions anyway. So there's no point. I could just play the console version, which is also broken and laggy, and there's no point. You know what I'm saying?
I'm going to say this. I hope to God that his IP gets leaked again because of him playing on a console game. I hope to God in the next 2 years his IP address gets leaked because he plays a game on PS5 and he has to directly connect to somebody. I hope it happens. I wish it happens. And if it fucking happens, then I can just go and point towards him and like, there you go, told you so, you should have got a VPN. And then he'll get scared into doing it. Because it literally has to happen again for him to like think that it's a good idea. Fuck him. Absolutely fuck him. He's not gonna learn any other way. You literally have to fucking hit him over the head with a fucking bat.
You know what? It's just dumb. Why would I do that? Why would I pay to get a VPN only to play on Fightcade for the few times that I will do this a month? You know, Fightcade would probably be something I would do like once a week, you know, 4 times a month. I'm going to do a specific subscription just to get a VPN, just to change my IP address, just to stream that one particular app 4 times a month and add lag and make myself miserable, right?
Yeah. All speculation, by the way.
It's insane.
He doesn't even know
what I'm
exactly
saying? And
how
by the way,
VPN works.
I don't even have confidence. I don't have confidence
a VPN?
that this would even work without the VPN. What I mean by that is this is rollback netcode. I don't like rollback netcode.
Dude. And then he just outright tells you, I didn't even want to do this in the first place. I thought this wasn't going to work. I had no confidence from the get-go. So he didn't even want to play. He truly didn't want to play it in the first place. He actually just said, fuck it. I actually didn't believe in the product.
I think rollback netcode hides lag from the viewer. If you're watching, it doesn't look laggy. But half the time when I'm playing a game like Street Fighter 6, my inputs are delaying and dropping. When I do them, it's not good. It's already frustrating. Now I'm going to add even additional delay to that situation using a VPN, right? And then on top of that, there's no guarantee this thing's even going to be that fun or work. Because, you know, it's one thing when it's just a free thing. And then it ends up being a flop or what.
You know, is a wild fucking idea. Instead of doing all of this, he could have just tested it. Because he's already downloaded. He already downloaded it and he has Fightcade right now. All he had to get is like a Lua script or whatever, or a JSON file, and he could have got all the games that he needed. Whatever. So what stopped him from making like a fucking username that's not obvious and playing it on his off time and disproving all of this? He could have done it. Nobody would have known. But he didn't, because he never had confidence and he didn't want to do this from the get-go. What a fucking clown. I'm kind of glad that I didn't stream this. If I had streamed this, if I had to sit there that day, if I didn't cancel that fucking stream, I would have been miserable. I didn't want to listen to this. I wanted him to just go on Fightcade so that way he could have played somebody who may have been able to whoop his ass. And he would have had no excuse at that point. Instead, we have to sit here and we have to fucking cry about things that may or may not happen, could or could not happen. Fucking made up wish fairies and shit. What a fucking clown, man.
People are on to play. It's just not worth it. There's no guarantees that a VPN would do anything to help. Okay?
Sip, sip, delicious.
So, basically, it's shot. It's kaput. It's off the table, and there's nothing that I can do about it. I'm sorry. I wanted.
That's actually incorrect. There's literally multiple things he can do about it. He refuses to do any of those things. Literally refuses to do any of those things. And if he did do them, then he would be able to play the game that everybody wanted. But if he doesn't do them, he doesn't play the game that everybody wanted. He can sit around and he can protect his ego for another fucking 5 years until he buys another collection that nobody fucking buys, nobody fucking plays. Rats. This is the same dude, by the way, who's been ducking ranked on Street Fighter 6. Same guy, ducking ranked. And he's talking about how he could have done so many things, dude. He could have cured cancer. He could have stopped the bank robbers. He didn't, because he didn't buy NordVPN.
To play Fightcade for you guys. For years, people can't. I want to say you guys, but I don't want to say it was all of you, because who knows actually who it was. But I remember particularly as I played games like Ultra Street Fighter 2 on the Switch, or the Street Fighter 30th Anniversary Collection, you know, on my Xbox or PlayStation. People would say, "Man, you're just stupid. Everyone who's anyone is playing Fightcade." And you're dumb because you're purposefully dodging the competition. That's what they would say. DSP is purposefully dodging the competition.
Yeah, you were.
By playing on console.
Yeah, there's 500 motherfuckers right now playing Third Strike. There's 350 who are currently playing King of Fighters 2002. And the 98, they got another 300. Yeah, you're ducking the competition. Street Fighter alone has, look at this, Street Fighter 2, there's literally over 100 people in multiple versions of the Street Fighter Championship Edition and the fucking Street Fighter 2X, which I think is Super Turbo. Yeah, you're ducking the competition. That's literally what you're doing.
It's like a small pool of people who aren't good, right? Oh, if he played on PC, he'd be playing the cream of the crop, the better players, and he would be spanking, or he'd be getting spanked by everyone. Now, I'm not disputing that. The people who play on PC on Fightcade probably play all the time. Unlike me, who I'm rusty and I play these occasionally. These probably people who've been actively playing these games for ages and ages and ages. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like, people would always come by and say, Phil, why are you not playing the real comp? Why are you not? And so all these years I'm thinking, you know, maybe when I finally get the capability.
Dude, all of these years he kept telling them that they were fucking stupid and he was never gonna fucking do it. He didn't make the excuses that he needed a PC. He said those people were stupid and they should be playing on this game. He made so many angry posts, so many angry rants at Capcom not selling the collection edition in a way in which would garner fucking sales, and said they were stupid and whoever their fucking sales manager was needed to be fired. That's what he said back in the day. He hated Capcom for it. He blamed them for outsourcing it to a fucking company that didn't know what the fuck they were doing. And he said, fuck Fightcade. They should be coming over here to play this fucking game, this dodgy ass broken game that he didn't even want to play.
Of doing this, I want to play Fightcade. And now I have it. And I advertise, and we talked about this for months. We talked about ever since I got the mini PC that I would do it. We said I was going to do it in December, then it got delayed. Then we said January, then it got delayed again. So there's all these opportunities for you to find out about this. It wasn't until the morning that I was going to do the Fightcade setup tonight that I was told that this happens.
Isn't this a personal problem because you have no ability to fucking research anything? This is literally DSP and his refusal to do basic fucking research. And somehow or another, it's everybody else's fault because he advertised this for months. Maybe you should have done some research. This is your fucking job, you clown. The reason why people make fun of DSP is because he's this inept. The thing that he needs to do for his fucking job, play video games. He can't even do the thing of researching the video games. He has to fucking poll everything. He has to fucking stress test everything. He has to make sure that it's all fucking approved by the chat. And the chat finally tells him the thing that everybody fucking knew. Most people fucking knew. Last Horse fucking finally crosses the finish line, and he's mad that he's been promoting it for like, what, 6 months? Wow, I'm sorry, Phil, that you made a fucking ass of yourself because you didn't want to do any kind of cursory research. I'm so sorry. He's a different person. He's changed now. Yeah, he has changed. He used to be an asshole, and he's still an asshole now, except he's wearing a fucking Hawaiian shirt, and it's unbuttoned. It used to be like busting at the seams. Now you can see the full flavor of the dingy t-shirt underneath.
It was the morning of, during a 10-year span, that everyone crapped on me saying I was a coward dodging the competition.
You are.
The truth of the matter is I never would have been able to do it because it exposes my IP.
You could.
And it was all a lie.
You literally made up an excuse. You could do it. You chose not to do it because you don't want to do, what, a minuscule amount of lag that may or may not happen? Because you made that up in your head canon. Because you don't even know how the VPNs work. As you sit here and you fucking tongue your fucking mouth and you're looking for some kind of validation from somebody to tell you that, yeah, Phil, you're right. You did the correct thing. You ran away from that fight. Good on you, Phil.
And thankfully, it was people like Bono's Tecmo and a few others. It was him and like 2 or 3 other people who were all finding the information and putting it in the chat this morning. I basically once again have dodged a huge bullet. Ladies and gentlemen, 2024 is officially the year of me dodging 1 million huge bullets.
He really is this. He is. He's actually this stupid. This guy is gonna go to his grave not knowing. I don't know, man. Like, I feel like this dude probably doesn't know how basic shit works. And this dude will go to his grave not having learned anything. The words "nothing I could do" is going to be plastered upon that fucking tombstone, and it's really gonna mean something, I guess.
So far, it's like the fucking Matrix, and I'm just doing Matrix dodging like Keanu Reeves right now. All these bullets are passing, you know, are kind of not working out in a positive way. I wish they did, you know. In this case, I don't like the fact that I can't play classic fighting games. I want to.
He's gonna have a VPN.
This sucks that I can't, that I don't have an access to it. But others can, right? Because others don't have an army, a legion of fucking trolls.
That's going to be so great. Fucking 10 years from now, this dude's going to have a fucking VPN. And he's going to be shilling it, too. It's going to be like some kind of fucking knockoff fucking VPN as well. He's going to be shilling it, and he's going to be like, I don't know what, these idiots, they don't even fucking use a VPN. Me, I use a VPN. And you should get one, too. And he's going to sell you it. He's going to sell you just like how he sells you to get YouTube Premium and shit. Oh, this is going to be great. I can't wait. 10 years from now, he's going to be old and gray, and he's going to be doing NordVPN like 3.0 commercials.
After that, it's kind of like, it's very similar to the situation where people are saying, what about all these gifted memberships that you keep getting from trolls that you're saying, you know, they're not real? Well, they are real, but they're basically discounted because they're using an exploit. They're using a VPN to pretend like they're in another country where the pricing is incorrect on memberships, and then they're mass buying them for a few pennies. And so it ruins the whole membership system. It breaks it. And people are like, so why is that affecting you and not others? Because I'm Darkside Phil, and I'm the one who's stalked by literally thousands of mentally ill people who think that that's okay to do. It's okay to exploit a system as long as it hurts Phil. It's okay to skirt the rules as long as it hurts Phil. It's okay to literally break the law, which has happened to me many times over the years. People breaking the law just to hurt Phil. That's sick. There's other fighting game streamers out there literally right fucking now.
This is all because he didn't want to install Fightcade, and he didn't want to get a VPN, by the way. All of this because he didn't want to get a VPN.
Who are playing on Fightcade. And there are no trolls going in using IP sniffers to find their IP address, post it up on the internet on Kiwi farms, and have everyone DDoS attack them.
Hey,
That's
cool,
not
Kiwi
happening.
farms.
People even said it earlier. Avoid the Puddle is a prominent fighting game streamer who gets to play Fightcade all the time. And he does never had this issue whatsoever. Not once has this happened to him. He could just play it with no issue. Why? Because he doesn't have an army of weirdo, loser, mentally ill people following him around. So he can have a normal life. I can't. I'm not free to have a normal life because of this. And then people idiotically say things in the chat like earlier, oh, victim complex. It's not a fucking complex, you idiot. It's documented factual shit that's happening.
He's literally putting himself into these boxes. He puts himself into these boxes every single time. Every time he has a fucking spurg out, every time he fucking yells at somebody, every time he brings attention to literal nonsense. Every time he sits there and he's like, I'm keeping a dirty secret and you'll never know. Every single time he taunts people, every single time he sits there and he fucking eggs people on, he's doing it just so that way people can attack him and he can look like a victim. This dude has been a career victim for 10 plus years and climbing. As he sits there and he licks his lips and he's like, yeah, man, I'm not a victim. I'm not a fake victim. I am the victim. Well, I guess he is. He's a victim of his own circumstances. He's a victim of being an asshole. And this is what happens when you're a career asshole. When you're a career asshole, some people don't like you. And when they don't like you, they make fun of you. So I guess the lesson to learn from all of this, if you were to take away one lesson, don't be a weird bulbous nosed idiot picking fights with people over the years. Because when you do that over and over and over again, you make a career out of it. I don't know, some people are going to hate you or something. Maybe. Phil, I don't hate you. I find you funny. But the last season has been kind of boring. So the season's been kind of slow. I don't hate you, man. I don't care if you lose your job or not. I don't care if you stream another 20 million years. But goddamn, you're so insufferable at times because of how stupid and empty-headed you are. You stupid, stupid potato. You don't even know how stupid you are.
I'm not making it up. You say victim complex if you're actively trying to make yourself a victim for sympathy. I don't want anyone's sympathy. I just want to do the normal shit everyone else can fucking do, and I'm not allowed to. This is not a victim complex. It's my fucking reality that every place I turn, I get harassed by weirdos and losers and people who should be mentally examined for help. Because if they think this is a use of something normal in their life, they're out of their minds. They are infatuated with me and my family, and they're actively trying to harass us at every turn.
This is literally about a thing that didn't even happen. You know that? Did you know that, chat? He's literally complaining about a thing that did not happen to him, which is having his IP leaked through Fightcade. Given all of the options on how to avoid it, given the fact that he installed Fightcade, and the fact that he did nothing with it, he's currently complaining about the things that did not happen. We're complaining about the glass of milk that wasn't even poured that got spilled. And I get it. He's like, well, I don't want to run into this problem. It's like, bro, you didn't even run into this problem. And if you want to avoid the puddle, I don't know, maybe you shouldn't have promoted this in the first place. He's crying about being made to look like a fool for the last 6 months because he's been promoting a thing that he didn't even research. I'm sorry. Maybe you should have researched it, I guess. That's nobody's fault but your own. This isn't a fucking cleverly laid trap by the trolls. This was the fact that you didn't do any of your due diligence. Again, DSP's entire history can be summed up as he did no research. He did literally nothing to better himself or his situation. And he fell victim to being stupid. I don't know. Maybe we should take away safety nets so stupid people like this can maybe, you know, not make it all the way to adulthood. These are the reasons why we have baby gates and like little protectors for plugs, so that way idiots like this don't go around sticking a fork in it when they're like the ripe old age of 14.
So, it's this simple. I'm not allowed to do the things everyone else does. Just like back when I was on Twitch, I was not allowed to have a sponsored stream because my trolls would harass whoever the sponsor was, and the sponsor would demand from Twitch that I no longer get these sponsored opportunities because they don't want to be harassed by trolls. So then they kicked me out of the program and never told me. They literally lied to me about it.
He had sponsored streams. He had multiple sponsored streams. If he's talking about the stupid bounty system, he had multiple. He had Assassin's Creed, I think it's called Odyssey. He had the, what is it, the Garden Warfare Plants vs. Zombies. He had the stupid visual novel thing that he didn't even complete. Yeah, ELO hell. I don't like when he does this shit because it's like, what are we complaining about? We're complaining about the things that you did have factually and you did multiple of? You did these things. I'm sorry, you did the bounty stuff. And he's also complaining about, well, he doesn't have the opportunities. He got sponsored by a chair company that went under because they were kind of like nobodies. They were nobody's important shit from China, and he believed them. And he was giving them all sorts of access and shit. I don't know. Bro, he's literally complaining about, he really does think that it's like the trolls have been behind all of this the entire time. Man, he'd been doing all of these things and bragging about how he had immunity from the trolls for years and years and years. It's only after the fact saying, yeah, man, actually the trolls in reality were fucking everything up. So he's basically admitting every single time he says the trolls can't do anything to me, you're in fact lying and the trolls are doing everything to him.
Outright lied and said, oh, it was a coding error. They weren't man enough to say, oh, we're kicking you out of the program unfairly because of your trolls.
Exactly.
They lied about it and said it was a coding error that I couldn't see the page.
Until he
yes, that's
suddenly
what they
got
told
sponsored.
Me. Okay.
Then all of a sudden
so
he
it's just
liked
one
it.
of many, many things. It's why I can't have a merch page. Because if I have a merch page, my trolls go to the vendor and complain that I'm a bigot and a racist and a sexist and the king of hate and I'm a horrible person and you don't want to do business with them. So then they kick me out because they're getting harassed. You see?
Yeah,
not that any of this is true, but they don't care. They just don't want a hassle. So this is why I can't get the same things as everybody else.
Yeah,
this is why when people say, well, why don't you just take on sponsors? Because I can't take on a sponsor. Even if I did, it wouldn't last because of this. Do you understand? I have to basically make a living just off of streaming. That's it.
That's incorrect. If he took on like a fucking Dollar Shave Club sponsorship, it didn't matter. It would not matter if there were like 100 people currently spamming Dollar Shave Club about DSP being a fucking bum. They'd keep him on board because they're not going to listen to that shit. So this is a weird fucking stupid thing to say. When he had the opportunity to work with people for quite a lot of money, he didn't want to do it either. What happened with the whole, you could interview with Mudahar for money? What happened with that? Remember how he denied that? I'm not even talking about Keemstar now. I'm talking about fucking Mudahar. Mudahar came in, wanted to do an interview with him, was willing to pay him. He didn't even want to do that. This dude doesn't want to take anything for money. He wants to be a perpetual victim where he can sit there and panhandle you. Oh, woe is me, woe is me. I have nothing good for me. Except those times that people have given me shit for free, like a free Switch, and a free fucking controller, and a free fucking game multiple times. Remember that fucking stupid ass Sonic and Mario Olympic game that I fucking gave up because I said, oops, sorry, I got this for free. It was sponsored, but I didn't want to say anything about it, right? We do so many things. We pretend so many things. We want to make up so many lies because it's better that way. Because if we had to tell the truth and be like, yeah, in reality, I get all these things and I just don't do it. I actually just like, I get a fucking sick thrill out of asking people, hey man, can you give me $1? Can I bum $1 off you? Maybe it would look kind of weird, but that's what this dude is doing right now. He's literally he's literally explaining to you why he can't do a thing. I guarantee you the amount of money he made on this one stream alone would have paid for like multiple years of this VPN service. Something that he can actually factually fucking use. But he'll never get it. Because why would he? Why would he have an ounce of prevention? Why would he do something neat for his fans? Fuck it. They get denied everything. Everybody gets denied everything. Because of the invisible hand of the trolls. The trolls that can't do anything but at the same time fuck up his life for everything. That's so wild. The trolls can't do shit to him, but apparently the trolls do everything to him.
Can't get income from anywhere else because of these idiots. That's not a victim complex. That's actual reality for me. Because these idiots won't leave me alone. What they don't realize is all the things they don't like. So for example, they don't like it when I go on a stream and I talk about this. They don't like it if I'm on a stream and I say, hey guys, will you contribute to support my stream tonight? Oh, he's an e-beggar. Oh, he's a victim.
Yeah.
But I have to do that because you fucked my life up.
I didn't fuck your life up, you fat fuck. I didn't fuck up any aspect of your fucking life. All I did was fucking stream you and laughed at you. That's what a lot of people did too. DSP is literally the maker of his own fucking destruction. He got himself into this fucking property. He got himself into this fucking debt. I didn't put up a gun up to DSP's head and say, hey, Phil, you should move from Connecticut over to fucking Seattle. I didn't break up his previous relationship. I didn't get him into bankruptcy. DSP has systematically fucked up his own life by making enemies out of people he didn't need to make enemies out of, by taking on debt that he didn't need to fucking shoulder, by refusing to pay for shit and making bad financial decisions. And then all of a sudden, it's the blame of what? The trolls? Because the trolls are doing what exactly? What have the trolls been doing for the last 3 months? Giving him free subs at pennies on the dollar? Wow, imagine that. The trolls are really fucking him up by giving him money. It doesn't stop somebody from giving him money, but apparently it does. I don't see how the trolls are responsible right now for what he's doing, which is him complaining about the thing that he's been hyping up for months. He didn't do any research. I've known this for like the past, like, what, 2-3 years of the peer-to-peer connection, ever since he had mentioned it. This is such a lame thing. Yeah, free subs he begged for back in October. He took a week out of nowhere because he had a little fucking cold. No one forced him not to pay his friends for their work. That's right. All of this is just him being an asshole for the entirety of his fucking career. And now all of a sudden he really hates that him being an asshole cultivated a community of assholes. I don't know. Yeah, Phil is never responsible for any of the crooked shit and stupid things he's done, because you have losers like OIC who reward his childish behavior. He thinks he can point his finger at everyone. Yeah, that's right. And that's fine. He can continue to think this all the way up until the fucking day he dies. He can sit there and he can be like, everybody else was at fault. He'll be on his fucking deathbed. He'll have an IV drip and he'll have stage 4 cancer. And somehow or another, cancer is going to be the troll's fault. Because he couldn't go to a doctor, because the trolls would have been there. Maybe the trolls were doctors. I don't fucking know. They were Dr. Fart the entire time. God damn. Does everything have to be the troll's fault? Because if it was at any point his fault, he would have to realize he kind of did this to himself.
You understand that? If you would fucking stop, if you wouldn't dox me, I could be playing Fightcade right now like everyone else who uses it. If you wouldn't fuck up sponsors, I would have had sponsors years ago.
You did.
And I wouldn't have been in the financial situations that I got into.
You were.
You created the problem.
He literally pays for 2 internet lines, one of which doesn't even get used, and he's currently talking about how other people created the problem. This dude has put him into a fucking financial hole that he can't even dig himself out of. As prices go up, as inflation creeps, he's talking about how he needs to fucking repair things in his house that he can't even afford because he has no credit. And the trolls somehow or another created this nonsense. Trolls have been laughing the entire time. All of a sudden, though, he had to pick up on the begging, and then the trolls were like, nah, man, that's kind of lame.
With the level of harassment you did against me, and then you complained about the consequences of the problem. Your consequences created actions for me that I couldn't avoid.
Consequences created actions for me? What are the consequences of the actions, Pimp?
Now I'm living with those repercussions of your actions, and I'm just trying to make a living, but you're not happy with that. But you created the situation. You're fucking stupid.
We created him getting cut for his amount of money he was getting from Machinima. We created Machinima actually going away. We created the situation with Poltavi. What else did we create? I want to know. I want to know what this fucking gopher over here thinks that we created. What did this dude think that we create? This dude is sitting here pretending that we've created the sun, the moon, the earth, the stars, everything. We didn't create the problem with Blip TV. We didn't create the problem with him like saying really stupid words on fucking Twitch that got misheard and they thought he was saying the N-word. We didn't create the top 10 racist moments. We didn't create this shit. DSP is the creator of all of these problems.
Dumbest people on earth. Do you get it? You're literally the dumbest people. You created a situation you don't like. I wasn't ever having to do shit like this back in the day. When I was 10 years ago before This Is How You Don't Play.
10 years ago before This Is How You Don't Play, he was making a whole bunch of money with people clicking the ads on the videos. And he made a whole video about it and he got demonetized because of it. Because of click fraud activity. 10 years ago when he was living out in fucking Connecticut, he had the best fucking opportunity where he could hoard a bunch of money by spamming a bunch of videos that were less than 10 minutes long. And people would click them and he would get a whole bunch of money per click. And he would spend money on stupid statues and watches he would never wear. That's what happened 10 years ago. 10 years ago, he had a bigger paycheck. And it wasn't influenced by his viewers other than the fact that they would watch his shit. So no, he didn't have to beg back then. But when all of that money went away, all of a sudden we had to beg because he had nowhere else to turn. Machinima couldn't help him. We didn't put him in this financial situation. He put himself in this financial situation. And now he's complaining that the only way out is the thing that you created, right? We didn't create this mess, man. He could have, he literally could have invested his money. He could have paid off his previous property. He could have rented it out. He could have done anything. But he didn't do any of these things. YouTube was the worst thing to ever happen to Phil Burnell. Absolutely, I agree. I don't even think YouTube itself, but the fact that he was able to go into Machinima and to be paid for the nonsense that he created. If he wasn't getting paid and he just had like videos that were made him popular and shit, he probably would have went on to get a regular job and just made videos on the side and he would have been happy about it. But more money made more problems. And when those problems cropped up, he started running away from them. And when he couldn't run away from it all and he ended up getting a bankruptcy, all of a sudden, what, it's everybody else's fault? Dude, he literally got forgiven over $100,000 worth of debt. And he's complaining how life isn't fair. He literally was given a golden ticket 5 years ago. And he's complaining. He's complaining that life isn't fair. Bro, the trolls didn't jack your tires. The trolls didn't fucking overcharge you on spark plugs. The trolls didn't make your wife fat. This is all your own making, man.
I just did whatever. I played games, I uploaded videos, I went on trips, I did everything. I had no issues with my income. So because of that, I was able to do whatever the hell I wanted. I was free. I wasn't sitting there begging people for contributions. I wasn't saying, oh, we got to have a Patreon and we got to have a PayPal and we got to.
You literally did make a Patreon and you asked if everybody could give you $1 a month. If one person, you were literally asking if 1,000 people out of the million that watch you could give you $1 a fucking month. You wouldn't have to constantly ask for money and it would be able to pay for all the bills and shit. You literally asked for that, Phil. He doesn't even remember about asking for that. He doesn't even remember about when he set up his Patreon. He doesn't even remember what the Patreon was for. I guarantee if you ask him, he would probably say, yeah, Patreon was only so that way people could ask me Q&A videos for the last like 10 years. Forgetting that he had all sorts of events tied to it. This guy, yeah, he used to always chill his fucking Patreon. This dude is such a lame ass, man. He likes to pretend he loves to rewrite history, pretend none of this shit happened, none of this shit existed. He likes to pretend that nobody can remember shit. But people remember shit. And then when you sit here and you try and tell them that they're fucking wrong and that they're lying, it's like, that kind of gets people mad at you, man.
Have this. It was literally just, here's my videos, watch them, ad revenue. Thanks so much. Done. And I gave shit away constantly, like giveaways every fall. This all the shit behind the scenes. Hell, I used to be able to afford to give money to charity, and
This is, oh my, I get what this is now. I get why this is gold. This isn't a troll rant. Because people actually, I even thought it was a troll rant at first. This isn't a troll rant. This is him actually angry at his life. Some people would actually argue, that this is a rant about the trolls. It is not. This is him actually legitimately mad at his life because he had the opportunity and he had a giant paycheck and he didn't have to do shit. He had that taken away from him. He thinks it's the trolls. We think he thinks it's the trolls. No. He's literally mad at his life right now. Listen to this.
Oh, we got to have a Patreon and we got to have a PayPal and we got to have this. It was literally just, here's my videos, watch them, ad revenue. Thanks so much. Done. And I gave shit away constantly, like giveaways every fall. All this shit behind the scenes. Hell, I used to be able to afford to give money to charity, and I did many times behind the scenes back when I actually made money to do it. But I can't anymore because people fucked with my life so much. So you created the monster, you created the situation, and now you want to hold me accountable for it when you did it. Fuck you.
He has completely forgotten the story. He wants to attribute every bad thing to the trolls, when in reality, he has had bad financial decisions for years and years and years. He should have never made this move. If he was out in Connecticut, he wouldn't have this problem. If he sold his previous property, he wouldn't have half the problems that he had. But this is because he stretched himself way too far, thought that the income was going to be forever and ever. He had old videos talking about how the land of milk and honey, I thought it was going to keep rolling in. The gravy train was just going to keep on going. He moved out to fucking Seattle and all of a sudden it stopped. It dried up. He was making half of what he was supposed to be making. He would make the hand graphs. It would be like, whoop, whoop. I'm literally doing the hand graphs right now. Just zipping and zopping all over the place and shit, making noises. And now he's sitting here and he's crying about how his life sucks dick. And all of a sudden it's the trolls' fault. The trolls had nothing to do with Machinima renegotiating his contract thrice. Not once, not twice, 3 times. Nothing to do with that. He's mad because the way of life that he used to have back when he had a whole bunch of money was quite literally make a video, get a bunch of views, and then you just get paid on it. Yeah, you know what? Those were the good times. He should have saved some money back then instead of pissing away at fucking statues he can't even show off today. They're either broken or they're fucking sold or they're gone or they're trashed. He's got nothing to show from like way back then. Not even a fucking trophy for his 4th place fucking thing at Evo.
Fuck every one of you. Every one of you out there who acts like this and does this horrible things to me and my family. That's why I can't play Fightcade. That's why I can't do the normal things other streamers do.
Because you dox me.
You're the problem. If you don't exist right now, if you were finger snapped out of existence, things would be better.
DSP would rather have people quite literally erased from existence. He would want to genocide people. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say that he would want to have the trolls that he dislikes. He would rather them be completely erased from existence. He wants them dead, gone, stop existing. Remember how he talked about he had thousands and tens of thousands of fucking trolls to his like fucking measly 100 viewers? Man, how many bodies does he want? What a fucking, what a thing to say. What a very petty thing to say. I wish you guys were dead. That's basically what he's saying right now. He's literally saying with this frown on his face, I wish you were dead. He doesn't want to say it. He's not saying like, I wish you fucking committed Minecraft. I wish you committed option 3. Nah. This dude right here with that fucking face, he's like, yeah, I wish you died. I really did. T didn't deserve to die. You should have been in that fucking path. You should have took those bullets.
Think about that. All you do is you sit around, you hurt people all day long, and people would probably be happier if you would just change your behavior immediately.
How am I hurting people? How am I hurting people right now? How am I hurting Phil? Phil ain't even streaming right now. Phil ain't even fucking streaming right now. I ain't hurting him. I hadn't done shit to him. I still won't do shit to him.
You won't, because you've been doing this to me for over a decade. Right? It's just insane how they act, these fucking people. So anyway, that's what's going on. As that's why I'm trying to express how openly disappointed I am right now with the fact that I can't play retro fighting games. I was stoked and pumped for this. You guys built this up for years that it was going to be something great.
Did this.
And now I can't do it.
Yeah.
You know? And now, I mean, to be particularly honest, it just sours me from wanting to do something. Like right now, I wish
Dude, it sours him because he fucking pumped it up for 6 months and he was made to look like an asshole. He was made to look like a fucking fool because he didn't do any research. Yeah, I guess I would be pissed too if I had promoted a thing and I didn't do any research about it. It's Poltavi all over again.
Do tonight. I don't fucking know. I'm not even in a mood to fucking do anything. I'm not. I'm pissed that I'm not allowed to have the things that anyone else who turns on their PC to stream can do.
Fred fucks.
I'm really ripping pissed.
I
don't think that I should now have to fucking come up with some bullshit extravagant fallback plan because of the actions of a bunch of shitbags out there who have no fucking lives.
He's literally complaining about a thing that didn't happen, by the way, which is his IP being doxxed on a game that he didn't even play. He's complaining about a thing that didn't happen. That's what we're doing right now as we're sitting here and we're fucking gleefully smiling at the camera. We're complaining about a thing that did not factually happen. It didn't happen because he never did it. So nothing happened. We just fucking ranted for 25 plus minutes about a thing that just factually did not happen. Wow.
So I don't think I'm going to do anything. I think we're just going to hang out. I'm going to talk with you guys. I have some things I'm going to shout out. Thank you, because a couple people have already contributed.
I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to sit here and collect money, which he did. He proceeded to sit here and collect money. All right, what is this? DSP exposes Fred Fucks Fightcade up 10 years in the making. What is this? During this pre-stream? What was this? Or was this during the... I don't even fucking care.
It's the hate army, bro.
I don't even care.
Army.
Shout out to hate. This will be like the last thing, and I'm probably going to pass out after this. I don't know if there are any other things I had to cover.
Good vibes to the
Shout out to hate. Shout out to hate.
Shout out for hate.
Shout out to hate.
Shout out for
Shout
hate.
out for hate.
All right, guys. Thank you for watching. I'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, it's the end of the pre-stream.
This is just tremendous to me. Really, it is. It's tremendous to me that a whole 10 years, right? A whole 10 fucking years, people basically lied to me. That's just impressive, right? You think that like 16 years as a content creator earned you something, like earned you the benefit of the doubt that people wouldn't be lying through their teeth at you for a decade?
They lied to
about
me.
something. I guess not, though. I guess it means nothing, right? I guess that nothing in life actually has value anymore. Just, you know, it's Phil, so fuck him. Yeah, let's get him doxxed. Let's do it. Let's just keep fucking lying. Pretty impressive. I don't think, you know, it's hard to, you know, that's got to be the longest running one then. If you think about it, like I was going to say that some of the longest running things people have done to mess with me would be.
So he really does think this was a long control, huh? He really does think that this was like some kind of troll op that's been running for the last 10. It was like a dead man switch. The fucking body was pressing on the gas. The lever was just going. Fred Fucks' dead body has just been sitting there and controlling the lever, and he never let go. And this was just going on for 10 years. This was a big gotcha, right? Even though he's had his IP address leaked like 2 or 3 times now, he's now saying all of a sudden this was the thing that was going to get him, right?
Like the catfishing, which lasted about 1.5 years of people having a fake identity online to pretend like they were someone they weren't, so that then they could like get into everyone's good graces, even befriend certain people in the chat, and then pretend they were someone else so they could become a mod, and then try to use that modship to get me in trouble or get me banned off of Twitch or whatever it might be.
Jesus Christ, there's so many stories.
It didn't work. And they tried that twice, by the way. That happened twice. The first time was more shocking. The second time, I purposely set it up so that if a moderator actually became like a hidden troll, it would affect nothing. And it literally, that's what happened. It affected absolutely nothing.
Except when people got unbanned.
I learned from my experience.
Did DSP actually learn from his experience? Did he actually learn from his experience? Because he didn't take any precautions to research anything. And he got apparently, according to his own words, he got tricked and fooled by the trolls again. So he didn't learn anything from experience. He actually unlearned shit.
Longest one that I thought was about 1.5 years.
All right.
10 years is a pretty good run. That 10 fucking years, people suggested me to keep playing Fightcade, well knowing that it gives away your IP address. That's that's pretty impressive shit. Wow.
Wow. I cannot believe it. He is this deluded.
I'm gonna have a conversation with my parents, see if they're secret trolls all along. Maybe they are. You know, I've known them longer than anyone else. Perhaps they're secret trolls at this rate, right? I mean,
I know he's joking, but I mean, if you really think about it, your parents kind of set you up for this. In a way in which you were not disciplined, you were not shown correctly what you were doing incorrect. In a way, your parents were kind of trolling you.
Maybe my dad was Fred Fox all along.
In a wig, sending you a picture
there
of
you
a
go.
fish.
You never know.
Yeah, you know what? I actually agree with him. Remember that time where DSP said, "Dad, my car is fucked up." He said, "I don't care, son. Here's a picture of a fish I caught." And he was very confused. Yeah, me too.
Oh.
He's really proud of that joke.
Who knows? Anyway, all right. I just gotta pee. I'm just gonna go pee. I'll be right back.
Bladder problems too.
And then we're gonna resume
Here's
here.
a fish, son.
And try to beat Placidusax hopefully quickly, and then move on. Right? All right. No, it's not an AVGN reference. That Fred Fox was the leader of the SOK. That he did the AVGN reference, not me.
Okay, I thought we said the SOK were cool.
Oh, the blimp every single time. Every single time that I played a retro fighting game on console.
Like, didn't we just promote the SOK as being cool people? Last week on Dragon Ball Z, when I was watching this show, I literally saw him praise the SOK, and they were actually pretty cool people. Are we now shitting on them? That's pretty funny.
So I was told you should just be playing it on Fightcade. You're an idiot. Like literally every time. It didn't matter which one it was, whether it was back in the day, the Street Fighter Third Strike Online, or the Marvel vs. Capcom collection. I forget what it was called. And then after that, the Street Fighter 30th Anniversary collection, right? Or Ultra Street Fighter 2 on the Switch. And then later on, the one just, about a year ago, Capcom Fighting Collection. Every single time that I played a classic Street Fighter game on console, I was told, you're doing it wrong. You should just be playing Fightcade. And literally not a single person in 10 years said it exposes your IP address. Not one.
Sure, they did. They trolled with honor.
So there you go.
Yeah, there you go, man. Take a sip. It's fucking great.
All right. Let me just use the bathroom. I'll be right back, and then we'll start.
God. Teleport out of here, Phil. Get out. Leave. Leave, you dumb animal. Nordfort gate code is 2664.
Okay. I'm back. What did I miss? What did I miss?
Oh, what did you miss?
Trolls. I see.
What are the odds that Larper sends him a video of how to work Fightcade? There's probably somebody else sent him a video, and he'll probably be like, "Well, it doesn't matter. We're not doing that anymore. It's not viable.
Oh, it's gone.
It's
Did someone take care of it already? Because I don't see it here. Did someone take care of it or not? I don't know. I don't know if someone did or not. It's not even true, by the way, just for the record. That's idiotic. That's these people who are such moronic people on the internet. They act like they're so smart or something.
You literally can just make up a 4-digit code. It could be like DSP's gate code for the community is 1337, and you could just like gift him 5 subs from Argentina, and you could get him this riled up as he sits there and he like scans for anybody being stupid. And it takes like no effort whatsoever to do that. Literally no effort, and he'll give you the time of day and he'll sit there and he'll react to it.
When they do stuff like, oh, I'm gonna dox someone, right? And you don't even know what they're talking about. The information they use is so monstrously outdated.
Yeah, gate code 1651.
Like,
gate code 6969.
The week that I moved here,
gate code is 8008.
People doxed my address and then started posting up information all over the internet about how to get in. And it was all wrong. All the information was already outdated.
And now we have a segment.
Like the information that people try to find and post on the internet.
This is the reason why trolls keep doing this. You just keep feeding into it. It's a perpetual fucking cycle. And he doesn't care because it's like content for him or whatever. But like, this is it. This is the reason why you're a perpetual victim, man. Because you got to keep doing shit like this.
It's like ancient history. It's like stuff like that changes all the time. So you get a troll like this and they think, oh, I'm so clever. I'm going to post up this information.
Yeah, that's what they said.
Of how to get into DSP's community and stuff. It's completely wrong. Just for the record, just so you guys know, I don't follow any troll stuff. I just don't. But people tell me about it sometimes. And I guess someone wrote me and was like, you know, people are trying to dox people or whatever. And then they send me information. Oh, here's what was said. It's all wrong. It's just hilarious because, you know, you wouldn't know that because who in their right mind would care, right? But like for the record, they've been trying to say that for years and years, the only people who contribute to my streams are Only Iced Coffee and Planet Jeff. So they're obsessed with these two people, claiming that every contribution that comes...
That's really, really, really specific. Because most people don't say Planet Jeff. Most people don't even remember Planet Jeff. There are people who do remember Planet Jeff, but most people don't bring up Planet Jeff because he's been out of the picture for years. That's a weird thing to say right there.
Into my stream is either from Only Iced Coffee and Planet Jeff. Ladies and gentlemen.
Whoa, why did he change it there?
Into my stream is either from Only Iced Coffee and Planet Jeff. Ladies and gentlemen, Only Iced Coffee comes by once every few months. Like he came back this morning, re-upped their membership, and left. And that was it. I haven't seen Planet Jeff in years. Years. But these people are so crazy obsessed in their heads that they just get this idea and they won't.
Now the thing is that I'm not gonna run away with it and be like, oh well, One a Minute Man is Planet Jeff or whatever, because there is speculation apparently for that.
Let go of it.
I don't have
it's to the point
link,
of
but
dangerous,
Agent
obsessive
Proper
behavior
probably posted up on Twitter
where they just have convinced
pull it up,
themselves
I
that
suppose.
fantasy is reality. You know what I'm saying? So
And that'll be the
it's
last
insane.
segment.
What they're saying
which
is absolutely
a good
insane.
segue, I guess.
Like, oh, well, this person is actually this person, and that's this person, and now this person is not supporting Phil anymore because they're this person and this person. It's all wrong. It's literally 100% fantasy. Not even close to being the truth. It's just nonsensical stuff. So I just want to say publicly, don't worry. When you see crap like what just happened in stream chat when I was peeing, it's nonsense. It's not true. It's false. It's not even correct information at all. It's just wrong. And they're using information that was probably posted on the internet a decade ago, and they just posted up like it's from today. Like, what are you talking about? Right?
Oh yeah, that's right. He had a stream over it. Oh,
Losers.
and he did have it
There's
private.
Grade A.
I did not
Obsessive
know that.
losers. Anyway, I think we should get back to reality now, and we should continue on with Elden Ring. What do you think?
All right, I don't know whether or not the stream is still there. I assume he still has it. I want to finish things up. I'm super tired. It's 3 o'clock. I'm not going to have any fucking sleep. The original one went private. But according to Proper, there was a thing with One Minute Man. One Minute Man wasn't tipping. There was a stream or a video or something. Lookouts for Planet Jeff and all this nonsense. The same guy who his wife died and he got like payout on her or something like that. But supposedly there was a video. I did not actually watch this yet. Did not, but I have to assume there's some info for him. So let's just play it, see what goes. It's new to me. I can enjoy this. I should sleep soon.
I was standing next to him, but it hits me. Okay. Thank you, Geek Room, for the $7 tip. Yeah, this fucking game is stupid. I'm sorry. This is the dumbest thing in the whole game. This is actually dumber than when I had no ink ribbons and shit. And I was trying to run through the whole precinct earlier today, because at least that was my fault. This is just stupidity.
Absolutely right. I've been a prior subscriber, though I've been using Amazon Prime free sub thing and it doesn't auto resub, sadly. So my wife passed last summer. Life has been hectic. Still hopes this helps.
Whoa, well, Geek Room had to be $7, said easy. Geek Room was going to be the top tipper of the night, but Planet Jeff just tipped me $200 and says, Phil, you're absolutely right. I've been a prior subscriber, but I've been using the Amazon Prime free sub thing and it doesn't auto resub, sadly. Aww. And since my wife passed last summer, this life has been hectic. Still hope this helps. Game on. Thank you, Planet Jeff.
Funniest way of him saying that. So like, he said aw to the point where the sub doesn't auto refresh. And then he goes on to talk about how his wife died, and then we didn't say anything about that? What?
Absolutely right. I've been a prior subscriber, but I've been using the Amazon Prime free sub thing and it doesn't auto resub, sadly. Aww.
Bro.
And since my wife passed last summer, this life has been hectic. Still hope this helps. Game on. Thank you, Planet Jeff. And yeah, you know, I'm really sorry to hear that. I know I actually talked to Planet Jeff about this last year. So really sorry about everything, man. But I hope things are going better for you now. But thank you.
I hope things are going better for you now. His wife just died. What are you talking about?
Very much for that contribution.
Oh man.
Let's get you up on the leaderboard there.
Yeah, exactly. Now that the wife's dead. What the fuck?
Over the years, it's been speculated on who this person, Planet Jeff, is. Well, he's been one of Phil's most consistent contributors and whales for probably the better part of over a decade. But it's always been a mystery of who this man is and if the original information that was posted up on Kiwi Farms is even correct. Well, today, I've got something for you. An exclusive. Something that's coming hot off the presses of Goutopia.net. And we're going to show you that the real Planet Jeff does actually exist. From 2015 on through 2018, Planet Jeff was seen posting in the DSP forums, either about Flight Simulator, various stream improvements, other far-fetched ideas that he had for Phil to be a better entertainer overall. He even goes as far as stretching out and saying one day he would like to meet Phil in person. Now we know that's never going to happen, but this guy's been wailing out on Phil for many years now. And you'll see in just a moment that he's been contributing to Phil's Patreon since at least 2015. And I want you to pay special attention to the profile picture shown here in his Patreon page.
Oh, fuck?
As that Muppet is burned into your brain, I want you to see some Ask the King questions from number 70, where Jeff was proud to have 2 questions read off by Phil. And the first question is really funny because it pertains a little more to what's happening today, and the second one, well, it gives a little more information on where Jeff lives.
Let us begin with questions for Ask the King. Sound good? So we're starting with forum questions. This, in particular, we're starting with a Patreon. And by the way, it's important to know, if you pledge to my Patreon, $20 or more, you're guaranteed to get your question answered on the next episode of Ask the King. In particular, this month, for whatever reason, only one person had a couple questions who was a patron who they wanted to ask them. So we're going to get to those first. But if you want to be guaranteed to be on the show and get your questions answered in full, pledge to my Patreon. It's one of the perk level rewards. Okay? All right. So, number one, guys. This is from Planet Jeff. He has two questions, so let's jump right in. He says, Phil, is there a way you might be able to rearrange your setup so you don't have to turn away so much from the TV in order to view the chat? The main and only reason I asked, there have been some times I've noticed you missed something, and I'm sure you might have elicited some interesting commentary on it. There are other things that do get missed. When you were playing Bloodborne, I specifically remember you didn't see two treasure bug things because your eyes were turned away. All right. I guess what I should do before I answer this question is elaborate on my setup. I have one of the most probably elaborate setups of anyone who streams. So allow me to explain.
DSP has an elaborate... Thank God he's going to skip this. But DSP, the elaborate setup, he sits on a couch, he fucking looks at a TV, and he looks at a laptop for chat. I don't consider what I have an elaborate setup, but it's definitely more ridiculous than his. I will say that.
All right. Another question from Planet Jeff. He says, do you have any good walking paths in your immediate neighborhood? I live in a Phoenix suburb. Unfortunately, it doesn't really have much to offer, especially during our brutal summertime. For many months here, it's strictly get as fast from one air conditioned cool place to another. Well...
So now we know where Planet Jeff lives. Phoenix, Arizona. At least a suburb. Here's a list of suburbs, by the way, of Phoenix, Arizona. Lovely part of the country, by the way. Now that we know where Planet Jeff lives, well, what else do we know about the guy? Well, he has a dog named Scotch that he told Phil about when he gave him $1,000 for the 2K cat reveal.
Oh.
One of the biggest things was at the beginning of this video that Planet Jeff's wife has passed away. According to the information that we previously understood, that Planet Jeff's wife was very much alive and living in Utah with his Mormon family. Well, but what if that isn't the real Planet Jeff? When you start digging for the name Planet Jeff, as one might be curious to learn out more information about one of Phil's biggest biggies, you'll end up on a political threaded forum website, in which a profile name by the Planet Jeff, who is a male and lives in Mesa, Arizona. Remember, that's one of the suburbs. He attended Arizona State University and is a software engineer, which probably means that he has money to burn. Now, we know that Jeff is a Patreon of Phil, as you can see in his profile pic once again, but he's also a guy who enjoys to tip Phil. He tips Phil big amounts of money, and well, there is his PayPal account, @PlanetJeff. Well, now that they got a name, people ended up finding a Facebook attached to the name. And if you look in the Facebook, he's got an intro where he shows you that he's an actor, and he attended Arizona State University, and he lives in Mesa. So I think we've got a hit. Digging through his Facebook will give you actor screenshots and various other fun things that Jeff has done in his life, but it will also show you that he has a dog named Scotch. That's the exact same dog that he talked to Phil about. Oh, and that Muppet from earlier for the profile pic of his Patreon? Well, it was a profile pic for his own Facebook. This Jeff has also lived in Germany, just like political side Jeff from earlier that we talked about. Isn't that strange? The last key thing for Planet Jeff and nailing down this Planet Jeff as the Planet Jeff we all know and love is the fact, is his wife dead or not? Sadly, it is true. Planet Jeff's wife is dead. Yes, this Facebook man does have a wife who passed away. It is now without a doubt in my mind that we do have the information about one of Phil's biggest pay pigs in the past decade or so, if not even longer. Now, what will happen with this information being out there? Who knows? And if you'd like to see that information, go ahead and check out Goutopia.net. Just let me know what you think about this Planet Jeff theory that we have now. Otherwise, have a good one. I'll see you next time with another video.
It's ancient proper, I suppose. I didn't even look at this video because I really don't put a whole lot of stock in Planet Jeff at all. He was a person. I didn't even think that he was like around or anything. I guess it is kind of interesting that supposedly the disappearance of Haruhi 1 Minute Man coincided with presumably this, or at least around the same time. So there's something to think about. I hope it's not the case. Is there a picture of Jeff? I don't know. It's somewhere in here. It has a... There you go. Here's your picture of Jeff, I suppose. It looks like a Jeff, I guess. Yeah. It is what it is. I don't know. I don't really, again, I don't put a whole lot of stock into it. It's a fun little adventure, though. It shows you, I don't know, don't put out your stuff like that, I guess. Yes. But it wouldn't surprise me at all if Planet Jeff is 1 Minute Man at all. It just wouldn't. But you probably won't even have that information given to you at any point, and you're probably not going to get any kind of confirmation about 1 Minute Man truly going away. Not for the immediate future. It's going to be a while before we get some kind of confirmation, and it's going to be him getting pissed off. Between the docks and DSP shitting on him, he vanished like Homer into the shrubs. Software engineer and actor sounds weird. Not terribly weird. Software engineer and actor, like I could see them going like hand in hand. If you're an actor, you got the time on the side. It's probably more being an actor on the side kind of thing. More info and photos on Goutopia.net if anyone is curious. Well, there you go. You can look that up if you want. Yeah, it's all theories. I don't know. I truly just don't worry about it, if that makes sense. 1 Minute Man is like the most uninteresting part of DSP stream. Yeah, he gives him money and it's like a daily occurrence, but it's either him spoiling a game or him telling DSP he's wrong, and DSP doesn't really like being told he's wrong. So those are usually the two things you get out of it. Just means he's an autistic narc like Dave, I guess. Running into the same problem that DSP KF Thread did. Doxing detractors and DSP Peg Pigs don't produce any lols. Yeah, that's the other thing too, Lucky Limes. Like that's how I see it. It doesn't really produce anything specifically for me. It's like it don't produce nothing, man. Like I don't know. I don't know what stock to put into any of that. If true, that's kind of ridiculous. It is what it is. End of the day, I'm here to laugh at this clown who has like this weird idea that for 10 long years it's been a long con that the detractors were laying out a trap for him to play Fightcade. It was all so that way he could leak his IP address, the thing that he could change at any moment if he really needed to. So there you go, I guess. Yeah, all of his content is glacially boring now. That's the unfortunate nature of the beast. And it's not going to get any better. I don't think I have anything else I want to go over. I think I covered all the things I needed to do. 1 Minute Man missing, the miscellaneous, the Fallout TV show, the intros, podcast reviewed. Yeah, everything was covered that I needed to. I'll leave a link to the podcast guys down below. I don't think this is going to get much higher than maybe 25k. It might get up to 30k if he's lucky, but this is going to fall out really, really quick. Get it? Fallout? It's Fallout. It's not going to grow, and even if it does grow, it's not going to yield anything. He's not going to get a swell of support. It's just DSP playing Fallout again, and you know how that's going to go, right? It's mostly stopped for now. It's hit its peak, and it'll just kind of slowly grow over time. Even if it gets to 30k, like, it's meaningless. People aren't here to watch that fucking part of the stream, or part of the gameplay. It's a very boring gameplay. It's kind of also
What's he talking about?
Noticeable that he really didn't get any increase in tips during that stream that night. He was kind of stuck at $20, and those $20 happened actually pretty early in the stream. It happened in the first 30 minutes by 2 people. So that's kind of cool. Nobody even cared to support it. So maybe it'll go the way of the dinosaur if people don't support it or something. I don't fucking know. I got $60 in super chats. That's cool. If you got $60 in super chats, that means Google got $20 of it. If he's lucky. They only took about $20 out of it, but you know, it's whatever. Google needs to take their cut, right? I'm done. I'm thoroughly tapped. I have reached my limit. My limit is now. I'm probably gonna send you guys over to iVega. I have the opportunity to send you to iVega. Edibot streaming. What the fuck is Edibot doing on right now? What? She playing Eve cosplay? What the fuck?
Daughter is a bad sign from the start.
It
means you don't actually care about either of them. You
Where's my
should just
thing?
like one of them,
Look at
and
this.
that's it.
Look at this. Look at this lady.
You don't like any of them? Then leave this poor family alone.
Look at this lady.
The mom and daughter should go to a
She's
movie
being
together
crazy
and,
right
and leave you
now.
out of it. And they should have some mother-daughter bonding.
Fucking A. Oh, well.
Period.
Oh, she pulled off the cosplay
End
pretty
of
well.
questionnaire.
Pick up CD. Hopefully she's having fun with the game. Looks like a cool ass game.
Ooh.
But we're gonna send you guys over to iVega's place if he has the raid set up correctly. I hope to God he does. If he doesn't, I'm gonna be fucking angry. I mean, not angry, but you know what I mean. You guys somewhere, right? Oh, thank the Lord. He actually has it set up. I got so tired of people not having that set up. I don't think I have to do a part 3 of catch up, but I don't really have any interest in whatever the fuck DSP is doing for the foreseeable future. He's not playing any games that I care about, and he has no plans of playing any games that I really care about. His schedule is shit. It's really fucking shit. So, I don't know. For Friday, I'm probably gonna goof off. Saturday, I'm going to be playing... What the fuck am I playing? Oh god, I was supposed to play spooky game, Outlast Trials. Shybot, Marked One, and Pop Dart wanted to play some Outlast Trials, so I'm gonna do that. I didn't like Outlast. Outlast was a scary game. There were big naked men that wanted to swing their ding danglers at me and murder me, and it scared the shit out of me. Very, very bad time had by all, especially me. You know what? Actually, some people enjoyed me getting scared. I'll have to whip out the heart rate monitor if it's scary, but it may not be scary if I'm playing with other people, so I'll have to figure that out. Oh yeah, that's right. I have to finish Trapped. I might play a little bit on Friday, but no guarantee. I do owe another Twitch stream though. Saturday though, Saturday night, anime Discord night. We are looking forward to a lot of shows. We got to get a lot of progress in. We got to catch up on Dungeon Meshi. I'm already getting spoiled. You know what? We may have a double showing of Dungeon Meshi so we can catch up to current, and that way I don't have to worry about spoilers anymore. I can't even go on Twitter right now. I can't even like booba pictures and like pictures of cats right now because I might accidentally see a spoiler for Dungeon Meshi. No, nothing. That's what. Okay, we send you guys over. iVega is currently playing Crab Game. Like I said, it doesn't look like a bad game. It just looks like an indie game where you play as Crab Dude and you slice up shit. It's interesting. It's not like it's not interesting. It's, you know. I love bug butts and I cannot lie. Big up Shiloh. Okay. Good night. God bless. Godspeed. Have fun. Don't believe their lies. They're all trolls, and if they're not trolls, they're secret trolls, and they've been trolls for 10 years. Don't let the Scottish Scott control your dreams. Big ups. If you're in the Discord, I'm keeping an eye on you, you fucking animals, you clowns. And we might watch Digimon, because I downloaded 200 gigs of Digimon. So I'm gonna force you to watch Digimon at some point, you fucking idiots. And you got no choice but to watch it. Okay, bye-bye.